Log 1. I awaken. I don't know it at the moment, but this day marks my 4th straight year of existing in the Dogscape. I push myself from the carpet of writhing, twitching dog flesh beneath me and rise to my feet. It took me a while to learn to balance on the layer of solid dogs that now blankets every inch of solid ground, but nowadays, I can walk and run as easily and as fast as I ever did on soil or concrete. Perhaps faster. This was a city once, I think, though which one I can't remember. I only owe my guess to the massive pillars of dogs jutting into the sky, perhaps ancient buildings now completely filled and overgrown by canine biomatter. I climbed one once, sinking my fingers and toes deep into the dog wall to gain purchase, and after hours and hours of climbing was rewarded with an incredible vista, fur and eyes, panting tongues and wagging tails, hugging the contours of the once barren land and stretching in a single amoebic mass, farther than the eye can see. Now I don't do that, though. Now I merely go about my day. I hike to the gardens, where the dog plants sprout in bizarre shapes from the floor of the Dogscape, and reach up to pluck the fetal puppy fruits right off the wagging, energetic branches. I bite into the succulent flesh, the juices dripping down my chin and dripping down to be reabsorbed by the ground flesh, and revel in the savory taste. I'm thirsty, so I range until I find the mother mounds, and there, I suckle at the teat patch until I had had my fill of milk. Sometimes I see other humans around me, as well adapted to the Dogscape as I am, but I barely acknowledge them, say nothing. What, after all, is there to say? The world's different now. What meaning would our words have? Free-ranging dogs are becoming rarer and rarer to see now, and those I do see seem lost, as passive as I am. They too graze on the dog plants, step carefully over the undulating, bleeding dog floor, dimly acknowledge myself and one other in the distant sky, and on the far horizon, I sometimes see a massive form sail or crawl or undulate, and I wonder if in this new world, normal, single, ambulatory dogs have become as obsolete as I am. Log 2. I dug down once, down beneath the dogs, beneath the hair and the ears and the barking. It was hard, and took a lot of planning. I had to destroy one of the dog trees with my hands, rip out the twisted, yard-long communal spines that served them as branches, and lash them together with tendons and skin, but soon I had tools. Pitchforks, spears, and shovels. I picked a spot where the dog floor seemed shallower and set to work. The blood started spurting when my spear first broke the surface. Didn't stop for hours and hours and hours. I was drenched in gore and viscera, covered in flecks of bone and meat and brain, but I learned to ignore the sickening, squelching sounds, ward off the smell, and just keep going deeper and deeper, spearing and levering out dogs of stranger and stranger size and builds, dogs with 2 heads, dogs with human hands, dogs with writhing tentacles where their back legs should be. Eventually I came to the end of the dogs, or perhaps the beginning of whatever lies beyond. An expanse of multicolored patchwork fur that extended as far as I could dig in any direction. I could pierce it with great difficulty, but it barely bled, and try as I might, I could only barely peel the skin away, revealing a layer of striated grayish muscle beneath. It started to tremble as I watched it, shaking with the very dog matter around me, and I realized that the Dogscape was beginning to regenerate itself, close in over me, seal me in, so I fled, climbing back into the light. Log 3. The stream trickled warmly past the black, leathery edges of the puppy-mouth stream. The saliva waters churned as they flowed from the bed of the stream lined with the overlapping tongues of eager greeting puppies. The feel of a rock on the shore is to find sharp milk teeth of weaned dogs, cast to the tufts of mange weeds, growing into spits and banks. The head of the stream is split by a single mound of golden fur, like an upholstered boulder set with a large golden eye that swerves to see passing visitors. The waters will bubble and froth should the eye see you, the tongues lapping nervous, loving greetings with gurgled yips. Log 4. The Dogscape. That's what we call it. Us humans that band it together, I mean. We sit around campfires and cook the whelps we collect from the dog trees. The only flammable material we have is the acrid fur that grows everywhere. It offends all senses, but soon the meal is prepared. The only food source are the dog trees and the mother mounds. Some foolish enough to dig for meat, though the reward is great. Many don't come back. The dog flesh regrows above them, trapping them inside the moist ground. Primitive tools are forged from bones and leather, such as shovels, knives, and clothes. I've lived here for as long as I can remember. There are faint shimmers of time before the Dogscape, but what use is there dwelling on the past when it cannot fill our stomachs in the present? I am our tribe's scribe. My name is Doc. I used to have a real name, but it escapes my memory. I record all of our findings and knowledge in my leather pages, using dog blood as ink. There were times when there were more of us. The tribe started with as many as 60 people. Now our numbers are as few as 20. Our leader, Keith, he instructs us to find food, build shelter, and bring fire. He abuses his power, taking 5 wives and eating more than his share of the food, but those who speak against him meet death in the night. It is hellish, but there's no other choice. Without guidance, we will die out here, so we must remain under his leadership. It has been 2 days since my last writing. I am lucky that Keith cannot read, for if he had seen my statements about him, I would be dead. Yesterday, one of our tribe's members, caught, was killed by accidentally stepping into one of the open dog mouths. His screams of pain as it chewed him forced me to crush his skull with a shovel, killing him instantly. The bastard Keith claimed Cott's food rations as his own. I can sense others are beginning to tire of Keith's position of power as well. Nobody spoke a word at that night's feast. I will not sleep well tonight, hearing Cott's screams in my nightmares. Kef was killed in front of all of us by Keith today. He refused to continue digging for meat, so the monster beat him to death with his bare hands as a sign that he would not tolerate a refusal to work. I cannot stand for this much longer. Beck was not even an adult. He could not have been more than 17 human years. This brings our numbers down to 18. There's Keith, his 5 wives, me, and the remaining 12 diggers and gatherers. The others whisper to me in secret that I should be the leader instead. I guess they think I have all the answers because I'm the scribe. Only time will tell. I was woken at the crack of dawn by one of the diggers, Gar. Specifically, he told me that tonight would be the night. The others had a plan. They want me to announce that I am the new leader during the feast. When he is distracted with rage, they intend to kill him from behind. I tell Gar that I will assist them tonight. What have I gotten myself into? Damn them all! I told Keith I planned to replace him. He rose, filled with rage. I waited for the blow to strike him. It never hit. Instead, it hit me. Gar was Keith's spy all along. They dragged me far away from the gardens and tied me to a barren dog tree. He said that a quick death would not benefit me, and I will waste away under the deathly sun. I suppose this is the end of me. When the sun was highest in the sky, the heat became unbearable. I saw figures on the horizon. They were not human. They were the hounds that come to eat what the humans leave behind. I thought they were going to eat me. Instead, they went for the blood-soaked meat ropes that held me in place. I was free. I looked down to the hounds. I looked deep in its eyes. I told them I knew where they could fill their bellies to the brim. It barked once in what I assumed was a confirmation. I stood up, and we set off to feast. When we reached the settlement, it was amidst their feast. I approached, death in my gaze. Keith was shocked and angry. The diggers and gatherers were quick to his defense, and I guess he bribed them. And I whistled, and the dogs slinked through the fur to my side. We struck like a lightning bolt. My fist smashed into Keith's face just as my hounds pounced upon his closest guards. Though I was physically weak, I was quite fast. I stole a shovel and quickly buried it into Keith's bloat while he was disoriented. The smell was sickening, as I expected from a man like him. The hounds made quick work of the rest, and I helped, of course. None were spared. I made sure I had my vengeance upon Gar. The hounds were quite full by the end. I took my time burying each corpse, or what was left of them. I leave this book upon their graves, in hopes that someone who can understand it finds it. If you do, take heed of these words. The Dogscape knows all, and is strict but fair. She provides justice, where justice is due. Log 5. I had a dog right after the Dogscape happened. His name was Carl. He always followed me around. When I was almost dead from starvation, he got me dog fruits. When I was dying of thirst, he held milk in his mouth and got it to me. One day, he got his foot stuck in a mouth, and I couldn't get him out, so I watched it swallow him. A few years later, I went back. Carl was right there, but he was stretched out, and when I went to pet him, except it wasn't him, he bit me and wouldn't let go. I wonder if people can be a part of the Dogscape too. I miss Carl.
All is one in the new truth. The Dog Mother is vast beyond imagining, and requires many to be kept comfortable and clean. We chosen do not go unrewarded, however. In her vast wisdom, the matriarch gives us all we need, and we sup from her vast teat, a hearty meal unlike any others. It invigorates and nourishes us Canistodians, and gives us more than we could ever have wished. The time soon approaches, though, to find new workers. The metamorphosis is upon many of us, and soon we will join the glory of the Dog Mound. We are so different from the others. As they shuffle about down among the foldal groves, many of us have a thick coat already, and old Lawrence has already begun to walk on all fours. Soon we will shed our mortal selves, and be part of the Dog Mother. Our mother.
Log 7. I think we knew that the war had been lost the day the general committed suicide. The masses of flesh and fur just spread like waves across cities. We found that whatever it was drinking the oceans and eating anything it came across. Airstrikes, tanks, bombs, it only slowed it down. We were living on borrowed time. It was unstoppable. I don't think it was until we noticed all the dogs were gone, and then at night, the howling. It was just too much. The former soldier's face streamed with involuntary tears as he remembered the events. He sat there, wallowing in his own emotions, telling his story to a skeleton he found.
My unit, completely wiped out. I saw those tentacles and those mouths. They tore them to shreds. I ran away, even when they called for help. It's all your fault.
The dog tree shifted slightly. The many eyes growing around directed their gaze toward the psychopathic man.
You ruined everything. You killed my friends, my family, god damn it, everyone.
He ran and stabbed one of the eyes with a bone fragment. The howling noise emerged, and a nearby dog tree swatted him several yards. He broke a few ribs when he hit the ground. He coughed a bit of blood, but got back up and charged again. This time, he ran towards one of the open mouths around and kicked several teeth of its out. It bit his foot in response, costing him a toe or two. He was so full of adrenaline, he was incapable of registering any kind of pain. He beat and tore and bit at the flesh with his bare hands until he was knee-deep in blood and gore. One of the tubes he tore spilled some sort of digestive fluid all over him. It burned, but he had to go on. He dug and dug with his bare hands until the ground started to close around him. He kept digging until he found them. The heart and the brain. He laughed at his fortune of finding both of them so close to each other. He jammed his hand deep into gray matter, disturbing the contents and slowly losing oxygen in his tunnel of meat. He gasped and clawed at the heart, tearing it out of place. He collapsed and blacked out. He woke to many tentacles burying themselves in his body. One hit his spinal cord and fused with his brainstem. A flood of thoughts suddenly hit him all at once as he became one with the Dogscape. More tentacles connected themselves to his vital organs as he became assimilated. He saw through every eye in the lands. He felt every single nerve on the planet. The healing factor continued tearing him apart by adding new pathways and connections. It wasn't long until he was entirely consumed. His memories faded away as his brain was reorganized into replacing the one that he had destroyed. Log 8. It's been 3 years and 2 weeks now since I met another human being. I know because I've cut a small notch on my left leg for every day, one in my left arm for every week, and one in my right arm for every year. Admittedly, not the most efficient way of keeping track of time, but when I started, I figured it would be over or I would be dead before it really mattered. I haven't met another person for a while, but I figured I'd write this anyways, just in case, as a warning to others that might be out here. I ran into something terrible today. Well, the whole Dogscape is terrible, but I mean more terrible? I think even among the Dogscape it's some sort of crazy abomination, since the feral dogs and the ground mouths don't seem too fond of it either. And that screaming is something I never hope to hear again, but that's not the beginning. I'm sorry about this. The blood I'm using doesn't really come off the paper, and I can't use any by throwing it away. And not even thinking about talking to other people for years has made me sort of bad at thinking in a straight line. But I'll try. Let me just start over at the beginning. The day started normally. It was my weekly gathering day, so I left my tent. By the way, I left the tent at the foot of the pillars of dogs in the direction of the setting sun if you want, but you probably won't because the skin has probably gone bad by now. To collect the dog fruits I would need for the week and to fill a bag or two with milk. But when I got to the place where there should be teats, there was just a bloody mess where someone had dug deep into the flesh of the Dogscape. I didn't really think much of it at first, just that I would need to go looking for a new source of milk. And then I saw it. I thought it was another person at first. If I had stopped to really look at it first, I wouldn't have had any problems and I wouldn't be writing this now, I guess. I started shouting to get its attention, and I did get its attention because it turned to me. Then I realized that I had made a huge mistake. Thinking back, the really long arms and twisting body probably should have been my first clue, but I didn't really see that anything was wrong until it turned towards me, and I saw what I thought was a head was just a featureless lump of flesh. Its arms unfolded outwards, and the human face on its chest opened its mouth and started screaming. I figured it was bad news then, and made a mad dash for the nearest pillar of dogs, but it kept running after me, and it was much faster. Somehow, I managed to make it, and I started scrambling to climb out of its reach. I didn't get very far before there was a sharp pain in my leg, and looked down and saw that it had bitten me with one of its many canine mouths along the arm things. I screamed as it pulled me down, and that didn't do much. I probably would have died right there if it weren't for what happened next. Out of nowhere, a mouth I didn't even see when I started climbing the dog pillar bit down on it, and then one in the ground, and they started chewing at it, but they didn't really seem to hurt it, but it let go all the same. I ran away as fast as I could, but I could hear that screaming long after I was out of sight. I didn't sleep that night. Just before nightfall tonight, I felt like I had to make sure that Dogscape had killed it and went to the pillar, but I saw no trace of it. But the notebook I tore this page from was there, and I took that. So, now here I am. I'm not going to stay around here any longer after I finish this, but finding this notebook made me think that maybe there are other people, and if so, maybe I should warn them about things like this. So, if you're reading this, good luck. Also, I'm moving in the direction of the rising sun, so if you can read this, then you're probably another person. So, if you go in that direction, maybe we can meet up and be a little better off than we were. Ticks are the only thing that seem to like this place. They're everywhere. During the evenings, I can see massive clouds of the bastards flitting across the matted surface, making the flesh of the Dogscape quiver as they drink their fill. Sometimes, candid legs of various size and deformity burst through the surface to scratch at them. It doesn't work. All the Dogscape gains are vast scratches of scar marks, which the fleas feed upon. Sometimes I rest on the side of a large outgrowth, and only realize it's a monstrous tick. They latch onto one of the deep arteries of the dog flesh and endlessly leech on the new world's lifeblood. I saw a man once. It was hot that day, and I was making my way for a dog pillar and saw him in the distance. He wasn't moving, and as I approached I saw why. He was covered in ticks. Not a single spot on him was clear. What little clothes on him remained were stretched over the fuckers. There was no wind, so all you heard was the faint scuttling of their tiny legs scratching against their ludicrously swelled bodies. He must have heard me, because he opened his mouth and tried to say something. His voice was raspy, but he did manage to say one word. Itch. Log 10. Today's the 5th day of the 12th month of the 654th year. Ours is the final generation. After us, the Dogscape will be all that is left, and all remaining men will either absorb into the mother dog or perish from this swiftly dying world. I have only a vague memory of my mother. Whether she was killed, stolen, or absorbed, I can't really say. Really, no one is quite sure what happened to the women. Slowly but surely, they've disappeared, often vanishing in the night without any warning and leaving no trace. Women are the only thing of any value in this world anymore, and the primary purpose of the tribe is to protect the group's claim to a woman, who is used for the benefit of all the members. Our tribe's woman was taken several months ago. The first month we mourned her. She may have been a captive in many ways, but many of us could not help but become attached to her. The second, some of the men began engaging in homosexual activities with one another out of desperation. I'm sure I was not the only one who realized there was little meaning to their continued companionship, and that soon the tribe would disband. This is the 3rd month since she was taken, and it's all falling apart. First, the elder was killed over a dispute. It was really just a confirmation that the unity of the tribe no longer existed, no longer had any reason to exist without the tribe's woman. And so we began to drift apart. I know what will come next. When the tribes dissipate, the members, alone and confused, come to depend on the mother dog for sex in much the same way they do for food, warmth, and shelter. Mother dog's sex organs dot the landscape like diseased watering molehills in the dog flesh. The men find a sex organ to claim for their own and spend their days thrusting into it. Often they find entrances near dog trees, fucking when they're desirous and eating the fetuses when they're hungry. They have no reason ever to move from their mound. In this way, men forget the world around them and become obsessed with mother dog. Now, not only a mother, but a lover too. It is their everything. It is common to see skeletons, either bare or being picked apart by dogs, their pelvises still pressed into the dog mound, surrounded by the still reaching stench of their own filth. Today is the 27th day of the 12th month of the 654th year. As I had predicted, the former members of my tribe have slowly but surely fallen into degenerate lives as mound humpers. The desperate scum have forgotten their own humanity. Sickening. I vow never to fall into that disgusting state, and so I will walk this lonely, depraved dogscape, searching. It can't end this way, with all humanity uselessly masturbating itself into extinction. So I continue, knowing I may end up hopeless, utterly defeated by the dogscape. Today is the 2nd day of the 4th month of the 663rd year. I found a woman, standing as if waiting for me, under a dog tree, her mouth dyed red with blood from a dog fetus. At one time, I would have been puzzled to see a woman standing alone and unafraid, but I haven't come upon a tribe in years, and rarely does one come across a man who is not mesmerized with a dog mound. I suppose this must have been the biggest surprise to her, to have found a man who has not yet become a slave to mother dog. In any case, it's important not to take chances, so I grabbed her, forced her down, and fucked her right there. And then I tied her down to the dog tree with the length of dog flesh rope so that she couldn't run. Today is the 7th day of the 8th month of the 663rd year. My woman is pregnant. I have watched over her, protected her from the wild mongrels that still roam the dogscape. When the swarms of ticks came, I covered her in a hide. I wonder if we are the only ones left on this planet who are still human. Today is the 5th day of the 1st month of the 664th year. My child was born today. My woman squeezed my hands, breathing hard, pushing. After some time, the child came. A healthy, normal female infant. I saw that all my struggles hadn't been in vain, that our race did have a future, and I realized that I was crying. I held the child briefly, then set it down to reach for my blade to cut the umbilical cord. No sooner had I set the girl down than a furry tendril shot out from the dog tree. With a whack, it wrapped quick around the umbilical cord and gripped it tight. As the dog tree sunk into the ground before me, I hacked at the vine, but it could not be cut. Next, I went for the umbilical cord, tearing with all my strength to save my girl, but the vine had been melded with it and converted it into the same strong substance. And so I could only watch in horror as the dog tree disappeared into the mother ground, dragging my woman and daughter with it. I ripped the dog flesh open enough to watch as the mutated dogs of the upper layers tear at my child's face. There is no hope for the human race. The Dogscape will not tolerate disloyalty any longer, and so I commit myself to this dog mound, to become truly one with Mother Dog. What a damned fool I was for thinking that I could ever defeat this world.
Log 11. Galactic Calendar, Year 100, Day 1. We have arrived at the closest star system from our previous home. Our world was ravaged by war, and we continued through the space as nomads. We have searched for a hospitable world, and find this one to be our liking. We had received signals from this planet that date back at least 700 of its rotations around their sun. If they are anything like us, then generations surely have changed here. As we approached, I am puzzled, for the planet appears much different than our records indicated. The planet is brown colored, not blue, and it appears to be alive on its own right. We will send a team down to investigate. Our ship reached orbit around the planet's singular moon. There, we gave the crew a final review of the information we knew about the people of this world. Our main source of communication we have received was in the form of a signal they called television. Our understanding of the language will no doubt appear primitive to the dwellers below, though personally, I feel that something is odd. We had lost all communications from this world recently. The captain assumes it was because of their switching to a higher technology. They always talked about their newest technology, which looked more and more like a race that could enter that of other spacefaring peoples. I am to go down with the rest of the team by the next day on the planet. Though, I watch the now brown world and feel that something is wrong. Terribly wrong.
Log 12. I don't know how many days it's been since I saw the last human. It's hard for the remaining survivors of the Dogscape. Women have all gone, and only a handful of men remain. But, as I said, it's been days since I saw the last one. I wandered the furry fields looking for a treat pouch when I stumbled across something both very horrifying yet wonderful at the same time. I looked down at what appeared to be a patch of both male and female reproductive dog organs. I stared fascinated as they endlessly paired with each other. I knew I should have looked away, but I just couldn't. After a while of watching them breed endlessly, they seemed to stop. It appeared that they finally sensed me. I almost felt bad for interrupting, so I started walking away, but I felt something grab hold of my leg. I looked down to see a mutated dog paw holding tight on my pant leg. I tried to pull my leg from the grasp, but it held on. Then, to my horror, it started pulling me into the middle of the organ patch. I frantically began to fight to get loose, for I knew what it wanted. More dog paws sprouted up and began pulling me. I knew I didn't stand a chance. I knew that I would be joined with Dog Mother in the end, so I silently accepted my fate. At least I would die happy. Log 13. While archaic tribal worship of the Dog Mother, in all its visible and fleshy glory, is the most common form of religion in the barbaric Dogscape, there does exist another mythology. One practiced only in distant, isolated pockets, and by a few of the older survivors. The exact details change from tribe to tribe, year to year, but the basics never change. It is the legend of the beginning of the Dogscape, the genesis of the world we know. It tells of a time when humans were plentiful, and walked upon a ground that wasn't alive. There is a god, or a demon perhaps. A dog that lived amongst humans was even accepted and provided for by a human family, but it was no ordinary dog. This beast lived for over 50 years, while canines of that time rarely lasted more than a decade. It was greatly powerful, more in control of its owner family than they were of it. They say it went out at night and hunted human prey, bringing back large collections of bones as trophies to its home. But the humans tried to ignore it, convinced themselves that it wasn't a problem. Soon, though, as the origin dog reached a century of age, it became increasingly powerful and unlike others. More strange disappearances and even attacks during the day. Vehicles were found with deep bite marks through metal, and homes were burrowed into from below. The government of the time, many times more powerful than any chieftain of today, captured the Hellhound. They performed experiments and tried to understand where it channeled its energy from. Progress was good. It looked as though even the secret to immortality could be gained from this dog. But accidents occurred. The betrayer, as they call her, who worked at the government facility, felt sympathy for the god dog. She released him, and concurrently, all-consuming hell that is the Dogscape. The enraged beast no longer held any sympathy for humanity. As it thrashed recklessly through the lab, mutated samples adhered to its flesh, growing like a cancer. Soon, what would become Dogscape was spreading like wildfire, its maw gnashing at everything that moved, its hide spreading over soil, stone, and sea. What is the name of this horrible demon? It varies, but all come from a similar etymological origin. I believe I've taken down names from all over the world. Armad. And yet, the dog mother is most certainly feminine. Well, it is said that the betrayer was in fact the first human assimilated into the Dogscape. Log 14. It's cold here. Jets of moist breath dot the landscape amid undulating hills. There are no proper trees, only short piles of huddling dog limbs. Teats are few and far between, and when I find one, I must work to coax the milk into a skin bladder. I move across the hills, my feet numb through the shoes I've fashioned. I move in the direction that seems easiest, a subtle and mangy slope that I only just noticed was guiding my path in a general downhill fashion. Where there's fur, it is thick and rancid with matted oil. I don't know why the dog mother does what it does, but all of her fruits have their uses. I hack at a fur clump, separating it from the flesh below. There's only a little blood from the grazed skin tag. I fold and shape and weave fur onto the insulating, hairy covering of my body. The dog flesh rumbles beneath me in a more than disconcerting way. It has been doing that for the past several weeks. More so the further I have traveled. It is getting colder. I can only hear the wind now, tearing across the mother. The howls, warbling and mournful, have stopped. The sharp barks and yips no longer form a background cacophony. I huddle into my coverings and shoulder ahead. I have no path to follow but forward. The ground feels harder here. The gentle give of the dogland has ceased, giving away to a dull sound-absorbing thud of matted fur. I slipped yesterday on what seemed like a lake of solid piss. It was not absorbing into the mother. My own shivering sense to syncopate with the occasional rumbles of the mother. Her flesh no longer seems like a living being, but I know that deep within her the blood flows. It is so cold here. I continue forward today. The ground slopes more and I struggle to sleep in a forgiving cold fold. There is no purpose but to move forward now. Only one foot in front of the other. It has been dark for as long as I can remember. How long will this night last? The air is dry. The land is mostly featureless and hard as I walk. The wind blows clumps of brittle hair across my face and they hurt. A soft pop, a subtle blue flash, and they fly past me. My hands are deep within my coverings. They are numb, and if I expose them to ward off the shocks, then the cold will take them from me. I've already lost 3 toes, and I can no longer feel that foot. I no longer bother to light fires in the deep crooks where I sleep, but the last I saw of that foot, it was black and swollen. It felt like it was burning. I have heard soft, subtle tapping noises, but I find only dog claws moving against the ground. The rumbles have continued, and within them now come subtle rending sounds, like a mouth chewing on bone. When the sound intensifies, I move faster. I don't know what causes them, but I don't think it is the mother. I have not found any teats in a long time. I'm thirsty. My skin bladder is almost empty, and I would kill my own parents for a fresh puppy fetus. I passed a small pile of humans, almost buried in billowing dried fur. They were dead and desiccated. It looked like they were strong when they lived. I kept moving. There's only the road ahead of me. I don't know what it leads to. The ground shifted beneath my feet, and I pissed in fear. Not a mouth, but a great hard chasm of flesh and bone had torn open beneath me. A stinking humid burst of air bellowed out, then hung in a cold cloud around me. On my ass, I peered into the gloomy hole that had nearly swallowed me, but it was now still. I sat and contemplated it, breathing heavily, and thought of my empty skin bladder. Slowly, I could hear sounds several dozen feet below me start to play and echo in the cleft. A soft slapping, then a gurgle. I don't know how, but I knew this was my chance for sustenance. I slid into the meaty maw. I climbed down a shorn slab of giant ribs, still red and moist, and finally landed on the steaming dark floor of the hole. It writhed beneath my feet, and I felt around, not knowing what I was looking for, when my hands fell upon a thumping tube in the meat wall. An artery. I grabbed it, pulling at the connected flesh, and then bit at it. The blood shot out in spurts, and I drank my fill. I was covered in viscera. I struggled to fill my skin bladder. The cleft shuddered around me, and I knew I must leave it immediately. The walls were starting to hang tendrils of meat fillers to heal the damaged canyon. I exhausted myself climbing out and nearly fell back in as I crested the edge of the crack, but in the cold of night. The dog flesh slowly mended behind me as I panted on the hard ground. Before I left it, I considered it and catalogued it. A stretch mark. The mother was still growing. I am so weak, and I am so cold. My filled bladders of blood are gone, and the gray dogscape stretches before me. I must make it to my goal, but I don't know what my goal is. I have walked for what feels like months in the darkness. I climb down a huge mass of frigid dog flesh. It is like a great heap of small dogs, a pile of dog heads and legs, a mound of tails and torso. It is cold and lifeless. A slow, low creaking can be heard deep within it. I grip an ear and lower myself to the bottom of the wall of dog, and on my foot lands something else. I gasp and then get caught in a fit of laughing. I don't know what I'm standing on, but it's not the mother. I feel queasy, nauseous. What could possibly be not the mother? It's rigid and hard, but I scrape at it and bits of dangery coldness come off of it. I hold them close to my face and my breath turns the stuff to water. I try to eat a handful of it, but it's so cold that it robs me of almost all of my remaining energy. The moisture trickles down my throat. It is good. I look behind me at the dog wall, with its exposed frozen bones and happy-looking faces, then ahead of me at the featureless dark. I'm too far gone to turn back now. I continue walking for hours, and then sleep, and then I walk more. My footsteps are laden. Finally, ahead of me I see light. I make my way towards it, slowly over the course of several hours. It is a beacon to me now, a bright, glowing, steady fire. As I approach, I see that the guiding light stands on a pole before a series of low, dark structures. They're like solid walls of bone, but not. They are not of dog flesh. The billowing hair and cold dangery water pile against the sides. I know that this is what I was destined for. At one end, near the light, is a dark panel set into the wall. On it, there are markings placed there by some person's hand, but I don't know what they say. AIS-1 and entrance. I shoulder against the panel, but it barely shudders. I try again and again. I am renewed with purpose by the discovery of this place, but I am weak from travel. I lean my back to the panel and slide down, exhausted. My back catches against the low bar set in the panel, pushes it down, and then clinks. The panel gives way and I fall into the darkness within. I am in a small, dark, dry cave. It's alien to me. The wind blows debris and fur into the room with me. I look around. Strange dark masses seem to leer at me. There are soft white skins hanging on the wall, and more of the usual markings everywhere. Procedure list and keep out, warning, and wear radio at all times. A bright red cylinder with yellow strips is inside a small box. I reach for it, but my hands scramble against a clear covering across the entrance to the box. I look at my hands now, they are purple. I cannot feel them anymore. Another panel is on the opposite wall, like the one I had opened. I move towards it feebly. I'm so cold. I pull on the handle set into the panel, but it does not move. A small red light flashes above it. I pull harder, but it does not move. I pull again, jumping, but lose my balance and lurch to the ground. I smack my head with a dull thud. The cold is blowing in fiercely from the opening behind me. I scramble against the hard panel, but it will not move. More markings adorn it. Close outer door first. I do not understand them. I sit against the panel. My vision is blurry and a trickle of my own blood seeps across my eye. I go to sleep there, leaning against the dark doorway. I sleep and do not wake up. Epilogue. My name is Charles Mountell, of Arctic Ice Station 1. The abomination is not here. It is too cold. Tigger and I are the last survivors. We are 14 nautical miles south of the North Pole, directly north of Vancouver. Triangulate our position based on this radio signal. This message will repeat in 5 minutes. The radio broadcast the message again, as it had thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of times. A cold, dead, desiccated body sat huddled before the radio systems in a chair. At its feet lay the curled, dead body of a mutt.
In 1960, Alexandru Sift, a well-known scientist, traveled to the forest of Hoia Basayu, located in eastern Romania. The Hoia forest had the reputation of being a hotspot for paranormal activities. The main reason for Sift's motivation: He wrote many notes about his experiences there, but many were found burnt upon his death in 1993. The notes that survived detailed his experiments on the forest with test subjects. In every one of his notes, he ended by saying, "Knowledge is harmful. Ignorance is bliss." 10 years later, the Romanian government developed interest in the few notes that survived, so they sought to recreate his experiments. 3 men volunteered for it. They were told this was simply to see how an average person would manage to travel in a foreign territory, using only a compass and a light source. Of course, they were lies, as no sane man would volunteer if they knew what awaited them. They were also told there would be a substantial reward should they succeed. The first test subject was brought by helicopter to the west zone of the forest at midnight. He carried with him a backpack, food, water, a compass, and an oil lantern with enough oil to last until morning. He was instructed to keep moving east until he hit a road, which would lead him to a cabin where a few government agents awaited him. He was also told to stop every 30 minutes to record any and all events on a sheet of paper. He arrived at the cabin at 2 a.m. He handed the sheet to the agents and was driven to a nearby city, where he was handed his reward. His sheet said the following: 12:30 a.m. I stopped at a nearby creek to rest and eat. Being in a forest at night with only an oil lantern for a source of light really managed to scare the heck out of me. I thought I kept seeing more shadows than there actually were. 1 a.m. I stopped at a little clearing to change the oil. I swear, there must be something out there following me. I can almost be sure there was a shadow that wasn't from any tree. Maybe an animal. 1:30 a.m. Now I'm really freaked out. I saw something staring at me in the distance. I only managed to see its silhouette, but as soon as I looked at it, it disappeared. I'm starting to second-guess this experiment. 1:55 a.m. I'm on the road. I can see the cabin from here. That thing from before kept following me. The more I walked, the closer it got to me. Thankfully, I haven't seen it for a while, so I figure I'll get to the cabin without any more delays. The first subject remained alarmed for a few days afterwards, but soon returned to a calm state. The second test subject was deployed in the same spot as the previous one. On the following night, he had the same exact gear, except instead of an oil lantern, he had an infrared camera. He arrived at the cabin at 5 a.m. The agents noticed he was physically and psychologically shaken. He was panting and crying in fear. His note said the following: 12:30 a.m. This camera really doesn't help me navigate. I even fell a few times because of it. Almost everything I see is blue and black, except for the occasional red spot of an animal or bird. 1 a.m. I don't know what the hell you guys put out here with me, but it's not funny. I took a break to drink some water when I heard a rattling coming from deep within the forest. I took my camera to see what it was, but I'm sure that was no normal animal. It was big and hunched over. I couldn't make out its details since it was glowing bright red. I slowly walked away from it, never losing it out of my sight, even though it stayed completely motionless. I found a small ditch to hide. I guess it's better to write in here than out in the open. I'll quicken up my pace. The faster I get out of here, the better. "4:30 a.m. I'm sorry for not writing more frequently. I just never had the chance. Shortly after the last entry, I heard it walking towards me. I dove in a small cave and waited for it to pass. I took so long because of that. It didn't leave me alone. I'll probably not write anything else until I get to safety. The last thing I want is to be surprised by that thing while my guard is down." The second test subject was visibly stressed and taken to a psychologist for 3 months. The third subject never came back. He was deployed in the same spot on the following night. He had the same gear, except he had a night vision camera. When the agents were leaving the shack, they noticed a worn and ragged piece of paper on their doorstep. It had only one entry. It said the following: 12:05 a.m. If you find this, please tell my family I love them. These might be my last words. After I couldn't see the helicopter anymore, I turned on the camera to check my surroundings. I can see it. 20 meters in front of me. It doesn't move as I write this. It doesn't even blink. It has no eyelids. It's taller than any human or bear that I have ever encountered. It's hunched over like a gorilla, supporting its weight on the extremities of its limbs. I can't even call those things hands. It has round eyes, no pupils. Oh God, it's shaking the trees as it moves. After the conclusion of the experiment, the Romanian government placed an electrified fence and guard towers surrounding the entire Hoia Basayu forest. They made sure not to let anyone in. Or anything out.
I've been lying down for hours now. It's 5:35 a.m. and there's not much I can do. You know what the worst part about my situation is? I'm in the same room with my parents. They keep looking at me, and I can't help but look back and try not to cry or scream. Their eyes are focused on me, and their mouths are wide open. There's the strong scent of blood, and I feel so paralyzed with fear. Here's the thing. The second I make any hint that I'm not asleep anymore, I am completely fucked. I will die, and there's nobody around to save me. I've been trying to think of a way out, but the only idea I have is to rush for the door and run outside the front door and scream for help, hoping any neighbours will hear me. It's risky, but if I stay here, I'll surely die. He's waiting for me to wake up and see his masterpiece. You're probably wondering what's going on. I do get ahead of myself sometimes. About 3 hours ago, I heard screaming from the other side of the house. I got up and went to check on the noise before realising I'd used the bathroom. Instead of doing the smart thing and investigating, I used the bathroom first. I could have gotten myself killed right then and there from my stupid actions. But I actually did my business and took a peek outside the bathroom. There was blood on the carpet. I got very worried and ran back to my room, hiding under my sheets like the pussy I was. I tried to convince myself to go back to sleep, that it was just some really vivid dream or something. But I heard my bedroom door open. Like the terrified child I was, I peeked from under my blankets to see what was going on. I could see something dragging my dead parents into the room. It wasn't human, I can tell you that. It was hairless, with no eyes and no clothing. It walked like a caveman, with its back slouched as it dragged my parents. But this thing was much smarter than any caveman. It was aware of what it was doing. It propped my dad up on the edge of my bed and made him face me. It then sat my mother down in the chair and positioned her towards me as well. It then started rubbing its hands upon the wall, staining them with blood, and then drew a circle with a devil's pentagram in it. This thing had made what it would probably call a masterpiece. To finish it off, it scribbled a message onto the wall that I couldn't read in the darkness. It then positioned itself under my bed, waiting to strike. The scariest thing now is that my eyes have adjusted to the darkness since then, and I can read the message on the wall. I don't want to look at it, because it's terrifying to think about, but I feel like I need to see before I'm killed. I peek at the creature's masterpiece. I know you're awake.
Every area in all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there's always a common thread within these tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that uses real blood and snakes and spiders, and it's so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims simply because everyone around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with the changing times, and the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral, human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the rule with these stories by putting myself in them. This took guts in hindsight, because I had to make sure I always told them the same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I like to think that I've had some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and Northeastern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another one of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led me to my current predicament, which I will recount in full for the internet to take from it what they will. I have laid this little introduction out as sort of a disclaimer, aimed particularly at those who will call my story into question. I have been like the boy who cried wolf for years, but I assure you, with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have, that this time, the wolf is real. From my introduction, it's probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They simply didn't tend to hang around any given place too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily and was often the class clown, and because of that, was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. My friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I ever had with my teachers. Because of the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular is probably slightly skewed, but I will attempt to give the least biased version of our friendship that I can. Mr. Mays was one of my social study teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no ends for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us. He talked like us, made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons, typical and boring in the minds of egotistical high school students. However, on the 31st of October, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat at his desk, just watching the students come into the class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet, because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood and took a seat on a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room.
"Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class,"
he said in a monotone voice.
"Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much."
One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face.
"I'm pushing the due date of your papers to next Tuesday,"
said Mr. Mays, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted in quiet cheers as Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays told the class that day. The way in which he told his stories rendered the horror junkies speechless and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that had raised her hand to ask about the papers was holding her knees to her chest by the end of it, a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know was what the story was about. The specifics slip my mind now and aren't too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that matter most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip across the country after graduating from college. They took a truck loaded with camping gear and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from the Poconos in New Jersey down to the coasts of Florida, New Orleans to California, and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and back home to New York. This concept of the freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Mr. Mays was the coolest teacher ever in my eyes. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go, and eventually found a town to stay in or someplace that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were either in Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pool their extra cash to stay in a hotel for the night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact the friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured it would be fun to just show up. Mr. Mays' friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation. So the group set out with an hour of sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas or Nebraska, wherever it may have been, there aren't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide lost travelers.
Any directions given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to go up a couple of miles to the corn, take a right, and go down a dirt road to the other corn. There should be some wheat on your right. So, as is the case with most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. Mays' friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was, because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanation of the trees that almost tried to grab the car, and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless, the typical horror tropes worked on most of the class. Everyone was terrified. So, the group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights in it, and what seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived there would be able to help them find where the guy's grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled this hope. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing when they were out of the car that it appeared to be like the kind of places where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured they would give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big, empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit up the room like it was daytime, and they couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. Mays' friends was convinced he had seen someone as they pulled up, so they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Why else would they have this huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a giant empty hall. So, the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary foreign place. He said that approaching that door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave the class early. Several students quietly gathered their things and walked out of the door, a couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before the next class. I didn't give the announcement a second thought. Like I said, I was and am a sucker for this kind of stuff, and Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I could have conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened that cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by single bulbs spaced sporadically along the ceiling of a long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing of farms. The hallway itself was crooked, and the ceiling constantly lowered and rose, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and never touched up. There were sections where the boys had to almost crouch in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs constantly flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you are focused on something, or if you are that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Mays guessed that they were somewhere under the creepy forest that they had driven through when they found a door, but he couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belongs at the entrance of a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb and increasing uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said,
I should probably knock first.
Mr. Mays' friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times, mockingly but quietly uttering,
Is anyone home?
The group waited about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door as he lowered his hands. One of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head into his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was soaking wet. He was confused about this and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, "The lights. We have to go," when Mr. Mays took notice.
You know when you turn off a light?
He told the class, and everything is almost pitch black, except the light of the bulb dying out or cooling down. It was like that, but there were so many of them. At least 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago, and now only looked like stars in the darkness. That was definitely terrifying, but that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and though it was weak, it lit the room up just enough to see the shapes of tens of people standing less than 10 feet from them. Mr. Mays' friend went to say something as one of the bulbs to their right flickered to life. Let me interrupt at this point and say that Mr. Mays was a generally playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you want to respond. Basically, he could say, "Let's go jump off a cliff, guys," and you would want to respond with, "All right, Mr. Mays, show us the way." That is a ridiculous statement, but it gets the point across. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point has been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, or it really was a terrifying memory for him to relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have seen a shower or a nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life just as the children began to step forward. His friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against and ended up finding a handle, then pulled it, never losing his vision on the children. He bolted for the door and then noticed what he had grabbed onto. A shower head protruded from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance, and his friend was seriously injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single, dim-lit bulb.
That's why I call them the showers.
Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed. sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. I slammed the red door behind me and ran through that hallway faster than I have ever run before or since. I made it back to the car and we drove out of there like a bat out of hell. A couple of students snickered at his use of the word hell. So when you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you're headed and don't go out to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids. Except Jerry. The class laughed and the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on and thanked everyone for listening, reminded them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around were abuzz with theories about the story they had just heard.
I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout,
said one girl. I think they were all ghost babies that were killed by a dog, said someone else. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told the story and the detail that he included in it left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple of days later, I stayed after class and asked him about how it really ended and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine and that it was honestly, he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drugs they were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, "Don't tell anyone about the drugs bit, kid." And I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple months, and then we rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the story around and told it around campfires as I got older, and it was always a hit, but I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York, not for any reason associated with the story. College was a fun time for me. I continued being the same ham that I always had been. It wasn't until sometime around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw laying with his head buried in his arms at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table and that I would join them in a second, then walked over to the man at the table. "Mr. Mays?" I said, and the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, "Hey there, son. How you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath, and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets to the wind and probably had no idea who I was. Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple semesters about 6 or 7 years ago." His face changed, and a genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, smiled, and said, "How you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I'd been doing for the last several years, and he told me. Apparently, he was still teaching at the same school, doing the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked if everything was all right, and he said that they were as good as they have ever been or were ever going to get. It took me to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. Every time I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been in the student-teacher relationship, but now I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids, things that I never would have asked or cared about previously, but now I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, not the infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey and signaled for another, and then turned to me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story year after year." His words were slurred, or my hearing was messed up. We were both sufficiently blitzed at this point. "That's what the therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people to come to grips with it or some shit." He took a big swig of his drink. "Wait, your therapist?" Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused, but smiled nonetheless. Things had just gotten very strange. But, I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt. You were all okay, right? He almost got cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now? I was puzzled and quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him, but I let him carry on. Tim, he didn't make it, Jack. He laughed. His laugh turned suddenly to tears. Fucking took him, they did. I don't even know. The cops told us we were just drunk, that he wandered off and got taken by the wildlife. He didn't know. He didn't see it, Jack. I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying along like I knew the actual story. I didn't. His friend disappeared. I didn't know. I wish they had found the body, though. Then we could have shown him. He sighed. That's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place. He carried on for a couple minutes more about his friend and the fun they had back before they went on that trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later that his phone rang. Hello, sweetheart, he whispered into his phone. I'll be out in a second. I love you, baby. The person on the other end hung up the phone, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You got a good head on your shoulders, boy. Make sure to use it. He began to walk out the bar. Mr. Mays! I yelled after him. Yeah, Jack? Where'd you say all that shower business took place? Where? Hell, I didn't mention it. Somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me. Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me, running into the wall before eventually finding the door. That was the last time I would see him. I'd never be able to tell him the impact that he had on my life, or rather, the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know about the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one he and his friends had made. He would never know that the things he saw at that place were real. Why? Well, because he died about a month later. His liver failed on him. It's all right, though, because his family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around people that cared about him, and that is all I can ask for a man like that. I experienced that place too, several years later. That is where my story turns. The following is the story of how I came to find the showers, and why I will never, ever go anywhere near Nebraska again. I'll finish this story when I'm sober. The memory is clear enough. I'm awake now, semi-sober, and ready to finish this for you all, the internet, and whoever cares to hear it. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had passed away until a couple of months after the funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences, but it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that, so I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting. Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate jobs after college. Now, I had saved a pretty solid amount of money while I was in school and decided that I deserved a bit of a vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with my college buddy Steve, packed up and hit the road, aiming for somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I'd lived near Littleton, Colorado when I was younger and remembered loving the area, so this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success. We made it somewhere around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, and generally things that involved little to no work on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed on our way back east. Sometime during this trip, we had met up with a couple Estes Park natives in one of the local bars. I never typically hung out with them or anything like that. We just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and packing up to leave awfully early. They were usually there until the wee hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they were headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs, and they invited us. Having nothing else to do, we hopped in the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key and ultimately inconsequential to the story. However, The important thing is that at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the fire and swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't as much of a ham as I was in my younger years, but with a little encouragement, I started on a couple of stories that I remembered telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. Mays' story about the showers. Every time that I had told it after hearing it from Mr. Mays, I had spiced it up a little bit, but out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went straight into the version that he told my class in my sophomore year in high school. The group enjoyed the stories for the most part, the shower being the mutual favorite among the partygoers. Steve and I left for the cabin around 5 in the morning, and he asked me about that story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Mays, that class, my love for everything horror-related and whatnot, and he suggested that we try to find that place on our return trip to New York. Initially, I was reluctant, simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering through Nebraska for days, looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at this point. But a couple of days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun. We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured that we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a little tribute to Mr. Mays, a guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize that I wanted to be a writer. Anyway, we left Colorado and made the long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or hell on earth, as Mr. Mays had put it. We found a motel in town and hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day after that. I had remembered Mr. Mays telling us that it was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, but I don't think he got any more specific than that. We tried asking the townsfolk if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye rolls when we told them what exactly this place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an older lady that worked at a gas station on the outskirts of town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful and generally interested in what anyone had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at the checkout, and she asked about our license plate, commenting on the fact that we were very far from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes, at which point we brought up our hunt for the place known as the Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells with the woman, which made sense, seeing as Mr. Mays had just given it that name after his experience there. But when I began to describe the details that I remembered from his story, the friendly old lady interrupted. Her tone was not scornful or mean in any way, but she became very terse and deliberate with her words from that point on. Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom and wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word. Both of us were thinking about what the lady had said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all. She just didn't want to hear another word about it. We were driving back to the hotel before Steve said something. Well, I mean, if I had to live in a place associated with an urban legend or something like that, I would totally mess with anyone who asked about it, he said. I mean, eventually you just get tired of people asking about it, and so you'd just try to scare them to get them to shut up, wouldn't you? I agreed with Steve and kept driving, but the whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. If this was some sort of well-known legend in the area, why did no one else in town seem to know anything about it? But I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us was scared of finding the Showers. This little excursion on our road trip was more of a scavenger hunt, a cap-off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for the site at which a famous movie was filmed or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little to no expectations, and a fleeting hope that we would be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to try to find the Showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible of a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar and spent some time there, and that was just about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back on the road, we decided that we would attempt to stay off the main road for as much of the day as we could. I knew that there was no way that this place was going to be off the highway, and I remembered some detail about a dirt road in Mr. Mays' story, so we went looking for those. This was a fairly futile effort. Most of Nebraska has dirt roads. It was 7 in the evening when we came upon a small but thick forest. I use the term lightly, but for Nebraska, this place was like an oasis. The trees were full and thick, shrouding most of the insides in darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we had run into a few of these random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. There wasn't really a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point, so we drove along that. If the car was able to handle the Rocky Mountains, a dirt path in Nebraska would give us no trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along the trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees in the road or rocks that would render the car useless when the sun finished setting. It was pretty dark in this place during the day, but when night came, it was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we had found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it, so we continued onward. I didn't realize it at the time, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually made it look as if the tree branches were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Mays had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced that he had made up the part about animal eyes, though. The most aggressive creature we saw in the woods was a dead rabbit on the side of the road. It didn't have any obvious signs of death, it just looked like it had simply lied down and never bothered to get up. We drove around in the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several clusters of branches out of the way before, but right in front of our exit was a giant, dead monster of a tree. There was no way we were moving this one, so we got out and turned on the bright headlights in hopes that it would illuminate the area in front of us. There was a feeling of excitement mixed strangely with fear when I saw what lay 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights of the car and a little bit from the light of the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. This wasn't a typical farmhouse. It was larger than the barns I had seen in films and didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this was the place we were looking for, but it was definitely the closest we had come. I moved through the brush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all the growth seemed to stop. I didn't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it which was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. "So you were just going to run off into that place in the dark?" He laughed. I gave a half-hearted chuckle and grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was a little but pretty bright flashlight. It was the kind that hikers would most likely fasten to their backpacks, just in case they were stranded at night. It worked well enough. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight in my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, and creaked a bit, but there was no way I was doing it by myself. Steve came up from behind, set his flashlight on the ground, grabbed the door, and said, "1, 2, 3! We pulled at the door with all we could muster. Once we had managed to move it a couple of inches, it must have latched back onto its track because it slid very easily, stopping hard with a loud and echoing thud when it was completely open. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I had already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare, almost troublingly so. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone had been inside this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There wasn't even any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believed Mr. Mays had described in his story. I was sure it was simply a holding area for farming equipment or something similar at some point. Disappointed, I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of darkness. As I was running over the details of the story in my mind, something struck me like a sack of bricks. In Mr. Mays' story, there was a silo near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily because at the very least it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely, if there was ever a silo near this place, there would be some evidence of it somewhere. But despite my hopes, there was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on one side, brush and dirt everywhere, and the forest that we had come from. I walked back into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around the inside of the building. "Even if we could just find a shower head or a pipe," he said, "then we'd know it was true. Just keep looking with me." I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I had told Steve the story several times, but obviously he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yes. It was out of place and oddly pristine, but it wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore for a little bit longer before I called him over.
This is probably as close as we're gonna get, man, I said. But this isn't it. Remember the silo?
His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant, much like a younger child who didn't get the present they wanted for his birthday. I patted him on the shoulder.
This is still pretty cool, though. I mean, we could still tell people we found it.
I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed.
Yeah, man, I guess we could. It is definitely creepy enough. We should get some pictures as proof, you know?
I agreed with him.
I'm gonna go grab the camera real quick,
he said as he bolted out of the entrance of the building. I was left alone in the building. It was very quiet when I was alone in there. I could hear the faint sound of Steve running through the brush to the car. But once he was far enough away, everything was quiet. I remember not hearing wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand. I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scraping against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped, trying to figure out what it was. I put my foot down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stomped one more time, realizing that the floor I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked to the wall of the room, looking carefully at the floor to try to spot any holes or gaps. As far as I had known, it was solid ground that this thing sat upon, so I was convinced that I had found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back through the brush as I shouted,
"Steve, come over here. It's hollow."
As I went to say the word hollow, I hopped a little bit, hoping to recreate the sound so that he could hear it upon entering the door. The second that my feet made contact with the floor, I felt it give out beneath me. The memory of falling is fuzzy, but I do recall hearing wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into complete darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen in a terrible position because I know that I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I woke up, I was staring at a bright light. For an instant, I had thoughts about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I was angry at myself.
You died in Nebraska, Jack? Wow, you do know how to fuck up.
My self-depreciation in the afterlife was interrupted by what sounded like Steve's voice.
Jack? Jack, can you hear me? Dude, wake up! Please wake up!
He yelled. I managed to lift my head up off the floor, just enough for him to celebrate. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee was just so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight, then sat up and reassured Steve.
I'm okay, I just hurt my knee. I bumped my head too, really hard. Thank fuck, man. I thought you were dead. Imagine that, huh? Dying in Nebraska. It'd be awful.
His words made me laugh a bit, but I stopped myself. The slightest shaking hurt my head and made me incredibly dizzy.
I guess a rope?
Said Steve.
What?
I asked quietly.
Should I get a rope to get you out, or do you see a ladder?
I looked around the walls that sat in front of me. They were smooth cement. There was no way I was climbing out of here.
Yeah, get a rope.
I told him.
It's buried under all of our stuff. I think it might be in my red climbing bag, but I'm not sure.
Steve nodded, telling me to hang in there and that he would be back in a little bit, and then ran off. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sound of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded away, I was only able to hear that buzzing that occurs in total silence, intertwined with the pulsing in my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall and braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer, so I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice even through that. Again, this observation was primarily made after the fact. In the moment, it just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in this underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down here. I felt pain from my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant when I heard what I could only identify as breathing somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for a few moments, until my mind decided to rapidly replay Mr. Mays' story. When I had first heard it in that classroom years before, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in a dark basement in the middle of Nebraska, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. It couldn't even be summed up in the word fear. As I sat there, I felt an all-encompassing dread. I pointed my flashlight to my left, the direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach the other wall, it was too far away, but I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple more seconds before I heard another noise in the dark. It was very quick, and I cannot be sure that it wasn't my own body moving around without me noticing, but I thought that I had heard a scraping sound not 10 feet in front of me. It sounded like the noise your feet make when you're walking across a dirt-covered floor. Before I could react, I heard the breathing to my left again, closer this time. There was no way this was real. I hadn't seen so much as a spider web in this building, and now I was convincing myself that something next to me was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that the human brain is constantly hallucinating. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will make up sounds to fill the gaps, or make you think you see things that aren't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself. It worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure what it was, but I heard the accompanying sounds of feet scraping against the floor, and I began to swell with dread. I decided that the best course of action at this point was to turn off my flashlight, assuming that if they couldn't see me, they couldn't get to me, whatever they might be. I turned off my flashlight and was left in complete and total darkness. The bulb of the flashlight faded as it cooled, and I put it in my pocket, simultaneously pushing back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get up on my feet, foot, and found that I couldn't stand to put any pressure on my injured knee. I limped to the corner, humming to myself, trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve as loud as I could manage, but heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for the rope. There had to be a ladder or something somewhere. I continued to hum, and my heartbeat, which had been beating almost out of my chest, slowed to a manageable rate. I moved along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it, and the weight off my injured knee. I had traveled what I guessed to be about 10 feet when my head made contact with something in front of me. I tumbled to the ground. My concussion must have amplified the pain because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet with my fingers. I searched for a cut anywhere on my forehead, but I couldn't find one. I desperately searched for the flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. I grabbed the light in my right hand, bracing against the wall with the other. I turned it on and pointed it into the darkness where I was just lying. The floor was wet, but the dirt had muddled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle, tried to convince myself that it was my blood, when I saw another drop fall into the puddle. Words lack the ability to describe the way I felt when I heard that drip noise again, and saw yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle. I think I knew, even then, exactly what the source was, but I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed it at the source of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe that protruded at least 10 feet from the cement wall. The metal was rusted and cracked. Little bits of liquid began to seep from it. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head, aimed downwards at the ground. You know that feeling when your stomach drops? In this case, I think mine literally did, because I vomited immediately. It got all over my shoes, but that wasn't the least bit important to me at the time. I ignored the pain in my knees and shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I can't be sure if it was just the sounds of my own movement or something else. I managed to duck under the next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall and seemed to be leaking the same liquid as the other one. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Every now and then I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remembered immediately the way that Mr. Mays had described it. I grabbed my shirt and put it over my nose, trucking onward. But it didn't stop the smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit. It smelled like shit. It smelled like burnt hair. It smelled like rot. I was still moving against the wall when I fell into some sort of outlet. I hit the dirt ground hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pain still managed to break through, though. My flashlight was still in my hand. I aimed it and examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though it looked aged now. It had a nice little design on it, a doorknob and a knocker that looked like a snarling demon. The red paint was peeling from it, flaking off and falling to the ground in front of me. I clumsily rose and busted through the door, narrowly missing a piece of hanging sheet metal in front of me. I was crawling now. There was no way that I could run. The walls and ceilings were lined with metal, the kind that you would see on the roof of a farm. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that and possibly cutting myself on the metal or hitting the wood and causing a cave-in, so I crawled. I pulled myself for what felt like miles, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in relation to the hole that I had fallen through, but I told myself that there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnel in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe 3 feet above the ground. It hadn't caved in because the ceiling still lined it. Someone had built it like this. This, again, is in hindsight. I didn't care at the time. I kept telling myself that there was nothing behind me, but I swore that I heard feet scraping only a few inches behind mine. My jeans would brush against my legs every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me. And even now, I still can't completely convince myself that someone wasn't. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy, I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it might be the light from the car's headlights. Besides all of that, I was just so immensely happy to find an exit. I crawled all the way to the door and threw my shoulder into it. It budged, but it didn't open. I began to scream, but my throat seared with pain. The most I could manage was a harsh crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of here, I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat that I heard a noise that was, without question, something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. It would move, pause for a second, then move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up, but I began to gag. I gathered myself silently and tried to steady my hand enough to focus the flashlight into the tunnel. What I saw, I still cannot rationalize. I know what I saw, but I cannot convince myself that it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself that I was hallucinating. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The gown was stained with something dark and brown, with occasional splashes of deep red. The child was extremely frail, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye, brightly reflecting the light of my flashlight, in between huge tufts of long, dirty hair. It reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked with dirt. The boy, or girl, I'm not entirely sure which, moved towards me with difficulty. It wasn't breathing hard, but it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. It was only visible because it was reflecting my flashlight, but even in that glint, I could feel the anger, or deep hatred, or something like that. This is the point in which the English language really lacks the right word to explain the situation. I could tell that this child meant me harm. Whether it was a hallucination or not, the thing was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer when I heard a voice from behind me. "Hey, Jack." It was Steve, I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out of here." However, given my current state, I'm sure it sounded like garbled nonsense. I clawed at the door, pushing against it with everything I had, and finally breaking eye contact with the child. As I did, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet.
What do you see? What are you talking about?
I closed my eyes.
Just look at it. Tell me what you see.
I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me, calmly,
Rest for a second. I'll get it.
The statement took a second to settle in, at which point I closed my eyes tight.
Steve, just do it, please. Please, just open it, please.
I whimpered.
Just get me out of here.
My voice was beginning to get louder.
Steve, goddammit, open the fucking wooden door.
I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing but black hair dangling in front of my face, a small glint of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut and screamed with every ounce of energy I had.
Open the door!
The door behind me gave way and I fell onto the dirt, taking a breath of fresh air. My eyes were still closed, but the first thing I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. Once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing with pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids that I didn't even care to know the origin of. My knee was, at the very least, dislocated, but despite all of that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath, buried my head in my hands, and said,
Steve, why didn't you open the door?
I waited for a response, but none came.
Steve, seriously, I was clawing, screaming for my life,
I said as I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out of me at this point because it shifted again. The only thing behind me was the large mass of bushes that I had seen while examining the perimeter of the building. I was angry.
Steve, this is not the time. Come out of the bushes.
I was getting ready to stand up when I heard a yell from in front of the building. A flashlight bobbed up and down in semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at this point because when I woke up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet and began to walk me to the car. As we walked away, I saw my flashlight sitting just outside the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve brought me back to the car and then drove to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but he told me that he drove around for an hour before he found a main road. I don't think I ever told him the whole story. I believe he thinks I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked about it, and we didn't stay in contact for much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways, we just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip and went our separate ways. I have never been able to fully understand what happened that night. There are many things that I can explain away as being hallucinations, but there are still many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there, and they were leaking something. The door was real. The tunnel was real. Most everything else can be semi-rationalized if I can convince myself that I had a very bad concussion. A very, very bad concussion. But the one thing that I couldn't have imagined was that cellar door was locked, and then it suddenly wasn't. I'm still as skeptical as I've ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or socially awkward because of this. I drink a lot, but I'm still functional. But I will never return to Nebraska. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies either. There's absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it, really. There's no typical ending for my story. I was changed by my experience, yeah, but there was no way to change anything about it or fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that I wasn't just seeing things. Believe me, I've been trying for years. Prior to this, there was really no way of finding any information on the showers. The legend didn't extend outside the classroom of Mr. Mays. No one told stories like this to keep children away from a certain place or to scare them. It just wasn't known. I guess that's really the point of this whole story. I want people to know, firsthand, what this place is like. Maybe it's the drunk's rationale, or the kid inside me wanting to spread these kind of stories again. I don't know. I don't care. But it's out there now, for people to mold and warp to their needs. Most importantly, it's finally out of my head. It's getting late, and I'm getting another drink. Cheers. Hey everyone, it's been a while. I'm writing this from the same shitty laptop that I used to drunkenly post the showers online a little over 5 years ago. It has spent the better part of 2 years at the bottom of a box in my bedroom closet. I haven't had much use for it recently, and it honestly isn't in the best shape. The damn thing takes about 20 minutes to start up properly, and dies the instant it unplugs from the charger. Some of the keys are missing, some of them stick. I've spent a good amount of time carefully cleaning soft drinks and whiskey out of every nook and cranny, but a thing can only take so much abuse before it dies. Tonight, I got lucky. She managed to boot just for me. I think she has one more decent story left in her, for better or worse. I don't really remember writing the first part of the showers. I do, however, remember what my life was like around that period of time. I was simultaneously listless and restless most days. I wasn't working in my chosen field, and had too much free time to spend thinking about that fact. I told my story to some friends at a bar one random night, which shook loose some memories and led to that post. One evening, I woke up and hopped on my laptop to find the story posted in a thread that I had left open. I had typed it directly into the submission box. I didn't even leave myself any time to edit. I just forced it out of me over a couple of long nights and threw it up on the internet for everyone to see. Despite the fact that I didn't necessarily want to relive the whole story in excruciating detail, the post was a real task to get through. Each spelling and grammatical error made me want to shoot whiskey or chug bleach. I went with the former, and as far as I can remember, I have never made it through the whole story as it was written. It seems pointless to go back and read it even now. I've lived through the events enough times in my head. There's no need for me to subject myself to that again. I did read the comments on the story, however. I wasn't exactly overflowing with self-esteem at the time, so seeing a bit of interest in my work gave my confidence a boost, if only for a moment. Now and then I would go back and check on them, but for the most part, I was forced to continue on with my stagnant life while the story spread quickly around the web. I was working as a bartender in those days. I mostly split my free time between sleeping and drinking. These activities often overlapped with work. I had carved a vicious little loop in a very short period of time. I wasn't a writer like I had hoped to be at that point in my life, so getting to play one on the internet helped to break up the monotony of my reality. Over the course of the several months following my post, I received several emails and friend requests from old classmates or strangers who had taken an interest in the showers. My former classmates' messages generally consisted of their memories of Mr. Mays and his story, and asked nothing in return. I guessed that most of them were either married or just needed a dose of nostalgia as a pick-me-up, so I often indulged them. Some of them actually wanted to meet in person, grab drinks, and really dive into the past. I lived half a continent away from the town where I attended Mr. May's class at this point, but that didn't stop me from making empty offers of company to several different people if our paths were ever to cross. One time, I wound up getting beer with a guy who was just passing through on a summer night in Denver. The meetup wasn't quite what I was expecting. I'm 99% sure he had never had Mr. Mays as a teacher, or had even met me before that night. He dodged specifics when I asked him questions, and mostly just repeated my statements back to me in agreement. He nodded his head and said, "Yeah, that's right," over and over again. But he was picking up the tab, so I didn't think about the strangeness of it all until the following afternoon. That was the first and last time that I met up with anyone from the internet. I received a surprising number of requests for the specific coordinates of the showers from a wide variety of personalities. There were people offering money, transport, and even what was essentially militia support if I were to take them there, like it was some sort of guided tour. I turned them down, but I would be lying if I said I didn't consider accepting some cash in exchange for the coordinates of any random barn I could pull up on Google Maps. As foreign and surreal as the whole thing was, I took pretty immediate notice to the pull that the story gave me over people. After the post, I felt a lot more confident bringing it up in person. Every subsequent retelling made me feel like I was back around a campfire with a group of friends who hung on my every word. It felt good to have such a command over people's attention. I often found myself out with friends, searching for some decent conversation or a one-night stand, and would whip the story out like a party trick. Once we had an audience, a friend of mine would inevitably bring up the showers and beg me to tell the story. I would half-heartedly fight them on it for a while before giving in, ordering another round and launching into some variation of my bit. It worked almost too well. Every time that I went out, I seemed to end up with either a new friend or another notch on my belt. I hardly had to try. For me, it was just stumbling down memory lane. After a while, I narrowed my sights, only bringing out the story for certain people for very specific ends. In short, I used it to get laid. I'd chat with a girl for a little while, get to know her enough to take a guess at some of her fears, and work them into the climax of my story. I faced down ghosts, encountered demons, and even had spiders rain down on me from the shower heads. You name a fear, and I've likely used it in one iteration of the ending or another. But I managed to make it out of the showers intact every time, if only ever so slightly worse for wear. I appeared just as damaged enough by the experience that a pretty girl might feel some sympathy for me. I would thank her for her kindness while reaching out for her hands or maybe her leg. This series of events always eventually led to the same place, hers. I'd stumble back to my barren apartment every afternoon, throw on some different clothes, and head back out to the bar for work, play, or both. It's unclear to me how long I spent living like the sleazy piece of shit that I just described, but I know that Karen broke me out of that pattern. Initially, she was just the next in a long line of women I had yet to sleep with. We met at a bar. I told her my story. We wound up at her place, but instead of passing out after sex like I normally tried to do in order to avoid further conversation, we actually stayed up and talked. To my surprise, the conversations we had didn't feel like needless, silence-filling bullshit. I felt like she understood me, and I her. She was an intensely empathetic person, a trait that I really latched onto. She wanted to talk through the emotions involved in what had happened to me instead of just listening to the story. I don't think I was particularly honest about any of that, but I hadn't experienced a reaction like hers after any of the countless times I ran through the showers, so I was caught off guard and almost instantly smitten with her. In hindsight, I think our initial connection centered mostly on our mutual interest in getting really messed up and swapping stories about our shitty lives and mental alignments with another person, so that we didn't have to make excuses for being alone, but it didn't feel like that at the time. Funny enough, we actually do have the mental stuff in common. 2 different kinds of bipolar disorder. We are imperfectly complementary, as Karen always puts it. We thought that in some way, it meant that we were perfect for each other. I don't need to be told how stupid that sounds. But I get ahead of myself. Let me say this. Karen had a degree in political science from Rutgers, a wicked right hook, and one of the most persuasive and charismatic personalities that I've ever encountered. It worries me that truths like this, the little things that made up who she was as a person, aren't going to come across here because of what all this is ultimately leading to. I just don't want to do her a disservice. She's a flesh and blood real person, and any number of words I type about her won't paint her as she actually was. You're getting my skewed version of who she was to me at that point in my life. It's nowhere near enough for you to understand who she actually was, to judge her. Suffice it to say, we didn't end up together for 2 years because we were awful for each other. We had a genuine, intense connection that just wore down with time and probably burned out too quickly, as those things tend to do. At that point in my life, I was both lost and an asshole. Karen fit into a mold or archetype in my head. The Nancy to my Sid, the Bonnie to my Clyde, and at the time, I didn't consider the possibility that we might end up heading down the same path as both of those famously toxically codependent couples. She was my manic pixie dream girl, as awful as that was. I was just a lonely guy looking for a girl with hair the color of a mood ring who'd listen to the same shitty music that I listened to and who could also solve the complex problem that was me. On any given day, she was the love of my life and my partner in crime. The next, she could be my antagonist, an obstacle in my search for happiness. It was all part of the story that I had seen play out in movies and books countless times before. It was a story I tried to force myself into. In the end, it was me trying to fit a square peg in a non-existent hole. She made me feel good about myself for a little while, for what it's worth. No one person had managed to do that before Karen. I'm pretty sure I loved her. It's just that I was simultaneously loving her and using her without actually realizing what I was doing. That's not to say that she didn't get use out of me too. She started coming over to my place after we spent a couple of nights together, and she never really left. Items of her clothing and her toiletries started showing up around the apartment, and I just kind of rolled with it. There was one night where I brought up how we never actually discussed living together before it already happened. That night ended with both of us yelling and blacking out in tears. But by the time happy hour rolled around the next evening, we were as good as new and in the same place that we were before the unpleasantness. The fighting and passive aggression fit the tone of my previously mentioned vicious loop, so it didn't feel unhealthy at the time. We just sort of fell into a jagged groove with each other and accepted it as our life together. I might have gotten a little off track. Karen took a great interest in my stories. The showers particularly interested her because she had come across a reading of it on a podcast or YouTube channel and knew about it before she had even met me. She initially thought I was messing with her at the bar, trying to take credit for a story someone else had lived, but I was able to convince her of the truth, and she didn't let it go after that. After long nights out, we would lie in bed together, and she would ask me to tell it again, like some sort of morbid bedtime story. With each retelling, I would embellish a little more or shake loose a new memory pulled from deep within my imagination to keep her on her toes and keep the story fresh. I don't know if she actually believed any of it after a while or if she just wanted to, but it became our thing. Eventually, the story wasn't enough. She wanted to live it.
Can we go there?
She asked constantly.
Let's go to the showers.
Karen wanted us to face down the showers like some sort of boss fight in a video game. She constantly reiterated that it would be good for me to go back there and get perspective. She was also convinced that it might help me pick up writing again, something that I had neglected or made excuses to avoid throughout our relationship. She often told me that I had such good ideas, but something inside of me kept me from letting them loose. She genuinely wanted to help, but I wasn't willing to hear her out. I was steadfast in my resolve to never return to Nebraska. I was certain that I had moved on from that horrific night entirely, that all I had brought back with me was a scary story. Everything seemed so obvious in hindsight. I think another aspect of her interest in the showers was an honest fixation. We both had a tendency to key in on a particular subject that interested us and dig deep into it until there was nothing left to uncover. This means that Karen's attention towards a subject generally burned intensely before quickly fizzling out. My refusal to indulge her one last wish and take her to the showers kept that fire going. She would strategically pick moments where I was drunk enough to loosen my lips, but not so drunk that I was lost on the shores of oblivion to ask me questions about the story. Occasionally, she brought up pieces of information I had told her while blacked out that would resonate with me enough to put me on edge for days on end. Even if I couldn't conjure the complete memories while sober, my body recognized them on some subconscious level. I knew that she was constantly treading closer to something in me that I didn't want to address, but I never stopped her outright. I don't know if I even believed my own story by that point. I just knew that I started to feel a bit sick to my stomach every time that it came up. She persisted, using every method in the book to try to convince me to take her to Broken Bow. Every new detail that I revealed, real or otherwise, would motivate her to push me harder on the subject. It was the middle of winter when I finally caved. We were living in Fort Collins, Colorado at the time, which was only a relatively short drive from Broken Bow. I had held my ground in regards to returning to the showers for so long that my responses were almost reflexive at that point. I claimed that we didn't have time and that I had forgotten exactly how to get there, both of which were partially true. But like I said, she knew when she could get to me. We were resting on the couch following a long night of bar hopping and friend drama. Fortunately, we had found ourselves on the same side of that particular dramatic situation, which meant that the night would likely end on a quiet note for us. We snuggled together under a blanket and watched the Coens brothers' 2013 flick, Inside Llewyn Davis. While Karen watched intently, I spent my time between nodding off and attempting to read a screenplay that a friend of mine had sent over. I had seen the film half a dozen times at that point, so I wasn't paying it my full attention. In it, spoilers by the way, a struggling folk singer loses his way after his partner commits suicide. Karen and I shared a mutual, morbid fascination with the subject of suicide, so it was only a matter of time before one of us said something about it.
I would hate to jump off of a bridge, I think.
She said.
There's a chance you'd live after hitting the water and you'd wind up, paralyzed or something? I guess I'd feel like an even bigger waste of space if I couldn't even manage to kill myself.
I wasn't sure if she actually wanted to get into that conversation or not, but I bit anyway. I couldn't jump, I said, pulling her close, setting the script on the coffee table and shutting my eyes. There's way too much buildup and pressure. Then, once you get the balls to finally do it, there's a whole lot of time to regret as you're falling. It might seem unusual to some, but suicide wasn't a taboo subject between the two of us. It's difficult to explain to the unfamiliar with lifelong suicidal ideation, but discussing it in blunt and honest terms is comforting in a strange way. When faced with the struggle every day of your life, familiarizing yourself with something often considered macabre was its own sort of victory. It felt like discussing it shined a bright light on it. Know your enemy and whatnot. Even if it were concrete or lava below me, I couldn't do it. I said, I don't want anything flashy, honestly. Give me a bottle of benzos and a couple of pints of Chivas, and I'll go gentle.
Maybe I would jump.
Karen thought out loud.
But I would do it from a plane. I just want that one last rush of adrenaline.
You could stay alive and get a lot more of that.
Not with those kinds of stakes.
She had a point. I just want mine to be quiet. I want the background noise to fade slowly into silence. Let me drink myself to death with a book and some relaxing music to play me out before that. I sighed. I'd probably put on some Bright Eyes or Elliott Smith, I don't know. Karen was quiet for a while after that. A character in the film had just overdosed in a bathroom stall when she woke up.
I just don't want to go like that. At the very least, I'd want to be around friends or even family, if no one else is available.
I had begun nodding off.
Kind of like your teacher.
I stirred. She hadn't brought up the story in a while. Whenever she did, she never led into it with Mr. Mays. I guess. I slumped down onto a pillow and closed my eyes. I figured that if I fell asleep, she would have to leave the subject alone for the night.
Let's go.
Go where?
You know.
I did. Liquor store's closed.
No! Nebraska.
It's a bit late.
Next week, I'll take it off work.
Karen suggested.
I'll get someone to drive us.
Why would anyone want to drive us to Nebraska?
Brian seems interested.
In Nebraska?
Interested in your story, dummy. You could write about it.
Karen was looking for anything she could use to get me on board.
It's been a while since you've written. I could bring my camera. From the way you described it, I'm sure I could get some good pictures.
I was growing more uncomfortable with each passing second, but the anxiety was offset by my exhaustion. I don't want to go, I moaned. I didn't put up much of a fight.
Please. For me.
She begged.
We never go anywhere, and the apartment gets stuffy, and it's my birthday next month.
Okay, all right, I said, trying to appease her so that I could drift off. But what about the cat? The next thing I knew, my bags were packed, and we were leaving the comforts of my apartment for Nebraska. After I agreed to the trip, I had fallen asleep. By the time I woke up the following morning, Karen had already secured one of our friends as our chauffeur and was requesting time off of work that matched my schedule. She was happier than I had seen her in ages, and I was on quite a bit of Xanax, so I was looking for anything that might keep the good times rolling. With our schedules and switching moods, happy was sometimes hard to come by. I kept that on the forefront of my mind as we loaded up the car. I fell asleep before we made it out of town and woke up in what felt like another dimension. Outside my window, I saw only icy tundra that burned my eyes to look at. I hadn't seen that much sun in months. The reflection of the sun from the snow only amplified it. Our mutual friend Brian sat behind the wheel of my crummy 2005 Ford Escape as we flew down the interstate towards Broken Bow, Nebraska. Everyone called him the responsible one of our group of friends because he refused to get behind the wheel after drinking any booze at all. What only Karen and I knew was that he would often be high as a kite while driving us home and lecturing us on how he was the only one of us not destined for a DUI. but he had never been in an accident and never received so much as a parking ticket, so we didn't say a word. Karen sat shotgun with a large styrofoam cup from Sonic resting in her lap. Knowing her, I assumed she had poured out 3/4 of the drink and filled the rest of the cup with vodka. After a minute, she noticed that I was awake.
Hey, sleep well?
She said, turning around in her seat to face me. A whiff of vodka with a hint of cherry limeade flooded my nostrils and burned my eyes. My guess was right. Karen refused to travel long distances without what she affectionately called a roadie. She had adopted the term from her late father, Randy, who had killed himself when she was 14. He had opened his wrists over the sink in the bathroom while Karen was doing homework in her upstairs bedroom, and her mom was fucking a coworker in her office at work. Her preoccupation with suicide at least came from somewhere logical. She had always idolized her dad and hadn't spoken to her mother in a decade. She told me the story often, reinforcing the idea that any of her idiosyncrasies related to Randy were exempt from criticism. I made my only sensible move in that situation. Just get me one?
Extra cup is for you, my dear. Half and half.
She winked and handed me the styrofoam cup of cure-all. It was much needed. My jaw throbbed incessantly. I'd always had a problem grinding my teeth in my sleep. It was so bad growing up that my canines actually grew outwards and resembled vampire fangs by the time I entered high school. The grinding hadn't been an issue in some time, though I figured that the previous night of partying, alongside the anxiety about the trip, had taken a toll. The first sip of the drink made me wince. It was about 1/4 limeade to 3/4 cheap vodka. Brunettes? I groaned and took another sip. I guess it fits the scenery. Karen laughed. Nothing except the frost-covered remains of the fall harvest and frozen dirt surrounded us for miles. I looked out over the repetitive backdrop for several hours. Barren earth occasionally gave way to tufts of shorn trees that reached futilely upwards towards the gray heavens. They resembled petrified roots that had aggressively snuffed out any hint of life that had once inhabited their numbers. Every now and then, I was able to spot rusting remains of a vehicle or a crumbling shed hidden among the branches, waiting patiently to be overtaken by the vindictive woodland. The three of us passed the time by fiddling with the frayed tape-to-auxiliary cord converter so that we could play music off our phones. Unfortunately, even when we had gotten that to work, it was still a crapshoot thanks to the spotty 4G connection in the plains. Karen and I chain-smoked Camel Crush cigarettes, much to Brian's chagrin. He smoked too, but he would only touch the baby blue packs of American Spirits, which were all natural and burned for an eternity. Smoking anything else, he believed, was just asking for cancer, and had me wandering through foggy memories of the last trip to Broken Bow. The haze left me frustrated and increasingly uncomfortable. Brian and Karen, despite having heard the story of the showers tens of times by this point, prodded me for new details once we had crossed the state line into Nebraska. I dodged their inquisition by telling them how it was a violation of tradition to listen to a band while they were on their way to their concert. That shut them up and eased the pressure somewhat, but my teeth still ground against each other and my jaw ached. Simply driving through Nebraska was awakening something in me. I was anxious and reflexively defensive. Brian had grown up in New Jersey, and despite the relative emptiness of the 2-lane highway we found ourselves on that morning, he was driving like he was still there. I had no problems with sweeping across lanes without a signal, speeding, or jerking left and right to exit the interstate on any regular day. Uncomfortable as it might be to avoid the eye contact of an angry truck driver that Brian had cut off, we always reached our destination much faster than the GPS estimated. But that day, his highway practices made me queasy. The honks from several angry passerbys got to be too much. So I threw in my headphones and pulled my beanie over my eyes in an attempt at sensory deprivation. It allowed me to drift off after a bit. I hadn't remembered my dreams in years, but I sure as hell remembered the nightmares I had in the backseat of my car that day. I was back at the bar near Cayuga Heights in New York, the same place where I had last met Mr. Mays almost a decade prior to that point. The muted voices of the faceless patrons around us hummed in the air, and the neon beer signs buzzed around us. I sat next to my deceased former teacher. He was sporting the sweater that read, "I'm the birthday boy." Mr. Mays looked up at me from the depths of a drink. His eyes were bloodshot from holding his booze and holding back tears. He didn't say anything, but the conversation between the two of us from years ago rang through my head, growing loud enough to fill the quiet space as the memory sharpened. I remembered his friend, the one he had lost at the showers. Mr. Mays looked away from me and into his drink. He didn't look back up. The sound of dripping water echoed around the bar. Looking in front of me, I found a highball glass filled to the brim with whiskey. Without a second thought, I threw it back. I felt the familiar, calming burn in my gut. I pursed my lips and sat it back on the table as the lights around the bar dimmed from the outside in. I rubbed my eyes and breathed deep to quell the burn, but it started to get worse. The room continued to dim as the dripping noise rang around me, growing louder with each subsequent drop. Looking up at the glass before me, I saw that it had filled again, the liquid still rippling from a recent pour. Another drop fell from above and broke the surface tension, spilling the drink all over the bar top. I looked up to see a shower head hanging just beyond the light, the source of the liquid. The sound of trembling pipes echoed around me, and the shower head began to shake violently. It erupted as I jolted back to reality, panicking and thrashing about for a moment. My knee and arm cracked loudly as I moved about and adjusted to the real world.
Whoa, easy now,
Karen said with a chuckle. We were parked at a rest stop. Brian had pulled in with excess haste and hit the curb hard, which was what had woken me up. I tasted cherry limeade crawling up the back of my throat and felt my stomach rumble.
We're outside of Hastings. Don't know how far. Use the restroom now or forever hold your peas,
said Karen. I opened the car door and the icy wind pushed it back against me, slamming my foot in the door. Annoyed, I pushed harder and slipped out. I quickly jogged across the lot and into the unexpected bustle of the rest area. I tried to ignore the sounds of the showers in the stalls at the back of the room as I did my business and washed my hands. It was difficult to dismiss the feeling of every drop in my chest. I couldn't tell if I was hallucinating, experiencing remnants from my nightmares, or if the sounds were really that loud. Anxiety like that hadn't gotten to me that bad in ages. The residual nausea that followed me from the dream caused me to gag as I approached the sink to wash my hands. I closed my eyes and took deep breaths as I pulled a flask from my jacket pocket. I looked around me to gauge the level of judgment I was about to receive. The truckers didn't seem to take a second glance, but a father in the middle, changing his infant at the station near the door, shot me a dirty look. Maybe he didn't. I'm not sure why I cared. It wasn't going to stop me. One of the showers in the back turned on full blast. My chest tightened. I took a pull from the flask and my stomach relaxed, causing the gagging to cease. I cleared my throat of whatever had built up before the nip of whiskey and spit it into the sink. What came out was a bright shade of red. I didn't panic. A little blood just meant that I'd forgotten to eat for a day or two. It wasn't anything major. After pushing back through the line of people that had gathered at the restroom door, I jogged back to the car. Karen was sitting inside with the window cracked, holding a dying cigarette halfway out the window. When she saw me, she flicked it out and rolled the window up, gesturing for me to hurry. I hopped inside and we were back on the interstate within seconds.
Don't fall asleep on us again. We're gonna need you to steer us from here.
Just get us to Broken Bow, I said, staring out over some of the harvested fields that looked like they had been burnt. I'll guide us from there. I had become something of a tour guide, I suppose. We continued down the interstate for quite some time while Brian and Karen sung songs. I sat in the back seat working on grounding myself. My anxiety was manifesting an intense aching pain in my gut, coupled with heartburn that moved all the way up my esophagus. I attempted to drown the acidic taste out of my mouth with vodka, Tums, and a couple of Xanax I had stashed in my bag. The combination helped me to forget about the pain, at least. We're gonna need some gas if we're planning on hunting this thing in the boonies all night, said Brian. Well, there's only about 10 gas stations in the entire state, so exit where you can, I said. I caught the tail end of a sign that read Broken Bow, but didn't catch the other information. Within minutes, Brian was exiting the highway and pulling into what appeared to be a gas station. It had pumps out front and a small convenience store. Behind it was a rickety single-story house, its Victorian design faded and chipped to all hell. Some of the windows looked busted in, the holes stuffed with assorted cloths and rags. I felt a sense of recognition as I stepped out of the car into the increasingly frigid wind and began to pump gas. Karen ran inside to get some snacks as Brian shouted after her. Get me some sunflower seeds, he yelled. She was already indoors. Brian looked at me. Jack, sunflower seeds? Please and thanks, man. He closed the door behind him before I was able to say that I wasn't planning on going inside. I grumbled as I walked into the old station. I figured that he was our designated driver, so I couldn't get too upset with him barking orders. I was just irritable and all over the place. The building had a familiar musty smell to it, which, to my surprise, helped to clear away some of the haze that I was stuck in. I was pretty sure that it was a gas station I'd visited before. It wasn't unlikely, considering where we were at and the aforementioned sparsity of the stops in the area. It was a neat coincidence. That's what I told myself, at least. Karen stood up at the counter, making pleasant conversation about something or other with a girl who couldn't have been much older than 20. She was pretty in the country bumpkin sort of way. Her dirty blonde hair was haphazardly thrown up in a ponytail, and her clothes were faded. She wore a faded yellow t-shirt and torn denim jeans. Both items lacked any identifiable brand name. She stood in stark contrast with Karen, whose every item of clothing and accessory popped with so many different colors that she looked like a paint set. Everything about the girl at the counter seemed almost intentionally indistinct, washed out, vague. If I saw her face today, I don't even think I would know her from Eve. She blended right in with the browns and grays of her surroundings. If I had to guess, I would have said she was likely born and raised in the house behind the gas station and had no intentions of ever leaving Broken Bow, Nebraska. I must have stared at her for a moment too long, because as the two carried on their conversation, the girl's eyes darted directly toward me. I was taken aback at how completely unsubtle she was about it. She somehow didn't miss a beat in her conversation. Karen carried on without pause and only glanced my way for a split second. I'm sure that I looked anxious and sweaty from the booze, pills, and stress, so I didn't blame her for keeping an eye on me. But it was the unflinching nature of her gaze that threw me off. The sunlight poured through the window and bounced off her eyes in such a way that when I would briefly look up at her, all that stood out were two tiny glints of light, pointed like daggers in my direction. I attempted to work the pain out of my jaw muscles with my knuckles as I wandered the aisles. I had just about given in to the discomfort and headed towards the exit when I heard Karen ask the young lady at the counter, point blank,
What do you know about the showers?
Again, the girl didn't miss a single beat.
People don't deal with anything relating to that sort of business around here anymore.
She spoke, softly. My legs froze up and I turned my head towards her. She seemed to be speaking directly to me.
That was all a long time ago.
Her eyes remained locked on mine. The pain in my jaw pulsed and my stomach lurched. Consciously and unconsciously, I was rejecting the overwhelming feeling of déjà vu. I raced for the small hallway in the back of the store. I held my stomach and refused to look up at the girl. I could still feel her gaze on me. Karen continued to press her unsuccessfully for information. I managed to get through the door and locked it behind me before falling to my knees in front of the toilet. My stomach clenched over and over again. Nothing came out as I dry heaved and struggled to catch a breath. With the pressure behind my eyes and skull building, I drove my finger down my throat. I was convinced that if I could purge anything, I would feel better. I choked on my finger until I saw stars and finally gave up. I didn't need to pass out in a gas station bathroom. That sounded too close to rock bottom for comfort. My body was glazed with sweat as I sat back on the restroom floor and concentrated on deep breathing exercises to get my vision to stabilize and my heartbeat to slow. I had picked the exercises up while Googling anxiety symptoms late one stressful night. They were a grounding technique for panic attacks and had never worked for me in the past, but I was desperate, and to my surprise, they worked. The pressure in my head slowly released as I wiped away the torrent of tears that had wet my face. My eyes aimlessly wandered the room, eventually landing on a green picture frame next to the mirror above the sink. It read, "You can't choose 'em, you just gotta love 'em," and housed a photo of what appeared to be 3 generations of women laughing while posing outside a large green farmhouse. The youngest of the 3 I recognized as the girl at the counter outside. Standing next to the girl was a woman that I believed to be her mother. Behind those 2 stood a sweet-looking older woman in a sundress, the same dress that she had been wearing when I ventured into the gas station with my friend Steve many years ago. The three of us had a nice conversation about the town and our post-college trip, until our motives for staying in Broken Bow were made clear. When she found out that we were in search of the showers, her demeanor had changed drastically. She had given us a stern and very measured answer that stuck with me throughout my years. It had sounded distinctly rehearsed to me at the time. It had sounded scripted.
People don't deal with anything relating to that sort of business around here anymore. That was all a long time ago.
I rose to my feet, head spinning, and splashed several handfuls of water on my face. A capillary had burst in my right eye, and it was blood red, dilated, and raining tears. I was a mess and couldn't bring myself care. After I spitted up a bit of blood into the sink, I shuffled out of the restroom and back into the hallway. Before walking away, I shot one last glance back at the photo to confirm that I wasn't just imagining things. It was the same old woman standing outside the same green farmhouse. I rushed towards the front door with shaking legs, knocking bags of sunflower seeds and sticks of beef jerky on the floor along the way. Karen was still talking to the girl on the counter. I don't think the girl was staring at me anymore, but I didn't look up to confirm it. Was she ever really staring at me, or was I just losing it? I was a few steps from the door before Karen noticed me. She looked me up and down with a concerned look and put a reassuring hand on my back. The comfort of her touch sent goosebumps across my body, and I shivered.
You feeling okay?
She asked. The girl at the counter stared at her with a suddenly vacant look on her face.
Did you get sick?
I looked at Karen, then at the girl, at Karen again, out towards the car, and back at Karen once more. Must have eaten something bad, I said, looking up at the girl without making eye contact. A sensitive stomach. I watched her chin bob up and down as she nodded. I couldn't tell if the look in her eyes was one of understanding or one of suspicion. Thanks. Have a good day, I said, bolting out the door. The bell above me rang. I could feel it resonate in my jaw. Karen quickly followed me, after giving the girl some sort of excuse for my behavior.
Hey!
Karen caught up with me before I got to the car.
What's up with you?
I'm just tired, I told her. She saw through the lie instantly and raised an eyebrow, waiting for a more honest response. I took a nip that went down the wrong pipe and got a little sick. It happens. Just wanted to avoid her chudgy eyes. I gestured back towards the door. The girl no longer stood behind the counter. This is Jesus country, and I feel like she would try to walk me through a 12-step pamphlet or something. Karen seemed content with my answer.
I'm not looking to get saved right now.
She laughed. We continued towards the car, and I took a few more deep breaths. My lungs burned. The temperature felt like it had dropped while we were in the gas station. The layer of sweat on my skin felt like it was starting to freeze. Karen stole my attention from the cold.
Who needs Jesus when you have me as your guardian angel?
Karen asked with a cartoonish smile and exaggerated wink. I faked a gagging sound. You're gonna make me sick again, I said. She kissed me on the cheek and hopped into the passenger seat. Brian had put on a Dandy Warhol album and was jamming by himself. He sang along to the lyrics, poorly. He reached his hand back towards me, expecting something in return. He stopped himself the instant that he caught sight of my face. Never mind then. Alright, are we good to go, team? Karen took control of the phone and switched the song. She threw on her sunglasses and lit a cigarette. I tried my best not to look back as we drove away from the gas station and deeper into the Nebraska highlands. The three of us spent another hour and a half aimlessly driving around the outskirts of Broken Bow. I was giving directions to nowhere in particular while still lost in thought about the girl from the gas station. It felt entirely possible that the whole coincidence was my imagination getting away from me. My mind could have been filling gaps in my memory with the strange, fictitious ideas. Even if it was the same gas station owned by the same family, what did that matter? There were only a handful of gas stations around the area. I had said to myself earlier in the day. I remembered something that Steve had mentioned long ago about locals messing with people who invade their towns in search of urban legends. Maybe that canned, scripted phrase was how the family dealt with it. I was trying to push the other oddities from that encounter out of my mind with another drink when I spotted a familiar oasis on the horizon. Karen and Brian had yet to notice. My stomach sank, my blood ran cold, and my vision became a tunnel. I had somehow steered us there without realizing it. That was the only explanation I could muster. I had absolutely no clue where we were, but we still wound up there. Maybe you had to get lost to find them. Maybe they sought me out. I kept my eyes down and stayed quiet. My thoughts raced, and I began to feel lightheaded. Another anxiety attack slowly crept up on me, one symptom at a time. I hoped that if I said nothing, we would just drive right past that patch of forest, eventually call it a day, and let the showers fade from our lives forever. Brian turned the wheel towards the trees without a word of guidance from me. It was in that moment that I began to realize how desperately I had wanted to avoid that place. I didn't want to go back at all. I vowed to never go back there. I could feel myself saturating my 2 t-shirts and hoodie with sweat while I attempted to keep my composure. Maybe we can call it a night and try again some other time? I stuttered. The words fell out of my mouth. They were slurred and almost robotic sounding. I'm gonna try that ominous-looking patch of trees over there first, said Brian. But after that, I'm down for whatever you guys want to do. I'm getting a little tired anyway. I fixated on the tree line as we gradually worked our way across the bumpy terrain of the previously undisturbed field. I could feel the pull of the farmhouse and the tunnels at the heart of that little forest. The naked trees shimmered in the setting sun's light. The sight was more foreboding than comforting. The branches extended outward as if they were reaching for the car, beckoning us.
Shit, this is looking pretty Evil Dead,
Karen said.
Ringing any bells?
This is the place, I said. The words went through my mind and out of my mouth in less than a second. I hardly even tried to stop them. Karen and Brian both celebrated, and I tore at my fingernails with my teeth. I made a promise to myself that I would never again step foot near Broken Bow, but I would be lying if I said that I had never imagined that homecoming. I thought a lot about some imaginary, brave version of myself returning to the scene of my personal horror show in search of answers. I'd come out of it with an actual ending for the saga of the showers, actual explanations for the things that I saw there. I could possibly even break a story about the nefarious nature of whatever the hell went down in that place. I spent a long time thinking about these hypotheticals and forming my own theories about what the showers were over the years. But eventually, the effort seemed pointless. A part of them existed only within the confines of my story, what I posted on the internet and had chosen to tell the world. With only my account to go on, the showers were 100 different things to 100 different people. It was a meeting place of a violent, ritualistic cult to some. It was a site of experiments by the KKK or deeply rooted Nazis, post-World War II, for others. To many, mine was just another ghost story about a haunted farmhouse in bumfuck Nebraska, and that was enough. I'm not dense. I know that the real draw of my story lies in the fear of the unknown. Ambiguous horror was my bread and butter for a long time. That was why the story resonated heavily with some people and left others disappointed. Some people needed those answers, and others would rather the mystery remain. At the time, I don't even know what I wanted from the place. For me, the showers were far more complex. They existed outside of rational thought and comprehension because my experience with them partially robbed me of those attributes. As the car rolled slowly through the thickening brush on that winter evening, I sat silently in my seat. Despite my previous experiences with the showers, the story I had recounted versions of hundreds of times, I had no idea where exactly we were moving towards. Tree branches reached out and scraped against the car's exterior, forging new grooves and playing the metal like a warped record. The sharp, grinding sounds felt like they were splitting my skull in two. I put in my noise-canceling earbuds and tried to focus on anything else. Brian winced as the branches dug into the car, looking back at me apologetically. Karen stared out at our surroundings like a kid who had just stepped foot in an amusement park for the first time. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. As we drew near to the clearing, several troubling thoughts flooded my mind at once. I never really had a choice in making that trip. I was always going to end up back there, one way or another. I began to feel that the entire series of events was predetermined. Every time I told my story, Mr. Maze's story, I inched a little further along the path that would eventually pull me back to the showers. every drink I took to forget those tunnels, every girl I slept with to distract from the ceaseless nightmares, and every addition to the story I conjured up in order to distance myself from the reality of what happened to me there just further sealed my fate. I was free to leave Broken Bow, return home, and have all the booze and non-committal sex my body could handle, but every action I took was another futile attempt at prolonging the inevitable. I had accomplished exactly what I tried to do with urban legends as a kid. I put myself into the story. In doing so, I had forever bound myself to that place, and it to me. The showers and I were inextricably linked, and I had forged that link willingly. The simple truth was this: I was always going to return to that clearing, that farmhouse, and those tunnels, because they were sitting there, waiting for me, and they were patient. Brian stopped the car abruptly, just short of the large clearing that hid at the center of the small forest. In front of us sat the monstrous, rotting carcass of a tree that was far too large to have grown out of the middle of Nebraska. It had decomposed considerably since my last visit, but I recognized it all the same. I took a deep breath. One last chance to back out. The point of no return. I could probably get us over this, but I've already scratched the shit out of your car, and this might do a number on the undercarriage, Brian said.
We can walk,
Karen said, pulling her coat from the back seat. You guys can walk, said Brian. I have some smoking to do. He smiled and brandished a small bag of weed that he had pulled suddenly out of thin air. I looked at Karen, confused. She stared at Brian with a similar expression.
We came all this way, and you're going to stay in the car?
It's the journey, not the destination, Karen, he said, grinning. Besides, somebody has to keep the car warm. Just yell for me if you find anything spooky. Karen looked pissed. Brian didn't seem to care. Neither of them moved for a few silent seconds. Brian grabbed his grinder from the center console slowly and without breaking eye contact. His smile widened as Karen's face reddened. He was egging her on, but Karen had been more upset with him about less before. He knew it would pass. Make good decisions, he whispered. With a giggle, he turned up the music and turned on the headlights. High beams. Karen exited the car without another word. I followed, shooting an annoyed but understanding look to Brian as I closed the door. Karen was already circling around the fallen tree. I had pushed back my bubbling anxiety and ran forward to catch up with her. So, what do you think? I asked. I wanted to get her talking instead of dwelling on Brian. Karen put one hand on the mountain of crumbling timber and pulled a small plastic bottle of vodka from her jacket.
We're not even on the ride yet,
she said, grinning sarcastically. She took a long pull from the bottle. The setting sun caught the plastic just right, and a ray of sunlight momentarily blinded me. My head throbbed and I winced. When I looked back up, she had moved out a way, and I was able to see into the clearing. There it was. Or rather, wasn't. The massive farmhouse that had once occupied the space was nowhere to be found. There was nothing in the clearing but the same undisturbed dirt that made up every other empty field in the state. Karen took notice as we stepped out into the barren expanse.
Seems a bit empty,
she said, obviously disappointed.
Are you sure this is it?
I was sure, though it took me a moment to respond. My brain was still trying to tackle the impossible emptiness that stood before me. It's, definitely, I stuttered. I pulled my flask from my jacket and sipped from it while I walked the perimeter of the clearing. My eyes were constantly drawn back to the spot where I was certain that a massive farmhouse had once stood. I ran through the numerous explanations in my head. The situation wasn't impossible. Old buildings are torn down all the time, but I had questions. Who had done it? When? Did this mean it wasn't abandoned when I had been there before? I couldn't wrap my mind around the situation. At the very least, there should have been remnants of the farmhouse or evidence that the tunnels had been filled at some point. There should have been a path in the trees carved for the equipment they would have undoubtedly needed to clear the structure out, but the clearing and the surrounding forest was undisturbed. It was thick as it had been when I had last visited it in the middle of summer. Still, I was sure that we were in the right place. I could feel it. The peaceful quiet of the trees and the calming glow of the frosted ground was just part of a front. It had put on a nice face to hide itself from me. I took a longer sip from my flask. It was then the real barrenness of that place dawned on me. Brian was in the car. Karen wandered the clearing in a circle, spiraling towards the center. I continued to stay along the tree line. We were the only occupants in that space, like germs sucked into a vast vacuum. There were no deer, no birds, no rodents, and no bugs to be found. There were no tracks or scat. I hadn't seen so much as a spiderweb in the trees as we had moved through them. It was winter, but surely something had to have been living in that place. The clearing had been completely desolate. A landscape frozen in time and entirely devoid of life. It might have been picturesque if I had been able to escape the feeling of impending calamity.
So, where's the giant X?
She stumbled around the open space, looking bored and frustrated. Her nose had turned bright from the cold. Her cheeks began to match, turning a darker shade of scarlet with every pull she took from her bottle of vodka. We had only been there for 20 minutes. The sun had almost disappeared behind the trees. Her bottle was almost empty. Not here, I guess," I responded with a fake sigh of disappointment. I began to indirectly move towards the car, trying my best to be subtle. I wanted to get out of there before that place could reveal its true self. The pressure in the clearing built, and a mosquito-like buzzing sound rang in my ear. I felt as if I were standing helplessly in front of a massive jack-in-the-box and watching the handle slowly turning. I don't know, it's been here for over a decade after all.
There has to be something here. If the place was as big as you said it was, there would have to be something left.
I'm not sure how big it actually was, thinking back on it. It's like visiting your old elementary school after a few years and being able to touch the ceiling. I was closing in on the car by this point, directly across the clearing from Karen. She circled me broadly, running around and kicking at the ground with her eyes peeled wide.
The tunnels, though. The cellar door.
It's a big space. I shrugged my shoulders. Trees could have overtaken it. The tunnels could have been filled or collapsed. They weren't the most stable things in the first place, I said, rambling on in an attempt to explain my way out of the situation. Maybe someone found out that Steve and I had come out here and didn't want anyone else trespassing afterwards. Those tunnels could have been death traps for stupid kids looking to go urban exploring. Karen stopped moving when she noticed where I was headed.
What are you doing? Where are you going?
She held the now empty bottle of vodka at her side. I could see the top of another one peeking out of her breast pocket. Gonna go get warm, I explained as casually and calmly as possible. If it's gone, it's gone. It's probably for the best anyway. I hurt myself pretty bad last—
Come on,
she said, frustration showing in her voice.
we didn't drive hours and hours just to leave after 10 minutes.
She stared at me. Her gaze was piercing, and I avoided contact with her bloodshot eyes as best as I could. It was a nice road trip, but I don't feel well. It's cold as shit, and it's getting dark, babe. I put my hand on my coat and continued towards the car. I could see Brian's silhouette with a bong in his hand amidst a cloud of smoke that had filled the entire vehicle.
Well, that's some bullshit.
Karen grumbled from behind me. I turned around to face her, giving in and making eye contact. She had opened the second bottle of vodka. With a flourish, she took the empty bottle and whipped it over my head into the trees. I didn't make eye contact as I heard it smack against a tree with a distant and hollow clunk. Her every breath poured from her nostrils like smoke. It couldn't have been more than 10 degrees outside. The sun was out of view. A deep orange glow filled the sky at the moment, but would soon disappear. I felt my heart rate begin to speed up. My hands began to shake with anxiety in addition to the chill. The pain that had been growing in my gut throughout the entire trip flared up once again. I knew it was just because of the stress, but it's difficult to breathe your way through an ulcer. I fell down to one knee. I felt like I was going to vomit fire. The ice on the ground had thinned beneath me. Only frost and hardened earth remained. My chest tightened. I think we should just go, I told Karen. The feeling of impending doom had built to a point where my nerves felt like they were about to explode. The ringing in my ears grew louder. I was on my way to a full-blown panic attack. I needed to get out of that clearing. I think I need to go to an urgent care, Karen, I said, bringing one arm across my stomach and holding it tight in a futile attempt to quell the burning.
Fucking convenient.
I froze. Even at our worst, she'd never gone after me when she knew I was having a panic attack. We both knew how bad things could get and how quickly our mental state could turn. She had never egged it on before.
You're not getting your way, and so suddenly you pull the trump card.
She said from across the field. I could hear the vitriol in her voice.
Okay, Jack. I'll take you to an urgent care in the middle of Kansas.
She was mocking me. It had to be the influence of that place. Nebraska, I corrected. She shot me a look like a bullet. Her body language shifted dramatically.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She said sarcastically, stepping towards me.
Nebraska. It's just that your story changes so fucking often that I don't know which parts of it are true and which parts are bullshit.
She picked up a rock and whipped it into the trees. It wasn't thrown at me, but it was close enough that I considered it a warning shot. I heard it bounce off several trees, shattering ice along its path. My jaw popped. She had never been violent with me before, but even with that in mind, I knew that if she got to it, her next throw wouldn't miss.
Let's go to urgent care, Jack,
she said. Her switch had flipped.
They can give you some Ativan and tell you that it's just a fucking panic attack again. But then we are coming right back here.
Karen and I had been together through enough of each of our respective rapid mood fluctuations that we knew how to handle one another when that sort of thing happened. I certainly knew how to respond to her in a way that would make the whole situation easier for the both of us. I also knew exactly which buttons to push to set her off. In that moment, I wasn't feeling particularly diplomatic.
Stop being a fucking dick, Karen!
I yelled back at her. The pain in my head and stomach was getting to me. That place was getting to both of us. She stepped towards me with purpose.
What the fuck did you just...
She began before a dull and hollow thud rang out from beneath her boot. It was her turn to freeze. I didn't bother to look up. I knew exactly what the noise was. It was familiar. Karen looked down to find a large set of wooden cellar doors buried in the dirt, debris, and ice. She dropped down and quickly brushed them off with her boots and bare hands. I stayed on the ground and kept my head down as she worked.
Let's just go, Karen,
I begged.
Please, let's just go.
What's down?
She said, trailing off as she scraped at the ice. After a couple of minutes, she stopped. I heard the loud crackle of ice and wood accompanied by Karen's strained groans. I looked up just as the cellar door, the size of a pallet, fell to the ground with a resonant thud. The ice below it splintered outwards, creating a web of deep, dark cracks in the ground. Karen stood triumphant above the massive hole. She stared into the darkness with intense curiosity and determination in her eyes. The orange glow in the sky had turned to black. We sat in silence for several moments under the pale light of a half moon. The dim emanation was swallowed by the assailing darkness of the pit.
We have to leave,
I pleaded.
Please, Karen.
What's down there?
She asked. Her eyes were still fixed on the hole.
No,
I said. I struggled to breathe. A rush of memories flooded back, but the pieces were mixed up and disjointed. I couldn't make sense of them. My thoughts ran through my head so rapidly that I could hardly form more than a word at a time.
Please, no.
What's down there?
She repeated again. Her gaze began to jump between me and the pit. Her voice rose against my silence.
Come on, Jack, tell me a story. We came all this way for this, so if you expect me to walk away from it right now, then you better weave a slick story.
I looked up at her, hoping that she could see the desperation in my eyes. I wanted her to understand what that place had done to my head and why I wanted to turn around and go home. I hoped that she could see how badly I did not want to face that place. She either couldn't see it or she didn't care. I didn't know which was worse.
Make something up, Hemingway! What do you call a writer that doesn't write, Jack?
I was depressed and panicking and drunk and stuck in a tornado of disjointed thoughts, and Karen was actively trying to hurt me. I planted my hand on the ground and pushed myself to my feet. I realized that my fingers had gone numb. She was baiting me at that point, and I bit hard.
Oh, fuck you,
I said. Karen raised an eyebrow. I think she might have even smirked as I began to yell.
You made me do this. I never wanted to come back here. You made me come back, and now you're gonna chastise me because it doesn't live up to your expectations?
I felt tears begin to fall down my cheek.
It's just a fucking story, Karen. A horror story. Horror as in afraid. I'm afraid.
I cried, looking for any hint of empathy in her eyes, and found none. In that moment, she was not the Karen that I knew.
You weren't there, so you don't know. You don't know what happened.
She crossed her arms. I think she thought I was spinning another story.
I made some shit up. I did. For you and every other girl I told it to.
She didn't react to that like I wanted. I felt angry. I wanted to hurt her back, and she was denying me the satisfaction.
I would never...
I said, taking a deep breath. I paused and locked eyes with her. I wanted to make sure that my next statement landed.
I would never, in a million fucking years, drag you back to your dad's house.
Karen's shoulders dropped, and her gaze shifted to the dirt at her feet. The guilt washed over me instantaneously. I had drawn a line and crossed it in a single slurred sentence. The momentum that she had built up in the preceding several minutes stopped completely. The energy visibly drained from her body. We stood in that clearing in silence for several more minutes. I was afraid to move. After a deep breath, Karen stepped toward me. She filled the large gap between us quickly. In one swift motion, she planted her foot in front of me and punched me in the face. I felt very little.
Tell me what you're so afraid of, Jack! Big bad hero in your stories facing down anything that comes in your way, right? Well, I'm standing right here. So tell me, what are you so afraid of that you would pull that out of the bag? What is so fucking scary that you would end us to avoid it?
I don't know, I uttered under my breath. I could feel myself begin to wobble and sway. It wasn't the booze. It felt like my body was confused, like my brain was playing catch-up and had left everything else on standby. I don't know, I repeated. It was the honest truth. I had no idea what exactly waited in that tunnel. I couldn't even muster a vague description. I couldn't remember. I had spent so much time embellishing and lying about my experience at the showers to entertain or reach certain ends that I had never really processed what had happened to me there. I never thought about how it changed my perspective of myself or my perception of reality. I never wanted to think about it, so I never had to think about it. I just turned it into a story while it ate away at me for years unchecked. I took that story and I spread it to entertain people. Maybe I wanted to let it out so that I could feel better. Maybe I wanted other people to feel what I felt, the fear. Either way, I did the same thing as Mr. Mays, just on a larger scale thanks to the internet. I lied. I distanced myself enough from the reality of the situation with the lies because it made the reality of what had happened to me at the showers easier to cope with. I thought I had everything under control. But there I stood, forced to face reality. I never had control. I was running.
It's a dark pit in the middle of Nebraska, Jack!
Karen yelled, taunting me. When I didn't respond, she walked back towards the cellar door. She looked back at me once more before taking a single step into the darkness.
I'm going in without you.
Please, don't!
I yelled. I was in the midst of a full-on panic attack. Fear, guilt, and shame were among the storm of emotions that were overwhelming my brain. I couldn't articulate it. What do you see, Jack? I remembered the voice that had taunted me as I sat helpless in the dark so many years ago. I remembered the horror, but the details weren't all there yet. Karen took 2 more steps into the darkness. She was swallowed up to her hips. She grabbed the heavy wooden door and lifted it once more with a grunt.
Don't wait up,
she said with a grin. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the pit. The door fell behind her with a resounding thump and puff of dust. The clearing fell silent. I heard bits of the frost-covered ground crackling quietly around me as my body heat escaped. Standing allowed me a view of my car's headlights glowing bright in the distance. I was sure that Brian had passed out in the back by that point, wrapped in his sleeping bag. I didn't bother disturbing him. It wouldn't have done any good bringing him down there with me. It wasn't his struggle to face. I looked back towards the sealed cellar door. I couldn't hear anything from below. I tried to convince myself that there wasn't a pressing need to go down there. If I stood quietly in the clearing, I had little doubt that Karen would emerge after a few minutes of roaming around in the dark, no worse for wear. She would have given me shit about being a coward. We would sleep it off in the car and then return to our regular, chaotic life. Maybe that was close enough. I had returned to the showers, despite my fears, and maybe, I thought, I would finally be able to let it go. Karen got to see the birthplace of that story she obsessed over, and I had believed that I had confronted whatever it was that I needed to confront. Nothing more needed to be done. After all, the farmhouse was gone. The land was frozen over, and the property looked to be completely abandoned. It would never take anyone again. It would never hurt anyone again. It could never hurt anyone again. All that I had to do was stand right in the front of those cellar doors and wait. But I couldn't resist. I felt compelled to walk over and pry open the doors. I felt a mighty need, an itch that needed to be scratched, despite the fact that the skin was already broken and bleeding. I couldn't help myself. Within seconds, I was staring into the beckoning darkness. The dim moonlight struggled to pierce the black veil as I took my first careful step down, then another. The wooden door was heavier than I remembered. I braced it against my shoulder as I inched my way down the icy ramp. I watched as my feet disappeared before my eyes, swallowed by the inky black of the tunnel. It took my legs next, but I was helping it along. Even through thick pants and boots, the darkness felt a greater deal colder than the clearing. My legs tensed like they had been submerged in ice water. The cold had crept up to my knees when I felt a familiar shooting pain in my right leg, one that I hadn't felt in years. I knew it was psychosomatic because it had to be. It ran down my leg so quickly that I grabbed at it on reflex alone. I shifted my weight onto my left leg, which tried to root itself on a patch of black ice. I tumbled downward into the abyss. The wooden door fell behind me with a crash, snuffing out the last traces of light as the darkness consumed me. The fall felt like it lasted for an eternity. When I finally landed, my shoulder took the brunt of the impact. My head hit second, my neck whipped, and my skull bounced hard against the ground. I think that I lost consciousness, but it was too difficult to tell. The tunnels were silent, pitch black and freezing cold, so the line between conscious and unconscious blurred. I don't know how long I lay there on the dirt floor, but I knew that I didn't want to move. I knew that I had to keep going. I rolled onto my back and felt the frozen ground through my coat. An involuntary groan escaped my mouth, but it sounded muted, as if I were underwater. My fingers were completely numb and struggled as I reached my bare hand into my pocket to grab my phone. I don't know what I was doing trying to walk down there without a light ready in the first place. I brought the phone to my face and pressed the home button. The display wasn't bright, but it hurt my eyes. The screen was shattered, a web of broken glass covering a picture of Karen and I, my phone's wallpaper. It was a selfie that she had taken of the two of us, at what could have been any of the numerous local breweries that we frequented. Her eyes were closed, and she was smirking while kissing me on the cheek. I was half smiling, my hair a greasy mess. My eyes were glazed and red. I wasn't a subtle drunk. I didn't remember the night. The screen flashed a message about a corrupt SD card, followed by another about a low battery. The fall had done a number on it, more than I would have thought. I swiped my finger across the display, and the phone's flashlight came to life. Tiny pieces of fractured glass pushed their way into my thumb. "Just get me through this, I'll buy a new screen," I whispered to the dying device. I felt like I needed to fill the silence with something. My voice sounded distant and muted to my own ears. I opened my jaw wide, causing it to pop 4 times in quick succession. It did little to alleviate the throbbing in my temples. I turned my light to the tunnel. My phone was either dying or those tunnels were eating the light, keeping it from showing me more than I wanted to see. Little bits of memory rushed back into my head. Gaps in my memory began filling at such a rapid pace that it made my mind dizzy. Were they really gaps, though? No, they were just memories pushed aside, overlooked, ignored, covered up. My leg began to throb again, just like it had when I fell through the floor of the farmhouse so many years ago. I wondered if that hole was still there, holding on to the piece of denim that it stole from my jeans. I began to move deeper into the tunnel. I heard shuffling behind me, in front of me, and then all around me. Every movement I made was slow, careful, and deliberate. With each step, there was a brief silence, followed by the echo of another step. The tunnels were too small. They had no echo. I tried my best not to let myself get more worked up than I already was. I might as well have been yelling at a fire to put it out. As I began to find a groove in my cautious movement through the cavern, the light from my phone flickered twice. I held my breath on to hope. With the final flash of the low battery symbol, it died. Feeling set back but not defeated, I chucked my phone into the pitch black. I didn't hear it hit a thing. I pressed onward. My hand glided along the ceiling to keep me from running into the walls or wooden crossbeams in the darkness. A putrid stench like death and rot slowly crawled its way into my nostrils. It burned my eyes and made my stomach clench in an involuntary attempt to purge itself. Much to my dismay, I gagged. The smell instantly ignited large parts of my memory. It was like the smell of your mother's home-cooked dinner, causing a rush of associated childhood memories to flood your head. But instead of feeling comfort at the familiarity, I felt confusion. I hadn't thought about that awful smell in years, but it had always been right there. How had I let it get away from me? How had I let any of the reality of that place get away from me? With that thought, I looked up and saw another person with me in the tunnel. It was the child in the stained robe with the black hair. It twitched, slowly moving towards me in the distance. It danced on the border of my peripheral vision. Its skin was pale, and its hair ran like black vines down to its atrophied legs. The child's legs looked to be shaking under the weight of its emaciated frame. Its gown was just as tattered and filthy as the last time I had encountered it. It was terrified, but I forced myself to face it. It was only a child. As I turned to look at it straight on, it disappeared before my eyes. I paused. The child had invaded my nightmares for years. I dreamt constantly about the terror I felt that night in the tunnel when it had approached me. I often awoke covered in sweat. I'm sure I had even wet the bed a time or two, but each morning I had pushed it out of my thoughts and moved on with my day. How was I able to ignore it? I blinked, I think. The child was standing directly in front of me. The glint of light in my eye conveyed a familiar hatred that caused my chest to lock up and cut short my breath. I tried so hard, for so long, to burn its image out of my memory with anything I could get my hands on, but there was no forgetting that night. Not really. In reality, I had only locked it away in my subconscious for a long time. The child was patient, just like the showers. It waited in the back of my mind for my inevitable return. I felt its breath against my face. It smelled like death. Long, stringy hair covered my eyes. I saw only the deep yellow of its eye. I shut my eyes tight and quickly opened them again. I saw nothing. There was no light down there. My phone was gone. I couldn't have seen the child. It couldn't have been there. There was only darkness. My heartbeat slowed once again. It was only in my head. I felt around desperately for a wall. My hand brushed against cold sheet metal. It was brittle and rusted, but it was something solid, something tangible and real. I tried my best to work through my breathing exercises. I did everything I could to ground myself, to tether myself to reality. I felt like I was slipping away. My mind began aimlessly wandering down an existentially terrifying train of thought. I considered the idea that the showers may not have existed before me. Had I called it into existence? Was Mr. Mays just a kook who had inevitably put me on a path towards manifesting that place? Was it a prison that I had constructed for myself? A tomb I was always meant to die in? My grip slipped from the wall. I stood in the darkness, swaying, swimming in it. I was overcome with a strange sense of relief. It felt like a blanket had wrapped itself around me. I felt warm. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. All of my lies, half-truths, and made-up details about the showers faded. I didn't need to hide from reality any longer. I was back in the place that had shattered the grasp I thought I had on how the world worked, but it felt good. I laughed. I couldn't control myself. I'm sure I sounded like I was losing it. The situation seemed hilarious to me. After graduating from college and visiting the showers for the first time, I spent several years sleeping on couches and subletting rooms when I could find them. In that entire time, I never once found an ounce of comfort. I never felt at ease. I was always restless, itching to be somewhere else, but I had no idea where that was. Somehow, I found a sense of familiarity in a hole in the ground in Nebraska. It felt like comfort enough. That comfort came with a sense of freedom. I didn't have to lie to anyone, at least to myself. I didn't have to put on a mask for anyone. I felt like I didn't have to hold on so tightly anymore. The showers had become part of me. As much distance as I had put between the two of us, and as much as I had tried to push them away, to burn them out of my memory with force, they stuck with me. It felt like a homecoming. I could lose myself in peace there, I breathed normally for the first time in an eternity and let myself fall back into the warmth of the darkness. My head caught the edge of a piece of sheet metal, tearing a hole in my scalp as I awkwardly smacked against the wall behind me. I was back in my body and quickly tried to reel my thoughts back in. I couldn't grasp what had just happened to me. It was like the void called out for me to fill it, and my mind attempted to do just that, but it let everything fly forth at once. There was too much space to fill. I spread so quickly across the empty mental plane that I came dangerously close to getting lost. I was shaking uncontrollably. I tried my best to feel around for something solid. There were bits of sheet metal, old wooden columns holding up the tunnel, and dirt. The goddamn ground was enough for me to keep myself there, in that moment and out of wherever my head had just taken me. I made a promise to myself that I would go to get back on medication if I made it out of there. I had never felt so close to falling over the edge of insanity. I began to move forward once again, making sure to keep a tight hold on something at all times. My hands were numb, but knowing that the walls were there, that the space around me was finite, was vital. The tunnels were physical. They were in the realm of the known. Anything outside of that is where the real horror waited. A flash of bright red appeared in my peripheral vision. How could I have forgotten that? I turned to face the red door. It wouldn't have looked out of place on a model home in white suburbia, yet here it was, out of its element, just like me. Its floral pattern was as intricate as it had been those years ago. A skull-like face in the wood stared back at me with eyes like black pits. I breathed deeply and kept my hand on the wall. I knew that I was imagining the door, but that didn't make it less real in the moment. Rationality didn't make it instantly disappear. I felt the warm liquid run down the back of my head. It was blood from where the sheet metal had sliced open my scalp. I reached my hand back and ran my fingers along the wound, wincing from the pain. I pulled my hand away instinctively. "Shit!" I cried out. I looked up and the door was gone. I shut my eyes tightly once more. I needed to make sure it was in my head. I told myself over and over, when the brain is deprived of sight or sound, it will hallucinate in order to fill the gaps. I was just under a lot of stress. None of it was real. It was a hole in the ground in the middle of Nebraska, and I wasn't going to lose myself there. My eyes snapped open and I saw only darkness. I breathed a sigh of relief. As momentarily motivated as I might have been, the cold was getting to me. I tucked my hands under my arms and leaned against the wall. The blood on the back of my head had begun to freeze. My hair crackled as I leaned my head against the wall. I slowly began to slide down to the ground. I just need to rest a moment. My eyelids gently lowered. It felt nice to rest. After several seconds, I heard a faint voice in my ears. I wasn't quite sure if I had drifted off to sleep or if I was hallucinating again. It was Mr. Maze's voice, but it wasn't comforting. It was not the joyful and calming voice that he used in the classroom, but the dejected and drunken one from the night I had seen him at the bar, the night when I learned the truth about the showers.
"That's a bad place, Jack,"
I heard him say. The liquor clung to his breath so heavily that night. I could almost smell it down in those tunnels, like he was sitting in front of me once again.
"Cops, drunk, taken by wildlife."
He slurred his words.
"Why would you want to go there?"
I perked up. Mr. Maze had never asked me that question.
"It's a scary story. It's what I do,"
I responded out loud. I sat there in uncomfortable silence, unsure whether or not I should expect a response.
"It was my story, Jack. My own story,"
spoke Mr. Maze from within my head.
"It was my goddamn tragedy, Jack. You wanted to see it for yourself. You wanted to have a story to impress your friends. Did you really want to live it?
I wasn't sure how to respond, or if I even should.
Or did you just want to put yourself in the center of it?"
He asked.
"Always had to be the center of the story, didn't you? Well, here you are, Jackie. Dead center. How does it feel?"
"You're wrong,"
I said. I slammed my fist into the wall next to me. There was a muffled crack as the brittle metal siding fractured. I had shaved the skin off my knuckles. I felt the momentary warmth of blood running down my fingers. The showers were taunting me. I yelled out in anger. I needed a drink so badly I could taste it. But through the blood and the cold, I couldn't get my hand into my jacket to grab my flask. I got so much blood on the zipper from simply trying to grip it that it froze up. I probably wouldn't have been able to open the flask anyway, so I gave up. My memories, or some corrupted version of my memories, filled the seemingly endless darkness around me, and the only thing that I wanted in that moment was for them to quiet down so that I could hear myself think. I pushed back against the wall and up to my feet. I took one step forward and hit my shoulder on a wooden beam, which sent me right back on my ass. I slumped down on my side in defeat. That was what it wanted, that place, even though it couldn't want. I did this to myself, I thought, unsure if I was speaking out loud. I wrote this ending for myself when I went chasing the showers for my own gain and posted about it on the internet. I built this extension of myself, this monster. My head rested in the dirt. Now it's consuming me, slowly digesting me. The showers was just a hole in the ground in Nebraska that I used to dump my fears into. I made them into what they became. I had let them grow into my personal hell. I let this happen, I said. I did this to myself. The room began to quiet. I felt the space shrinking around me.
Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me.
The voice rang in my ears. It was Mr. Mays again, but it wasn't taunting me. It was something he had actually told me about Broken Bow, way back when. I could never say that the guy didn't warn me. When I heard that quote in my head in those tunnels, head on the dirt in a slowly freezing pool of my own blood, I became acutely aware of a hint of sadness and fear in Mr. Mays' voice that I had never noticed before. I let my eyes close again, not that it mattered much in the dark. I walked myself slowly through the tunnel I had likely always known but never addressed. Mr. Mays was just a tired old man. He had a traumatic experience in his younger years and he lost his friend. The situation was as simple as that. Maybe the cops found his friend's body, maybe they didn't. The details didn't really matter. His friend was dead, and Mr. Mays didn't have the tool to cope with that kind of trauma. He drank himself to death in an effort to shrink his agony down to a manageable size. It just needed to be small enough to hide away and check in on during really bad nights every now and then. Maybe he succeeded for a little while, but that trauma was still a silent driving force behind every last action that he took. It didn't even matter whether or not he was conscious of the fact. He just woke up with it every single morning. He dragged it through each and every day. Then he drank until he forgot about it for a few precious hours. But it would always be there when he woke up the next morning, ready to go another round. Over time, that weight warped him. It turned his core black and tainted every aspect of his life in some way. One day, he was gone. The only legacy he left behind was a scary story about the poison that slowly killed him. I heard a creaking sound above me and felt a drop of cold liquid hit my shoulder and splash lightly on my face. My attention was quickly stolen by another voice.
Jack,
stuttered the voice, cutting through the silence. My heartbeat raced. My brain was still reeling from everything I had encountered since entering the tunnel, so it took me a second to process who was speaking. It was Karen, I thought to myself. Karen is a person, and Karen is my girlfriend. Karen went into the tunnel. I went after her. We were both in the tunnel now. Karen just spoke. Karen? I said out loud, carefully pushing myself off the ground.
You were talking to yourself.
She continued. Her voice was soft.
You were talking to yourself like you do in your sleep.
She sounded scared. I ignored her comment. Just come to me, please.
This place. I should have believed you. What the hell is down here, Jack?
I don't know.
Bullshit! You do know, so just tell me! Stop lying!
I could hear her begin to cry.
I'm scared, Jack.
I'm sorry, Karen, I said, struggling. I can't explain this place. Just please come over here. She didn't respond. I sighed and opened my mouth wide to crack my jaw. Each pop rippled through my skull. There was a dull shot of pain in my temples, but it felt like relief. I had nothing to lose anymore. I had to be honest with Karen about the showers. All it took was for us to get stuck in an underground waking nightmare for me to get to that point. I don't know what this place is or what it did to me. I said, trying to find the words.
But I wasn't the same after I came here. It messed me up. I'm messed up. I don't know why, and I don't know how to fix it, but I never wanted you to go through what I did. I was afraid. I mean, look at this place.
I gestured all around me. Neither of us saw it.
I could have helped you,
she said quietly. Her use of past tense stung. I heard her either move towards me or rest against the nearest wall.
How?
I asked. Silence filled the space between us for a few drawn-out seconds.
We could have shared it.
I could hear the tears in her voice.
We could have shared the weight, Jack.
I was almost speechless.
Well, we're sharing it now.
The walls groaned around us. The noise moved quickly around the room, settling right above me. I looked up and into darkness.
What's that? It sounds like...
Ice-cold water rained down on me from above, instantly soaking me from head to toe. I gasped hard, taking in a deep breath and some of the liquid along with it, while my every muscle tensed up from the shock and the cold. The taste of rust filled my mouth. Before I could think about it for too long, my body ached without me, coughing and sputtering to rid my lungs of the tainted water. I fell back to my knees. I knew exactly what hung a couple of feet above my head, despite the complete lack of light. I wanted nothing more than to be out of that place, but didn't move from underneath the shower head. I looked up and let the freezing rain pour directly onto my face. I let it swallow me. Another deep rumble emanated from within the walls around me, and Karen screamed. The water splashed onto the ground to my left, then to my right, then in front of me, then behind. Still, I sat there while my hands pruned and my arms lost feeling. I felt my breath turn to ice as it left my lungs. Despite the extremity of this situation, I felt a warm calmness from within. I slowly spread my arms out at my sides. If ice water was all the showers held for me, then I thought I might be okay. The shower heads rained down around me, a symphony of crystal clear noise from the creaking pipes to the dull splatter of each droplet of liquid as it hit the ground. Every sound was clear and full. The noise almost illuminated the room. I took it all in. I accepted it. If the showers wanted me, I was ready to go. I made a pilgrimage to the place that birthed the thing I had become over the previous several years, and I was ready to give it up. If it wanted me back, I wasn't going to fight. I could hear Karen scream my name from only 10 feet away, but she was drowned out by the noise. Most of my body was numb, yet I could still feel a stinging under my skin with every last drop of water. A sense of instability, vertigo-like, began to overtake me. I opened my eyes, and to my surprise, my eyes were filled with bright light. I was back in Mr. Maze's classroom. It looked the same as it had so many years ago, complete with Halloween decorations and drawn shades. I stood in front of the class, looking down over the 30 teenage faces that stared back at me. The faces were blurred as if out of focus. It was my classroom. They were my students.
How did you get out of the tunnel?
A distorted voice asked me from somewhere in the crowd. I don't know, I responded. I blinked and my environment changed. I was now in the dimly lit tunnels. I was helping carry my friend Steve, the man who had ventured to this place with me years ago, away from the approaching darkness behind us. He was bleeding from head to toe. The event seemed wrong.
This isn't how it happened.
I cried between breaths.
This isn't my story.
I passed an open red door on my right. My faceless students sat in the classroom beyond the doorway. I jumped past the threshold, pulling Steve with me. I landed on a bed in a dark room. I sat up immediately. Sweat soaked my sheets and tears soaked my face. I sunk my face into my hands and shook my head. I knew that what I was seeing couldn't be real. I thought I might have slipped beyond, and that what I was seeing was what I would spend eternity reliving. I was going to spend my time in purgatory trapped in the showers. I pulled my hands away from my face and found myself at a bar. Next to me sat Mr. Maze. He was smiling.
"One more for the road, please,"
he said to the bartender.
"One for Jackie here, too."
Within seconds, we each had a triple shot of some kind of brown liquor sitting before us. I looked up at Mr. Maze. I went to speak, but my voice froze in my throat. I wanted to say something, but a cloud of visible breath was all that came out of my mouth. Mr. Mays downed his drink in a single gulp and looked at me.
You need to get out of there, Jack.
He said.
So, how are you gonna do it?
I gave him a desperate, unsure look.
There's no sense in both of us going down because of this place.
Mr. Mace placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder.
So, go on. Tell me how the hell you're planning on escaping.
He looked me in the eyes and grabbed my drink. I tried to speak once more, but my chest locked up. I reached towards him. My hand dripped with water. My fingers had turned purple.
Ah, playing it close to the chest.
He said.
I get it.
He winked at me and threw the shot back.
Just make it a good story, eh?
He nodded and grinned.
Cheers to you, Jack.
The bar went dark. A dull, wet thump rang out a few feet to my left, snapping me back to my body. Karen had fallen and screamed my name, which rang out loudly above the noise of the water.
Jack! What's going on?
She screamed as I heard her body drag across the muddy floor away from me. I could hardly feel my frozen extremities, so I threw myself on the ground in the direction of her voice and began to crawl forward as fast as I could. I wasn't going to let that place have her. I wasn't going to let it have me. We were going to get out of the darkness. I reached my arm out as far as I could towards Karen's screams, despite being unable to feel much of it. In a rare stroke of good fortune, my arm fell across her shoulder. She immediately grabbed for it. I closed my hand as tightly as I could around part of her denim jacket. I pulled her close and wrapped my legs around her. She wrapped her arms around me and buried her face in my chest. Her screams were only slightly muffled. I let her have that moment of release. I didn't know what else to do. I just held her tightly and looked into the darkness that surrounded us. I don't exactly know what I was looking for. Her screams turned to quiet sobs as the water pressure from the shower heads audibly died down, eventually stopping. We lay there together in the freezing mud for a few minutes. Eventually, Karen's sobs quieted.
We need to stand up, okay?
I stuttered, frozen. I loosened the vice-like grip I had on her and stumbled to my feet. I didn't let myself lose contact with her for a moment. She rose to meet me. We stayed as close together as possible. I had no idea where we were in relation to anything else in the tunnels.
We gotta find a wall.
We locked arms and moved to the right. After about 10 long, careful steps, I hit a wall. I couldn't tell if it was covered in ice or if I was just so numb that I couldn't feel the coarse cement. Karen kept her head against my shoulder. I started to feel emotional, angry that she had forced me to come back to this place. The anger turned quickly to sadness when I realized that she was going to have to carry the weight of this place with her for the rest of her life. I felt guilty for letting it happen. I knew that I could have stopped the trip if I had tried harder. I could have stopped mentioning the showers long before it even got to that point, but I didn't. The whole situation was my fault. The pipes groaned inside the wall next to it. With each subsequent sound, I felt my stomach clench in preparation for another blast of icy water. I didn't think I could stand anymore at that point. I figured that I would be lucky to make it out of that place with only light frostbite. In contrast with the numbness throughout my body, my jaw throbbed in pain. I couldn't unclench my teeth. They felt like they were going to crack like little ice cubes. I wanted to give up right there. I was so tired and so afraid. I wasn't the kind of person who was going to save his girlfriend and come out of those tunnels a changed man. I didn't even think we were going to get out at all. But I pushed on for Karen. I was lost enough in thought and putting most of my weight against the wall as I slid along it. I wasn't expecting any sharp corners until my shoulder pushed into an abrupt, empty space. I managed to catch one hand on the corner of the wall as I fell, but that did very little when my feet gave way in the mud beneath me. I fell face down into the wet slop. My free hand landed under my hip. It let out a crack and pop. I screamed into the mud. Karen screamed back. I rolled over and brought my hand carefully up to my face. The angles of my fingers seemed completely wrong. I rubbed them against my cheek. They were undoubtedly broken. After a time, we became too exhausted and out of breath to continue screaming. I focused on my breathing and tried to ignore my mangled hand. I sat up, pushing my good hand through the icy mud, and eased myself onto my feet. Something grazed my fingers while it was planted in the mud. It was smooth, but not like cement, like metal. It was small. I grabbed it in my hand as best I could as I stood up. My legs wobbled. I was getting the spins, but couldn't tell if it was from the booze, the concussion, or the disorienting darkness. Karen got to my side quick enough and stabilized me. She pulled herself close.
I'm sorry. We shouldn't have come here. I didn't believe you.
I didn't want an apology. I wanted to scream at her. I wanted to be anywhere else, fighting with her about something stupid and irrelevant. The space around us filled with a mess of conflicting emotions amidst my silence. Karen eventually broke the tension.
What do you have in your hand?
I managed to keep hold of the object I had discovered in the mud. We both felt around it, desperately trying to get a sense for what it was. It could have just been a piece of one of the shower heads for all we knew, but for a second there was hope that it was a solution. It was sort of cylindrical, it was mostly metal, it had a little clip on it. I rolled it around in my hand, careful not to drop it. It was a button. I recognized it before I could turn it on. It was a small flashlight, the kind hikers fasten to their backpacks.
Flashlight!
I stuttered. My fingers could feel the button, but couldn't quite press it hard enough.
Help me push the switch.
Karen traced along my finger with her own and found it. She pressed it in. The light was hardly blinding. We were prepared to shield our eyes, but were surprised by the weakness of it. It did a little to help our situation, but it did a little. Once our eyes had adjusted, we could see the shower heads in our immediate area. I could see the muddy floor and filthy walls around us. It looked and smelled like a pigsty. We couldn't see an exit. The loud wailing of a dying animal came from nowhere and quickly enveloped us. It felt like we had accidentally stood in front of a mass of speakers at once. My head pulsated and I felt my ribs vibrate. Karen covered her ears with her frozen hands. The tips of her fingers were bright red, maybe even purple. It was hard to tell from the weak light of the flashlight. The noise it sang rang out without letting up. It started as a high-pitched, organic whine, but over the course of 30 seconds, it distorted into something that better resembled a foghorn. Karen wrapped her arms around me. I held her against my chest.
Close your eyes. Keep them closed,
I told her. I kept the beam centered on us as much as I could. It didn't bother me that whatever was out there could see us. The light provided some sort of warmth, or at the very least, a sense of solidity. The noise slowly died down until we were left once again in silence.
We have to move back to the tunnel. You have to help me find it,
I said, trying to get us back on track. Karen nodded, tearing her face away from my chest. Her tears had frozen her cheek to my sweater. I could see a rim of ice around the red mark on her cheek.
Back that way, I think,
she said, pointing to a wall on our left. I couldn't tell where exactly we had come from. The light didn't do much to penetrate the darkness, and even then, we had to be moving in the dark, so we had no visual markers to go by. But I trusted her. We began to shuffle through the mud, which had frozen to the consistency of a slushie. It seeped into my boots. Every inch of my body was covered in water and frost. A little more cold wouldn't hurt. Every few steps, the flashlight would dim or flicker. I could feel Karen tense up every time I gave it a shake. I was rolling the dice on how long it would continue to help us, but I did my best to keep calm and on track. Inevitably, it went out completely. Karen dug her fingers into my side. I shook the light. The battery inside rattled around. Nothing happened. I hit it against the palm of my injured hand several times. Nothing happened.
Please work, please,
I muttered to myself as I hit the switch off and on several times in rapid succession. I couldn't let it go. It was all that we had down in those tunnels. The only thing that was keeping us going from the all-consuming darkness. I didn't want to go back to that. After a few more attempts, there was light. However, it was coming from all the way across the room. An exposed bulb, maybe 40 feet across the room from us, came to life. It was dim, but it was enough to light up a significant portion of the space in front of it. About 10 feet in front of the bulb, and 30 feet from us, stood the silhouette of a massive buck. Its head bent down towards the ground. It had a large set of antlers, 12 points if I had to guess, but Karen's breathing quickened and I felt her hot breath against my neck. I struggled to grasp what I was seeing and let the dead flashlight fall from my hands to the ground. We both jumped as it hit the ground with one last flash of the bulb. The metal slapped against the cement, and the small bit of glass cracked like a stick snapping under a foot in the woods. The buck tensed up and rose to attention. Its antlers scraped hard against the low ceiling, but some of the points were only grinding against it, while others cracked and broke off entirely. By all accounts, the animal should have been in immense pain, but it didn't even seem to notice. At the very least, it didn't seem to care. As it turned its attention towards us, Karen tugged hard on my sweater.
We have to get out. Keep moving.
She cried quietly. We continued down the path before us while the buck let out a cry like the noise we had heard before. A jolt of pain shot through my temples. The noise went on continuously. One long whine that should have been interrupted by a breath at some point, but just kept going. By the end, it had once again become something more reminiscent of a foghorn. I looked behind us as we shuffled through the dark. A hint of yellow light reflected off the eye of the beast. It was looking directly at me. It was tracking me. I turned my head and heard several other bulbs click and come to life on the far side of the room. I didn't look back. A door came into view in front of us. The paint was stripped. The wood was aged and cracked from years of weathering. Even still, I was able to get a sense of the brilliant shade of red that used to cover it. The floral pattern had withered away, leaving only the deeply etched tree and the outline of a skeletal face at its base. The dark pit still looked like eyes to me. Crudely carved into its forehead was a single word: twigs. I didn't take any time to think about what it meant. The door's knocker was missing a screw and it hung limply off-center. The knob still had some shine to it. I could see the reflection of the lights behind us in it as we moved closer. I went to reach my hand out to grasp the knob, but Karen had already beaten me to it. She grabbed it and twisted. The internal metal mechanisms shifted loudly, quietly bleeding off the buck in the distance. The door cracked and creaked even after Karen peeled her hand from the metal frame. Deep cracks moved rapidly outward from the knob, crawling across the wood until they reached the hinges. The door shifted and began to tip downward. I didn't think I had the strength to stop it. It began to tilt. I raised my arm up to shield Karen's head while trying to pull us out of the way. It caught abruptly on the old screws in the middle, and the lower hinges then swung to the left, right in front of us. I felt the rush of cold air as it brushed within an inch of my face and slammed into the wall. It fell to the ground and sunk into the mud. Through the doorway, I could make out the beginning of a familiar tunnel. The ceiling rose and sank abrupt like the hills of a roller coaster. Some spots had no more than 3 feet of clearance from top to bottom when I had been there last, but at that moment, when we needed the tunnel most, there was no clearance at all. The metal sheet that held the earth at bay had given way. The tunnel had collapsed. I realized then that the property could have had tens of tunnels all around it for all I knew. We didn't need a maze or the hope of another exit at that point. We were at our wits' end and needed that tunnel to be our exit. Hope drained from my body. I screamed, exhausted. My lungs burned, my mind was on fire. Every motion I made was out of instinct. I couldn't properly process what was happening around me. Neither of us turned around. We stood in front of the doorway and stared at the caved-in tunnel that had sealed our fate. I grabbed Karen's hand and held onto it tightly as more lights flickered to life behind us. I'm sure that there were other exits in that room, but the uncertainty of what we might see stopped us from moving. We just looked forward and stayed frozen in place. I heard the hard clapping of a set of hooves against the ground somewhere in the room, then another. I saw shadows of what were unmistakably humans shrinking as they moved towards us. It was the children. I was sure of it. Even amidst the already overwhelming stench, I could smell them. Pennies and vinegar. Their robes dragged across the mud, and their hair covered their bodies, skewing the proportions in their shadows. Karen gripped my hand tighter. 2 shadows moved along the walls, then 5, 10, and after that I lost count. The bulbs near us came to life and caused the frost that had built up on the cement walls to melt. Each new light source caused the shadows to fade more. Each new light left us increasingly unsure of what exactly approached us. A few of the children appeared to have antlers mounted atop their heads. A bulb mounted only a couple of feet to my right flickered on. On my left, Karen's head turned upward. There, protruding several feet from the wall, was a shower head. It was old, rusty, and caked with glistening frost. It looked fragile. With her free hand, she reached up, grabbed a hold of the pipe, and pulled it down, squeezing on my hand as if she was using me for leverage. It broke off with surprising ease. Karen pulled back as water sprayed into the room behind us from the broken pipe. I could hear feet skitter through the mud and away from the torrent of ice. Karen turned towards me, eyes closed, and buried her face in my arms. She presented the shower head to me like a weapon. I carefully took the rusted metal in my injured hand. It had a surprising weight to it. I gripped it as tightly as I could, despite the pain in my fingers. For the first time in those tunnels, I felt like I had a little bit of control. The footsteps around us grew closer, picking up speed. I looked towards the bulb on my right.
I hate this place,
I said as I swung the pipe through the air. It smashed through the bulb with ease. The pain in my hand caused me to loosen my grip, and the pipe flew through the air just along the wall, breaking 2 more bulbs as it went. Shattering glass rained onto the mud. As, to my surprise, the other lights in the room began to extinguish. One by one, the room fell back into darkness. I heard the animalistic scream, the foghorn, once more. The footsteps behind us had grown very close. They couldn't have been more than a few feet from us. I hugged Karen as tightly as I could as the bulb went out. There we stood in the darkness again, surrounded by the unknown. I hadn't considered until then whether it would be better to die in the dark or the light. I kissed Karen on the head. I kept a tight hold of her as I turned to face the room. The bulbs had died, but the filaments still had a slight glow to them, like the aftermath of a camera flash. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out silhouettes of the children. Some were no more than arm's length away. There were tiny dots of lights in their eyes, which all pointed directly at me. The air was filled with the familiar, tangible anger. I could feel their hatred. They seemed to hate me as much as I feared them. I couldn't even guess what was going to happen once they got a hold of us. I just prayed that it would be over quickly, and that at the very least, the fear would cease. The filaments in the bulbs dimmed and died. The darkness settled. I closed my eyes.
I'm sorry,
I spoke into the top of Karen's head. The children were right on us. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. I gripped Karen tighter. Fingernails slightly grazed my cheeks. I clenched up in anticipation. The thought of jumping from a bridge came to mind. It sounded peaceful compared to the end I was facing. I let out the last breaths as I felt the hands tighten their grip around my wrists and ankles. Without warning, it stopped. The hands loosened their grip and pulled away. The breath on the back of my neck ceased. Feet flew through the mud away from us. The children were fleeing. The foghorn noise stopped abruptly in seconds. The room had settled into a peaceful silence. It felt like a trick. After the goosebumps on my neck faded, I gathered the courage to open my eyes. I looked upward. About 10 feet in front of us was a ray of bright light. It was powerful, cutting through the dark like a beacon. Even at a distance, it made the frost on Karen's bright red hair sparkle. I had no idea where the light was coming from. Briefly, I considered that I was entirely wrong about religion and that it was some sort of divine intervention. Then I heard the familiar growl of my car engine. My eyes adjusted. I could see the light was coming from the hole in the ceiling where the wooden beams had collapsed long ago. I couldn't believe it. I didn't say a word as the car door slammed and Brian stepped towards the hole.
Hello down there?
His voice rang out like music to my ears. Karen looked up and immediately broke away from me. There was a sense of relief in her eyes, but her face was frozen in shock. She moved quickly.
Brian, you get us out of this hole right now and I will buy you your own grow house.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Care Bear.
I assumed they could see each other at that point. Karen glared toward the hole. She was bathed in light. I slowly began to move towards her. My knee popped and my joints ached. I was dizzy and confused, but pretty certain that I wasn't hallucinating. It felt unlikely, but it felt real.
Okay, but it's not gonna be easy. I found a rope. It's kind of icy, but I don't really have another option. And I'm still a little high, so it's gonna have to work. How the hell did you guys get down there?
Karen didn't answer as Brian dropped down an old purple climber's rope. She grabbed it and began to ascend like her life depended on it. Brian was grunting from above and jokingly commenting on how she had gained weight. She was up and out of the hole within seconds, and I was left alone in the room. I looked around me. The space was smaller than it had seemed just minutes ago. The walls were cracked. The mud was turning back to solid ice. There wasn't a single sign of life. The showers were still and empty.
You coming, Jack?
Asked Brian as I finally made it under the hole. I grabbed the rope tightly and looked behind me towards the decrepit red door that only barely stuck out of the mud. In the tunnel behind it, I could make out the dark silhouette of someone standing just beyond the reach of the light. A quick jolt of fear shot through me, but after staring directly at the figure for several seconds, the figure subsided. I turned away from it and didn't look back. With some help from Brian, I pulled myself out of the hole and onto the frozen ground outside. It had started to snow. I took deep breaths of fresh air in like water in the desert. It had never felt so refreshing. I was free of the stench of that place. My stomach was still in knots. The moon reflected off the snow and ice, lighting up the clearing around us. I could see Karen pacing behind the car. She was staying close to the taillights. She stopped suddenly and fixed her vision on the edge of the trees with a terrified look on her face. Reality began to sink in. Karen was going to have to live with that experience for the rest of her life. I was on the verge of tears when Brian helped me to my feet. I still hadn't quite decompressed. My jaw still clenched tightly shut. I could feel the remnants of one of my chipped front teeth embedded in my gum. I didn't remember breaking it. Every part of my body felt numb. My clothes were frozen to my skin, but I couldn't rest until we'd gotten out of there. All the way out. Karen began to scream.
It's right there! It's right there!
She yelled. As she screamed, she pointed towards the trees. Brian dropped everything and ran to her. I slumped down and stared at the ground. I felt there was nothing that I could do for Karen. I was as much a mess as she was. Her cries blended into the background as my mind wandered back to Mr. Mays. I wondered what he would have done in this situation. I knew exactly what his solution was, and it didn't seem like a bad idea for the time. I reached into my jacket pocket, pulled out the flask, opened it, and took a sniff. To my surprise, it burned my nostrils like gasoline. It made me nauseous. I looked down at the flask. Karen had engraved it for me on Valentine's Day the year back. The engraving read, "May love and liquor light your life. Always yours, Karen." I closed it and looked behind me at the hole in the ground. I tossed the flask down into the dark. I didn't hear it hit the bottom. "Cheers," I said under my breath. I stood up and walked towards Karen, whose cries were becoming more sporadic. She was jumping at her own shadow as a confused and stoned Brian tried to help her.
Man, what the hell's going on with her?
He asked. "Make sure the car is ready to go," I told him. I passed him by without making eye contact. Karen saw me coming and froze. I took her hands and held them in my own.
Jack, how was it like that? How were they like that? Why was any of that?
She rambled, unsure of what she had seen and what she wanted to ask. Eventually, she broke down completely.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. I didn't know.
She bawled, and I held her there. It was all that I could do at the time. She slammed her fists against my chest out of frustration a few times. I let her get it out. I didn't know how to help her, but I could be a punching bag. I could take it. After she had calmed down, I eased her over to the car and sat her in the back seat. I wrapped her in as many blankets as I could find and buckled her in. As I walked around the other side of the car, I looked back at the hole in the ground one last time. The snow had already started to cover the tracks that we made while climbing out. I turned away and got into the car. Brian drove through the trees as quickly as he could. He had managed to get the car around the massive dead tree to get us out, no doubt tearing up my paint job in the process, but I was thankful. We retraced his path in order to get out of there. A few times, Brian seemed to begin a question but stopped himself. He told us that he had been in the car when he saw a light coming out from the ground and what he thought was one of us waving for him. Neither Karen nor I reacted to his story. A weight hung over the two of us. Brian quickly picked up on that fact and stayed quiet. Questions could wait. I'm not sure if he ever actually got around to them. Karen wasn't asleep in the back seat, but her eyes were closed tightly. I was buzzing as we drove home. It wasn't until we crossed the threshold of the tree line and found ourselves back on the real rural road that I was able to loosen the vice grip that I had held on the door handle. The electricity shooting through my nerves faded as the top of the trees that surround the showers were overtaken by the stars. Only then did my insides begin to relax. The dam that had been holding my emotions during the trip began to finally burst. I asked Brian to pull over. He obliged almost immediately and without a word. I stumbled out of the car and began throwing up on the side of the road. Thick yellowish bile hung in the back of my throat before slowly dripping down and out of my body. It felt like what I deserved. I gagged and felt my eyes bulge as I purged. I clawed at my stomach, sore from the continuous heaving over the previous day or more. I clenched my fist and hit the ground, causing the wounds on my knuckles to open. Only then did I take a look at my injured hand. My middle and ring fingers were broken. It looked like someone had taken a bottle opener to my nail and first knuckle. I shouldn't have just left him that way, but I didn't get much of a reprieve before I had to bow and purge again. It was the tail end of an exorcism. What felt like years' worth of stress, lies, and fears violently erupted from within me until my lips numbed. My stomach slowly relaxed and my ears loudly popped. The pop instantly relieved most of the pressure inside of my head. I felt like I was floating. I was crying, and I knew why, but I couldn't quite isolate the thoughts. The world around me felt foreign. Everything in my brain was misfiring. It was rebooting. My only coherent thought was, I made it out. But my vomit turned to slush on the ground in front of me. Brian stayed in the car and looked in the other direction. I think I felt Karen's hand on my back at one point, but when I finished, she was in the car staring anywhere else but at me. I collapsed into the vehicle, shaking and soaking wet. Brian started to drive off before I had even shut the door. I saw Karen's lip tremble several times, but she didn't say a word. I don't know how she managed that. It felt like we needed to talk about what had happened, but communication was never our strong suit. I caught her looking at me only once on the drive back as we passed by the exit for Broken Bow. We forgave each other for the things that happened that night, though neither of us actually said it out loud. We didn't talk about the showers much at all. We filled that place with exactly what we brought there, and the truths about ourselves that we were using each other to hide from. The horror that we experienced in there was a dose of, as Karen put it so many times before, perspective. It woke us up to the fever dream that our lives had become. I think we both realized, painfully sobering up over the 6-hour car ride back home and staring straight out of the windshield without actually seeing that we were better off apart. Similar to the way she moved into my apartment, we never really discussed her moving out. Her things just started disappearing over the course of the following 2 weeks. We repeated the old mantra about staying friends for another week or so, but you could practically hear it echo every time one of us said it. We knew that we were just parroting an empty sentiment at each other. With a soft kiss on my cheek on a Thursday afternoon, she was out of my life. Karen and I couldn't work because we fit too well together. We were two uniquely messed up individuals with a penchant for flipping on a dime and a need for a partner to share in our mutual misery. It's easy to look back and long for those nights cuddling and watching movies together on the couch. It's a lot harder to remember reality. There were nights spent cuddling on the couch and going out with friends that I occasionally miss, but with a little bit of effort, I can push through the facade and remember how many of those nights ended in shouting matches, broken dishes, and tears. That was almost every night for us. A perfect couple and a perpetual potential domestic dispute rolled into one. Our solution was to rinse the bad parts down and repeat. We were our own perfect enablers, and we were always heading towards the ending we got. Broken Bow did nothing but illuminate what was already in front of us, the reality of our codependence and the inevitability of our end. I think I really did love her, and for what that's worth, I genuinely hope she's doing better now. As for me, I couldn't continue to live how I was living after Nebraska. I was completely covered in dirt and blood when we left the showers. When we finally made it to a gas station, I had a literal hard look at myself in the mirror and realized how far I had let myself spiral downward. I didn't drink or get high for kicks. I did both of those things because I was broken and needed something to fill the cracks. I realized that I couldn't use the showers as an excuse forever. I couldn't keep lying to myself. If that sounds like it came from the mouth of a therapist, it's because it did. I started going to therapy once every week, initially for the drinking, but eventually for everything else. I'm not a religious convert or a friend of Bill, but I respect the journey and anyone willing to take it, no matter the method needed to make it through. I wish Mr. Mays had found a way to fight his demons before he left. I guess there are demons, really. Hopefully I can rid us both of them. I'm always going to carry the showers with me. They are a part of who I am, but I don't have to let them kill me anymore. The most important concept that I have learned in these therapy sessions is that you can't get better if you just keep covering up symptoms while ignoring the real source of your unhappiness. Blowing your brain out every night with substances just puts off the inevitable confrontation. You have to treat it like a wart. You have to cut all the way down to the root and tear it out to get rid of it. You have to get every last piece. That's why I came back to this account, this story. There are so many others out there who listened to Mr. Mays' campfire story throughout the years and then moved on like normal people. I fixated and spread it and put myself into the story because I just couldn't resist. I did so without considering the potential fallout that comes with trying to emulate someone's trauma just for a fucking story. I was careless, I was stupid. After a lot of work, I have found a way to navigate that path that I set myself on so many years ago, and now I'm able to live on my own, separate from the showers. I can't unwrite my original story. I can never put this genie back in the bottle. I can, however, try to control the narrative, or at least confuse it. I also understand that writing this seems to defeat the purpose of separating myself from that place. But this isn't what you might think it is. This is my last self-indulgent venture into the past. This is my farewell letter to Broken Bow, Nebraska, and whatever secrets the showers might keep. There is a point to all of this. The story is yours now. I don't need it anymore. Either the showers die right here with this post and eventually fade with time, or I let them go and they survive on their own merits as an urban legend. Either way, they will do without me. So take the showers and mold them to your needs. Tell the story around a campfire and embellish whatever you'd like. Put yourself in the story, or a friend of a friend, and then use it to get laid. Take your wildest theories about the place and create a story all of your own. Make a movie or a book about it, and turn it into a local urban legend in your own town. Be careful or careless, it doesn't matter to me. Just drown my story out with your own. In fact, go there if you want. Go find them. Ask every citizen in Broken Bow, Nebraska about them until they run you out of town. Get lost on dirt roads a few miles east of the city until you stumble upon a place resembling the one I have described, and then tear it apart. Bring your friends and take pictures, explore the tunnels, light a bonfire, get drunk and throw a party, and then post it on the internet. Cover the walls in graffiti and the floors with cigarette butts, broken bottles, condom wrappers. Tell everyone you know about it. Flood the internet with so much speculation and rampant bullshit about that place that no one will ever point back to me as the source. Drown me in the noise or let me fade away in peace. Go there yourself and burn it all if you want. Just don't forget to tell everyone how you did it afterwards. Well, shit. I let that go on for so long. That wasn't my intention. Old habits die hard. I've been pulling from a dusty flask of whiskey that was next to the laptop in the box. I guess it counts as aged now. I'm not really on any wagon, and after the 3 years of bullshit I put my body through, I figure a few more nips aren't going to hurt a thing. This is just one more for the road. I didn't mean what I said. If you go there, please be careful. Take a second and think about what you might be getting into. As a child, I found it exciting to insert myself into the scary stories I told kids at school. I gave my stories an extra dose of reality, but it was risky. If I didn't tell the exact same story every time, someone might call my bluff. I didn't realize at the time how dangerous it was to put yourself in someone else's story, to attempt to live another person's trauma like I did with Mr. Mays. I didn't realize how easy it was to get caught up in these tales, to use them as a shield in order to hide from the horrors of your past. When you put yourself into a story, whatever your reason for it may be, you blind yourself to it. It becomes a part of you. Truth and fiction blurs, ultimately becoming inconsequential. If you aren't paying very close attention, it's easy to lose track of the narrative, and with that, lose track of yourself. Disconnect is the key. Spin whatever narrative you want, but remember to keep your distance, keep grounded. Separating yourself from a story, if you're lucky enough to catch on to the damage before it consumes you, takes a heavy toll. I didn't come out as the same person I was before all of this. I sure as hell hurt some people I cared for by dragging them into my personal horror show. I'm sorry for whatever it's worth this late in the game. I suppose that's enough of my ramblings for one sittings. I'm going to post this, log out of my account, and tear up the sticky note I saved with my password written on it, shut down this laptop for what I hope is the last time, and bury it back under all the junk in my closet alongside this flask. Tomorrow, I'm going into my classroom at the community college where I teach a creative writing course. I'm going to walk through those doors with a renewed sense of purpose and weight off my shoulders. I'm going to sit down and tell my students one of the many variations of the showers that I have told over the years. The version I tell the students isn't going to be my story, however. No, I'll tell them a version about my best friend's brother's ex-girlfriend and set it in some rural part of Pennsylvania a few years back. I'll make up new characters, new places, and new details as I see fit, because I'm in control of the narrative now, not the other way around. It isn't Halloween yet, but maybe I'll dim the lights and burn a candle or two for atmosphere, like Mr. Mays did for my class so many years ago. I'll take back what I did when I posted this story years ago for the world to see. I'm not exactly sure I would want to, so instead, I'll take a page from my younger self and spread this like I'm playing a large-scale game of telephone, one that I intentionally wish to distort. Hell, might even be fun. I gave you a story on some dark night 5 years ago, and the only thing I'm asking in return is for you to take it from me. Make it into something scarier, more violent, more cerebral, or more personal. Give it a twist ending. Make it yours. My hope is that one day, someone will tell me their version of the story, with new faces, details, and scares and that I won't recognize it until I hear the name that will forever haunt others' dreams instead of my own. The Showers.
Just a few miles outside of my town stood an old country house. It had been converted into a daycare where parents would drop off their kids in the morning and pick them up in the evening. However, said daycare had been out of business for a few years now. There was a sign posted in the front yard just a few feet from the house that read, "Happy Sun Daycare," with a cute-looking cartoony sun painted on it. Within the fenced-off backyard stood playground equipment that had fallen into disrepair and began to rust. A slide, a couple of swing sets, some monkey bars, and a merry-go-round were once covered by swarms of children as they ran and played in the outdoors. They had since become perches for the local birds and squirrels, and were swarmed by ants rather than children. I had decided to write a report on the Happy Sun Daycare for the news blog I worked for. For one thing, several people around today had gone to that daycare. I figured it might make for an interesting story to read about their experiences there, and if it affected their later life in any way. The other reason wasn't quite so innocent. There had always been concerned parents who would fret over leaving their child in someone else's care. It was about that constant worry over how safe their sons and daughters were, especially with all the horror stories posted online about various daycare-related tragedies. For my report, I decided I would interview both employees and people who had gone to the daycare as children. I wanted to get as many different points of view as possible so that it wouldn't seem too terribly biased. Of course, I agreed to not use real names for the sake of their privacy. The first person I interviewed was a middle-aged woman who looked after the infants at the daycare. For the sake of her privacy, we'll just call her Margaret. What was it like working at the daycare? I asked her. She replied, "Oh, it wasn't anything too spectacular. Just your typical day of working with children, or babies in my case." "I see," I said before I asked. "Have you had any problems while working there?" Margaret shook her head. "With the babies? Of course not. They could be fussy, but they weren't any trouble at all. The children were another story. This piqued my interest. Were the children that attended Happy Sun Daycare too much for the employees to handle? Or could it be that there were cases of abuse going on that had been kept secret until now? I had to find out. Why might that be? I asked. Well, Margaret paused for a second, as though she was apprehensive about speaking to me. There were times when I heard muffled squealing. No, not squealing, screaming. At first I thought it was just the children pretending to be scared. But the more I heard it, the more I realized those screams were real. That something was terrifying, or possibly even hurting them. Did you ever see any children get hurt? Margaret nodded. Yes. Most of them were just the usual scrapes and bruises you'd expect to find on a child who fell while playing or bumped his head trying to show off to his or her friends. Some of them, though, seemed off to me. Every so often I would see a child walk past on the way to the nurse's office, and each time, the child looked like he had been scratched or even bitten. Children scratched or bitten. That would be cause for alarm for anyone. Perhaps some wild animal had decided to make its home near the daycare, and curious children had gotten too close. Maybe a stray dog had wandered into the playground, and some poor unknowing kid wanted to pet it. Were there any animals in the area? I decided to ask. Stray dogs? Raccoons? Perhaps a possum nest? I doubt it. Pets weren't allowed at the daycare, and traps were set up at night to keep any wildlife away. There might have been a dog roaming around the area. Margaret shook her head. I pointed out. Perhaps it was the dog that had bitten those children. Oh, I only heard the dog. She told me. I had never actually seen it. All I'd ever experienced was the occasional growl, snarl, or howl. So Margaret had only heard what sounded like a dog. I couldn't rule out the possibility that perhaps she had mistaken some noise she'd heard for that of a dog. Maybe she'd heard some children that were only pretending to be dogs, and mistook them for a real one. Maybe she'd heard the wind and thought it was a howl. If that were the case, it would explain the scratches and bites she'd seen on some of the children. It wasn't too out of the realm of possibility that a child could have simply scratched their arm on a branch or part of the fence by accident. With what sounded like a dog's growl to her, Margaret could have reached the conclusion that the children were being attacked by some sort of stray canine. Still, I had to learn more about the daycare. With the possibility of a cover-up regarding a series of dog attacks, I figured the next person to interview would be a former attendee. Perhaps one of them would have childhood memories that could potentially shed some light on what Margaret had mentioned. After doing some background checks, I managed to find a young man who went to Happy Sun Daycare when he was around 5 or 6. Let's just call him Scott. I found Scott working at a local butcher's shop. I had to wait until his shift was over before I could start the interview. Luckily, it wasn't too long of a wait, and it gave me some time to consider what to ask him. Do you remember anything about Happy Sun Daycare? I asked. I know it was a long time ago, but perhaps you can recall something? Scott thought for a moment before replying. Not much. I was only 5, maybe 6 when I went. I can remember just doing what kids do at that age. Playing, finger painting, watching cartoons. That kind of stuff. I nodded. Were you a good kid? For the most part, he admitted. Occasionally I'd get into some trouble. Nothing too serious, though. Just your typical kid fussiness. You know, not wanting to take naps, refusing to eat veggies, that sort of thing. I see, I replied as I wrote down what he told me in a notepad. And was the daycare fair in how they disciplined you? Yeah, somewhat. All I ever got was a scolding and the occasional timeout. They made you sit in a corner for a few minutes until they felt you were ready to join the other kids. Though, you were lucky if that was all you got, Scott pointed out. What Scott said baffled me a bit. They were lucky? How? I began to wonder if perhaps there had been more severe punishments for the more unruly children that attended the daycare. Could there have been some sort of more controversial form of discipline that the employees at Happy Sun Daycare used that they didn't want known to the public? I had to know. What exactly do you mean? For a brief moment, Scott gave a shudder. He seemed to have recalled something from his childhood that potentially frightened him and affected his adulthood as well. The kids who got into real trouble were sent into the gray door. Scott heaved a heavy sigh. I've never been in there myself. I knew a few kids that had. Ones that would get into fights or throw huge tantrums. They'd end up going into that room. I don't know what happened in there, but they'd always come out shaking, with wide eyes. A few would break down crying. Some would scream. One kid even threw up before passing out. I frowned slightly. What sort of horrors had been conducted in the room that had been nicknamed the Gray Door? I then remembered what Margaret had told me and decided to check for a connection with her story and Scott's. Did the children have any scratches or bites on them? I asked. And did you hear any strange noises? He nodded. A few kids had scratches on them after they left the Gray Door, but I thought they got them before, and I just didn't notice them at first. They could have tripped or something. I did hear some heavy breathing. That could have just been some kid panting from running around. Hard to say for sure. First, Margaret said she thought she heard a dog snarling, and now Scott was saying he had heard heavy breathing, with the strange noises, mysterious scratches on misbehaving children, and the mystery of the Gray Door room. I couldn't help but wonder what it was that Happy Sun Daycare had been hiding all these years. I thanked Scott for taking the time to speak to me before moving on to the next person to interview, with my curiosity regarding the Gray Door still heightened. I figured the next person to speak to should be one of the more troublemaking attendees of the daycare. I had to know more about what went on inside that room, and perhaps one of them could tell me. After doing more background checks, I managed to track down a young woman whom we'll refer to as Alice. She had been arrested 2 weeks ago for spraying graffiti and was charged with vandalism. Rather than spend time in jail, she agreed to do 4 months of community service. From what I read about her records, it seemed this wasn't the first time she had gotten in trouble with the law. Were you always this much trouble? I asked her. Alice shrugged. Maybe. I wasn't sure how easy it would be to get the answers I wanted from her. She seemed like the type who would only cooperate if she'd get something out of it, like less time behind bars. I need to know about Happy Sun Daycare. I asked her, do you remember anything about the Gray Door? For a brief second, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Her face became pale as a few beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. That was a long time ago, Alice pointed out. I replied, surely you must remember something. Records show you were 10 when you attended. Are you sure you can't recall anything? Alice took a few deep breaths and began to regain her composure. If the mere mention of the Gray Door room was enough to put fear into her after all those years, I couldn't help but dread what horrors she could have experienced. Here was someone who had run-ins with the law. Someone who had been arrested for various crimes, primarily theft, vandalism, and trespassing. And yet, it was something from her childhood that caused the most fear of being punished. Why? Okay, I'll tell you. But you gotta promise never to say that I told you anything. Got it? Alice sighed. I reassured her. I won't reveal any names. That will be strictly confidential. You see, I was playing outside in the playground. She began to explain. I remember wanting to play on the swings. Another kid claimed he had already gotten first dibs to play on them. Before I knew it, we were having a big argument. I lost control. Next thing I knew, he was on the ground crying. I must have pushed him when we were arguing. One of the teachers came up and grabbed me by the arm and dragged me inside. She told me that I would be taken into what the other kids called the gray door room as punishment. What was inside the room? I asked in anticipation. Alice took another deep breath and let out a shudder and a sigh. The room was mostly empty. I remember the floor was nothing but dirt ground, and the only light was a dingy old bulb that barely lit anything up. The teacher just shoved me in and slammed the door shut. At first I tried pounding on the door and screaming. I cried out for anyone to open it. It was so dark and cold, and I was so scared. And I heard something. Something was behind me. I turned around and I remember screaming louder than I had ever screamed in my life. I frowned in concern. What did you see? It was a dog. Or at least I think it was a dog. She choked back a few tears. I didn't get a good look at it since it was so dark. All I remember was that it was the biggest and ugliest dog I had ever seen. That thing had glowing yellow eyes, huge sharp teeth, and was covered in black shaggy fur. And before I knew it, it snarled and lunged at me. I ran around as fast as I could, screaming and begging for anyone to come and save me. It grabbed onto my skirt with its teeth and tried to pull me towards it. I tripped and fell, but I managed to kick it in the face a couple of times to get it to let go. Then it lunged at me again. But luckily for me, the door finally opened, and one of the teachers pulled me out of the room and slammed the door shut before the dog could get me again. So there was a dog after all. The stories were all starting to come together. Margaret's story about hearing screams and growling. Scott's story about horrified kids who had been sent to the gray door room. And now, there was Alice's story about being sent to that room and attacked by some sort of large, vicious dog. Still, I had to know more. Why did they use a dog? Why did they cover it up? Perhaps the people working at Happy Sun Daycare were afraid that such a punishment would be too extreme to use on children. Or maybe they feared being sued by some animal rights group. I thanked Alice for her time and set forth to find the next person to talk to. Maybe it would be another one of the employees. If I was lucky, I might be able to get one of them to reveal the truth about what was going on in the gray door room. Once again, I began searching through the records of anyone who ever worked at Happy Sun Daycare. It took some time to find someone who was willing to talk to me. Most former employees I asked were either too busy or simply didn't want to give an interview. A few of them directed various profanities at me as well. I couldn't tell if they were angry that I had learned about what was going on all those years ago, or if they were afraid of what might happen if they revealed any more secrets to me. Still, I managed to track down at least one person who was willing to tell me his experiences working at Happy Sun Daycare. Mr. Smith, as we'll call him, worked as a janitor at the daycare back when it was still running. He had managed to get the job only because his aunt was in charge of one of the head offices there as well. However, Mr. Smith had moved to another town since the daycare closed years ago. This meant I couldn't interview him in person, so we sent each other emails instead. Mr. Smith explained that he had been dealing with some form of narcolepsy since he was a teenager, and a history of sleepwalking as well. Doctors couldn't figure out what was causing his condition, but they couldn't find any other adverse health effects linked to it either. This still made it difficult for him to find work, though. He told me that he was grateful that his aunt managed to get him a job at Happy Sun Daycare. I had so many questions, and, well, I wasn't sure which one to ask first. After I got his first response, I wrote back to him. I wanted to know how he was able to hold his job despite his condition. Was he on medication for it? How did the other employees and the children treat him? A couple days passed before I got any response from him. I quickly opened the latest email response from Mr. Smith and began to read. He replied that his aunt would mix him a special herbal tea for him that would help keep his narcolepsy in check. She apparently strongly believed in herbal medicine and said that it was the better than any standard medicine on the market. Mr. Smith wrote about how the tea was quite bitter and how he hated drinking it, but that he had to drink it if he wanted to keep his job. Though on occasion, his aunt would run out of the leaves needed for the tea, and he'd end up falling asleep. This prompted another employee to go and make sure he didn't accidentally hurt himself or others. As for how others treated him, Mr. Smith explained in his letter that the children were generally very nice to him. Most of them were quite curious and would ask him a lot of questions while he worked. A few would act as a nuisance, but he didn't recall any of them being too much trouble. On the other hand, the other employees seemed to have a sense of uneasiness around him. He explained how he felt that they seemed extremely cautious around him. Also, he pointed out that his aunt always kept a close eye on him. He wasn't sure if this was due to his condition or for some other reason, though. That just caused more questions to form in my mind. Why were the other employees uneasy around him? Was it because he was the nephew of one of the higher-ups? Or was there another reason? And there was the matter of his aunt keeping a close eye on him. Maybe they were trying to keep the whole issue regarding the gray door room a secret from him. Perhaps they were afraid that he would find out about the dog and would contact the police. I had to know if he knew anything about the room. I quickly wrote a reply and asked if he knew anything about a large empty room and children being attacked by some sort of dog. Another couple days passed before I got another response from Mr. Smith. I opened the reply and began to read. He said that he didn't remember any kind of dog at the daycare. In fact, he pointed out that animals weren't allowed on the property and that he would set traps to keep the squirrels and mice out. His aunt was very strict about no pets being allowed as well. Most likely it was due to any potential allergies kids might have. Mr. Smith explained in his reply that perhaps the dog that Alice claimed had attacked her was just someone in a cheap-looking dog costume, that the room had perhaps been kept barely lit so the kids in there wouldn't realize it was fake, and that the scratches and bites were just the result of them tripping and accidentally scratching themselves. To my surprise, he had been in the gray door room himself several times as well. Strangely, he pointed out that it was always when he hadn't any tea to drink. He would wake up in the room. He wasn't sure if anyone had moved him there so he could sleep without being in anyone's way, or if he had been sleepwalking again and just stumbled in there by mistake. Mr. Smith explained that the room was originally going to be a large storage closet for various arts and crafts related supplies, but was never finished due to budget cuts. He wrote in his reply that his aunt didn't want the area to go to waste, so they decided to use it as a means to punish misbehaving children. In his opinion, someone probably bought a dog costume and would wear it while terrorizing any children sent into the room as a means of instilling the fear of punishment. I sent one last email to Mr. Smith thanking him for taking the time to reply to my messages. The whole thing about Happy Sun Daycare was starting to come together. From what I had gathered via the various interviews from both students and employees, children who misbehaved were sent to a large empty space called the Grey Door Room. There was a dog, or possibly just someone in a dog costume, that would chase any child sent in there. Finally, said child would be pulled to safety before the dog could cause any serious harm. There was only one thing left to do. I was going to head inside Happy Sun Daycare and investigate the infamous Grey Door Room for myself. I had to see for myself if there was anything that could solve this strange cover-up. Several minutes passed as I drove out into the countryside and towards the abandoned building. I parked the car in the front driveway and took a few deep breaths. The front door was unlocked, which was lucky for me. I gently pushed it open and began to look inside. The interior was dingy and covered in a layer of dust. Cobwebs spread over various desks and chairs that hadn't been used in quite some time. A musty smell filled the house and mixed with the odor of feces and urine from the rats that now made the place their home. It was nauseating, to say the least. After I explored several different areas, I soon found the foreboding grey door that was said to lead to the dreaded room. The door was quite heavy, and it took me several tries before I managed to force it open. Just like how Alice had described, the room was dark and empty, with a dirt floor and a dingy bulb. Said bulb had burned out long ago, so I used an old desk to prop the door open in order to see anything. I could see faint bloodstains on the ground and on the wall, but I couldn't tell who or what the blood belonged to. There were strange markings on the wall as well. I took a closer look and could have sworn they resembled claw marks of some sort. As I continued to examine the room, I noticed various footprints in the dirt. Many were faded or had been trampled over one another, but I could still make out a few. Most of them were the footprints of children. They looked like their makers had been running away from something. There was one other distinct set of footprints that caught my attention. I examined them closely. I could definitely make out the distinctive foot pads, claws, and individual toes on at least one of the prints. This wasn't some person in a cheap costume. Happy Sun Daycare had been using a dog to terrorize children. I had to let people know what they had been hiding for all those years. However, as I made my way out the daycare and to my car, there was one aspect about those footprints that made me uneasy. Since when do dogs walk on two legs?
A man came into town today, a very strange man. He looked to be in his 30s, walking with a hunched back with a load of items upon it. He had thinning red hair and tannish skin, as well as an almost skeleton-like frame. He was quite small, really. It was the big grin on his face that got to me. It was such a large smile, almost inhumanly big. Its edges seemed to stretch beyond his cheekbones and into his eyes. He strolled into town with that joyful expression on his face, speaking in almost whispers to children who were lying along the road. The children would stare, emotionless as he whispered to them. I couldn't make out what he was saying from the distance, so I sat on the centerpieces in the town square waiting for him to cross my path. I was genuinely terrified, to be honest, but I didn't know why. Yet, even still, I wanted to wait for him. I couldn't explain this curiosity, but it had a hold on me that would not be released until I spoke to the eerie man. He slowly began approaching me. The soft thudding of his footsteps was barely audible over the dull roar in the square. Yet, all the same, I could hear it plainly as anything else as I waited in a slight panic for him to reach me. He stopped in front of me, still not facing me. I looked up to catch his face. He stared forward, and then slowly turned towards me. He never opened his eyes, and the smile never disappeared from his face. Turning his head to me, he opened one eye and stared directly at me with it. I slumped down, an incredible fear that I'd never felt hit me like a wave. I didn't say a word. He only stared into my eyes with the open hawk eye he had open. I completely lost track of reality. The sounds of the town square around me faded away, and I became immersed in an eerie silence that seemed deafening. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. Nothing would move. My body seemed frozen to the bricks I was sitting on. The smile felt like it was looking at me, almost like there was the true man behind it, not the eyes. I can't explain it, but to put it best as I can, the smile seemed ageless, eternal. It echoed in my mind into infinity. My body began leaning away from him. Slowly, his head turned back to face the road, and he began to go on his way again. I was shaking violently. I felt like I could throw up. As he walked off, I realized there were masks on his back. He must have been a mask collector of sorts. That night, I couldn't sleep. All I could think about was the meeting with him in the square. He didn't say anything, but I felt as if he completely disemboweled me with his glance, his piercing eye. I didn't know what it was, but that man was not human. No, he was something else, something very sinister. That ageless feeling wouldn't go away either, as if he was some sort of ancient demon, wandering the earth from city to city, town to town. Why though? I wanted to know more. I was becoming obsessed with the very thing that terrified me more than anything else. Tomorrow, I would search for him and see if he was in town. I'd honestly hoped he had left, yet if he hadn't, I couldn't learn more about him. The next day, I ate breakfast and ran to the square. I saw a small group of children gathered around a small, vacant building in the corner. I ran over to see him, the demon, standing in front of everyone. He had his hands together and was speaking about how he was opening his Happy Masks shop here in the square. He preached and preached, come one and alls to the crowd. He all seemed mesmerized by his words. Finally, he finished and headed inside the tiny building. A small sign next to it read, "Happy Masks Shop. Happiness is just a mask away." I shuddered. What was so scary about this man? I had to know more, so I ran inside. There was already a few people in there, yet it was silent. No one was talking. What was going on? Were they negotiating something? I saw a man, a child next to him, and a woman behind him. Yet none of them were saying anything. They were only staring at the happy masked man. He nodded his head as if they had reached some silent agreement and handed 2 masks to the man and child. They turned and walked. As they passed, I saw a glazed look in their eyes, as if they were completely out of it. The woman was out just behind them, carrying another mask. Then, it was me. I was alone with him. He cocked his head, maintaining his silence. He wanted me to speak, so I did, asking him about his shop, as well as where he came from. Silence. He didn't say anything. He just kept grinning. I was beginning to become irritated, yet simultaneously more frightened too. I stepped back towards the door asking him to answer me. Just then, a child walked in. It was a boy, not over 5 years old. He walked up to the happy masked man. The man stood there, hunched over to the boy. The boy held out his hands, expecting a mask perhaps. The masked man opened his eyes, both of them, and stared the most evil glare I had ever seen at the child. I stepped back again, almost tripping as I reached for the doorknob. To my sheer terror, the man grabbed the boy by the neck and picked him up off the ground. I could hear horrific screeches of terror coming from the boy's throat. He was at least 8 feet off the ground. Just then, the salesman's mouth began opening, still smiling of course. It grew wider and wider until it was at least a foot wide. I could hear his jaw snapping as it opened. Horrible and inhuman sounds began coming from him, and he raised the child higher. Then, all of a sudden, the child was halfway down the salesman's throat. I screamed as I could see the boy's legs kicking in the salesman's mouth. Slowly but surely, they slid down and disappeared. The boy was gone. I began crying hysterically, yet I still couldn't move. He turned to me, his mouth still hanging wide open. He then put his hands to his face. A strange glow began to appear around his hands. Slowly, he peeled off his hands away from his face. A repulsive, stretching sound could be heard as skin appeared to be getting pulled off. He arched his fingers farther and farther until his hands were separated from his face by a clump of flesh at least 2 feet long. This man, no, this thing was an absolute monster. The flesh tore off, leaving the same grinning face. He stood there with a mass of skin on his hands. Slowly, the skin began molding and contorting. I backed into the corner. What the hell was going on? Before I knew it, the skin had turned into a small shape in his hands. He held his hand out, showing me his new prize. It was the child's face. He made a mask out of flesh. The horror hit me and I began vomiting into my lap. I heard a small chuckle coming from the salesman. No, I had to get out of here. I got up and ran for the door. Upon grabbing the doorknob, I heard one more thing. "Do you want a mask, my boy?" Tears were streaming down my cheeks as I was sobbing and running across the town square. I could hear people gasping and shrieking as I ran by. I'm sure I was a poor sight, a child covered in blood and vomit. I didn't care though. That thing in there was a demon. I ran to my house and ran straight to my room. Both of my parents were out. I sat there for what must have been hours, rocking back and forth and covered in filth. Finally, I got up and looked out the window. The small building was still there, but no one was going into it. The sign was gone. To this day, I still have no idea what happened or what I experienced. I've never told anyone because I know no one will believe me. I washed myself and tried to continue my life as normal after that day. The happy masked salesman was gone. I even asked around town and people all claimed they either had no idea what I was talking about or they weren't sure. Dead ends were everywhere. Had it been a dream? No, I would not make something up like that. And I pity all those who may experience him in the future. That monster, that thing. May the gods protect all who come into his path. It's been a few years now. A lot has happened since then, but he has never come back. And I dread the day more than anything when he may. If he does, I'll be sure to stay clear. If you see a man in your hometown claiming to sell masks, a man who looks off and seems to be hiding something sinister, stay away from him. He isn't human. Whatever it is the very essence of evil itself.
The lights of the Seattle skyline suddenly ignite as the city comes alive with the sounds and sights of night. In a rundown bar, a lone man sits beneath the hum of a fluorescent overhead light as he holds his whiskey in shaky hands. The man is an enigma. He appears at the Spade habitually at 10 p.m. and leaves just before dawn, ordering the same refreshment each time, a tall glass of Irish whiskey, never speaking words far from the usual, or the occasional grunt or whisper. He is a shadow to everyone. To the passerby, this man is just a nobody. He is merely a bum who went down on his luck and turned to the bottle like many before him. To those who know, however, the man's name is Robert Elm, and he has a story to tell. The night was fraught with frigid rain and sleet. The typically lively Spade was deserted except for Robert. He sat in his usual spot, back left table facing the wall, hunched over with his beverage in total silence, save for the hum of the lights and the drumming of the bartender's fingers on the metal cash register. Over the years that Elm had drifted in as the sun dipped below the horizon, the bartender had grown curious of his motives, though he told his customers the same old excuse.
Lost his job. Wants to unwind.
In his heart, he knew there was something off-kilter about the whiskey-loving shadow. Tonight would be different. The bartender bit his lip, took a deep breath, and approached his loyal customer. The barkeeper placed his hand on the table and inquired in the friendliest of tones.
How you doing?
Robert jolted upright as if he had heard a gunshot. He slowly lifted his head and peered down into the bartender's face with his wide gray eyes. He possessed an unsettling and powerful stare that pierced the air in a way that the bartender had never seen before. His mouth slowly slid open as he grumbled,
Fine, and you?
The bartender was stunned. He had expected the old geezer's usual response of a few mumbles, but he was greeted by a question that was startlingly normal.
I'm just fine. So, mister, I've been meaning to ask you.
Elm's slowly graying eyebrows perked with anticipation.
Why do you come here all the time?
The drunkard chuckled and asked in turn,
Why do you care what an old man like me does with his time?
Because,
the bartender said with a look of confusion,
you have to come into my bar the same time every night for the past 12 years. And I'm just now hearing you speak. I think that's reason enough for me to ask.
The old man burst into laughter that lasted nearly a full minute. Finally, his outburst died off and he asked, You wanted to know why I wasn't talking?
Yes! It's been a riddle I've been trying to figure out for years.
Robert sat his drink on the table and said,
Well, new friend. Honestly, I was waiting for you to ask me that question. And now that we have that elephant out of the room, have a seat across from me.
The bartender obliged, took a seat across from his new acquaintance, and with a look of sheer amazement on his face, he asked,
So, let me get this straight. You never said a word to anyone in this bar for 12 years because you were waiting for someone to come to you?
Yep.
The shade replied as the bartender gave a short laugh and continued.
Well, sir, what have you been waiting so long to tell someone?
Robert Elm looked the bartender square in the eye and said,
My story, of course.
The bartender gave a quizzical expression as the drinker went on, never breaking his gaze.
The story of why I ended up here. The story of how I narrowly escaped death itself. And since I don't see anyone else here, you, sir, are going to be the first in a long time to hear my tale. You're in for a treat.
The old man cracked a crooked smile.
Well, let's hear it then.
The bartender said, and Robert chuckled again.
That's the spirit, kid. Grab a drink and get comfortable. You're in for quite a tale.
And so, Robert Elm began his story. It all began back in November 1962. I was living in a small town in rural Iowa. Back then, everyone knew everyone else like family. It was a safe place. That's why my family settled down there back when the area was a barren patch of farmland. Though the entirety of my teenage years, I was chasing a girl named Elizabeth. I can practically see her now. As time went by, our relationship grew. After high school, we bought her uncle's house on 4th Street and slowly learned to live together as a soon-to-be married pair. This was a struggle, to say the least. Back when I was a younger man, I had a fiery temper that seemed to grow as we became closer to one another. I remember one specific instance when I heard she wrecked my dad's Ford. I hit her across the face with a trash can lid. I had never regretted anything more in my life. Every morning for the next month, I would come downstairs to see the pale red bruise on her face and immediately get too choked up to speak. It was a wonder she kept me around. One night, everything fell apart. I can't even remember why, but she left me on the side of the road and told me,
"Find your own way home, you sack of crap!"
I remember my heart sinking as she pulled away, and I began to wander the side of the empty country road. I'm unsure how I got so sidetracked, but after about an hour of hysterical rambling, I had ended up halfway into one of the cornfields bordering the only road in and out of town. There I was, sobbing profusely, lashing out at the corn stalks with my fist. I was wailing Elizabeth and "I'm sorry" at the top of my lungs, with only the birds and the occasional scarecrow bearing witness. I hobbled aimlessly for what felt like hours, screaming and crying over what I put my beloved fiancée through, until I decided to sit down in a barren patch about 15 feet across to catch my breath and form an apology for my eventual homecoming. After inspecting the area for any signs of danger, I laid my head down in the soft dirt to rest my eyes. Several hours of blissful, tear-free sleep passed before I was pulled awake by rustling in the stalks. My heart skipped a beat and a chill ran down my spine. I bolted upright. Before me, a massive shape garbed in a shimmering black cloak slid out from the rows of crops. It moved towards me slowly, as if it were floating across the ground, though its feet were clearly visible and it appeared to be human. It had pale, wrinkled hands that hung at its side as it drifted closer. It drooped its hooded head and spoke squarely into my face in a dry monotone.
"Good evening, traveler."
Stunned, I got up from the dirt and asked, "Who are you?"
"Just a man on his way to a meeting."
I looked at him, bewildered. "Why are you here?"
"I enjoy taking the scenic routes. So much more peaceful than the hustle and bustle of the roadsides. Now, what I am wondering is who are you, and why are you here?"
As I look back, I am surprised at how eager I was to reveal so much of myself to a total stranger. "My name is Robert Elm," I said sheepishly. "My girlfriend dumped me out here because we got in a fight, and I hit her, and... The tears were welling up in my eyes again.
"Say no more, friend,"
the man interrupted as he waved his hand.
"I offer you a proposition. You may come with me, attend my meeting. My friends and I shall cheer you up, and we will take you back to your home in the morning. How does that sound?"
A smile slowly formed on my face as I thanked the hooded figure. I reached out to shake his hand for his patronage, but he quickly recoiled, claiming there was no need to thank him. Together, we made our way through the remainder of the field and into the forest that formed an insulated border between the patches of farmland. As we walked, I had more time to examine my new friend's figure. He was a titan of a man, to say the least, with hands that could easily cover my own twice over. Blending into the trees themselves, he towered over me at what I assumed to be well over 7 feet. He moved with surprising agility for someone of his size, darting through the branches and over roots at a speed a tad slower than a jog. I had to walk nearly twice as fast to keep up. His robe still shimmered, as did the cornfield, though the moon was no longer visible. Oddly, no matter how fast the man moved, his hood never failed to conceal his face. Growing bored of silence, I struck up conversation. "So, what's your name?" The man glanced down at me.
You may call me Lombard. It is one of my many monikers.
Okay, Lombard. Who are these friends of yours, and what is the meeting, and where are we going?
Just a meeting, friend, held here in the woods with some close acquaintances of mine. You needn't worry about it, Robert. Think of it as more of a party. It will take your mind off of your troubles.
It was at this moment I realized that I was doing the exact opposite of what society had taught me. I was found lying in a field and decided to walk off with some strange hooded man to go and meet his friends in the woods. A heartbreak can drive people to do some crazy things. It wasn't long before we saw a light in the distance. As we grew nearer, the lights turned out to be a ring of torches lining a circular clearing containing rows of chairs and tables. An altar draped with a red cloth sat in the middle of it all. At each of the tables sat groups of people dressed similarly to Lombard. Some of them had their faces exposed and hoods down.
We have arrived,
said Lombard with glee.
Sit amongst the others and help yourself to some food and drink. The festivities will begin soon.
I made my way to one of the less talkative tables and grabbed a free seat. As I recall, it was the only seat that wasn't taken. Next to me sat an old couple and a younger man with his hood up. When I asked each of them why they were here, I got a less than ideal response. The couple started cackling as if they had just heard the greatest joke of their lives, and the hooded man just grunted something I couldn't make out. Seeing no entertainment in the people around me, I decided to try the food. There were the occasional bits of bread surrounded by meats of all shapes and sizes. Having eaten a filling meal in town a few hours before this all began, I was not exactly starving, so I decided to give the wine a try, which was in goblets sitting in front of each chair. I took a small sip and my mind took a kick in the pants. My vision became blurred with color and I began to choke on my own tongue. The old woman told me that it stops hurting after the third glass and burst into sickening laughter. After about 5 minutes, the effects of the drink finally subsided, and I silently poured the rest onto the ground. I didn't think any of them would notice. A bell rang out, and the diners stood up from their chairs in unison and approached the center of the clearing. Lombard made his way over as he walked me towards the center.
How did you enjoy the refreshments?
He asked. I held my tongue about my unpleasant experience at the table and said, Everything was great. I've calmed down quite a bit now. What's next?
Excellent, my friend. I'm sure you will patch things up with that girl after tonight, and I'm glad to have been of assistance to you. But now we have business to attend to.
We found ourselves standing in the center of a circle of the hooded guests, all of them with hoods up and hands folded in front of them. Lombard instructed me to sit in the center of the ring. When I objected, he told me that this was just a formality in order for the group to accept my presence amongst them for the night. I knelt as I was told, and Lombard took his place at the crimson altar. As I glanced around me, all of the robed people seemed to be emanating a strange droning sound that rose and fell as the minutes passed. I looked up at my mountainous guide who had turned to face the center of the circle, and to my amazement, had drawn back his hood to reveal a sight I would never forget. On Lombard's long, broad shoulders sat the head of a goat, jet black save for a stripe of white between its pale green eyes, and spiraling ivory-colored horns that curled backwards behind his ears. The thing that stood in front of me lifted his hands into the air, and the droning immediately ceased.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Black Circle, I present to you the Pale.
The crowd roared with cheers and jubilation.
On this night, we shall end the torment and bring about a new era of peace for our order.
The younger man I sat next to earlier approached the orator.
My lordship,
he whispered as he bowed on one knee.
I witnessed him earlier. He has not accepted the purification. We cannot continue until he has.
He then retreated back to his place and resumed the stance.
Is that so?
Lombard said quizzically.
Well, then, I am sorry to delay, my children, but the sacrament must Wait.
The circle answered the statement with boos and howls of disapproval. A large member drew a curved blade from his robe and approached me. I attempted to stand, but was pulled down to my knees by an unseen force. "For the love of Sekra, I've waited my whole life for this moment," the man said as he flipped the knife in his hand.
Stop, you fool! You will undo everything!
Lombard roared as he latched onto the man's arm. The last memory I have of that night was the gargantuan, tree-like form of Lombard grappling the hooded man until they both crashed to the ground in front of me. In the tangle of limbs, the handle of the man's knife struck me squarely between the eyes, and I lost consciousness. I awoke in a small, sparsely furnished room with white walls and dark brown hardwood floor. Based on what I saw around me, I was able to estimate that the building was built in the late 19th century. I attempted to pull my head from the pillow, but was met with a crippling pain in my forehead, where the knife handle had struck me at the ceremony in the woods. My legs were sore and felt as though they were filled with cement. It made me shiver that I could not figure out what prevented me from standing at the ceremony. Muffled speech resonated from outside my room as the door opened. A goat-headed Lombard strolled into the room and closed the door behind him.
Good morning, my guest. I assume you enjoyed your nap?
Yeah, I did. Right after that friend of yours almost broke my nose.
You needn't worry about him, my friend. His foolish actions have cost him his place in the order,
he said with a reassuring tone. Lombard sat down on the bed next to me, and I instinctively wrenched my legs backwards.
Calm thyself, friend. I am indeed human, and this is just a mask. Nothing more.
What about everything else? The mumbo-jumbo you guys were talking about? The goat's head? The black circle? I want answers now.
You have a right to be frightened. All will be explained to you. Let me start from the beginning.
He readjusted himself on the bed to face me.
In the late 1800s, there were two cousins who founded a town not far from here. It was a small farming community, very prosperous, a thriving community until the fever hit. Many died, including the mayor's daughter. In a last-ditch effort, the community banded together and stood united against the disease. They burned the village to the ground and moved into the mayor's farmhouse, the house you are sitting in right now. The plan was a success. With all the medical personnel gathered in one area, it was much easier to treat the sick, and soon the fever was eradicated. Out of habit, the community stayed in this house as a single family to this day, of which I am the patriarch. This goat headdress symbolizes the single species of beast that provided us with food and drink during the dark times. And for your information, it's permanently adhered to my head. We dubbed ourselves the Black Circle in name of the black table in the dining hall. We would gather around it to tell stories of hope to inspire one another. The event you were the center of was known as a neophyte's sacrament. We give the newcomer a small dose of a hallucinogenic and provoke you to reveal your true feelings to us, in order to tell if we can trust you. I was strongly opposed to the sacrament, but I was pressured by the others and had no choice. The words we used were simply to disguise our discussion due to the circle's lack of trust. As for the actions of Alabaster, I sincerely apologize.
Lombard pulled up his massive form and spoke directly to me.
Here I am, Valentine Ambrose Lombard II, with nothing to hide, at your service.
Needless to say, I was awestruck at the volume of information that was imparted on me. Before I could respond, Lombard asked,
Any questions?
I shook my head just as a woman wearing simple brown robes came into the room, dropped to one knee, and said flatly,
You are needed in the infirmary, my lord.
Lombard turned to her and stated,
I will be there as soon as I can, Alice. Did Stefan have a run-in with the Thresher again?
No,
She laughed with a smile, eyes still trained on the floor.
Pierre was picking on Sylvia again. She snapped and let it have it with her little fists. I have them both down there waiting for you.
The leader gave a hearty laugh.
That Pierre. Almost as mischievous as I was when I was a little boy. I will be back to speak with you later, friend. But now I must deal with this matter first. Get some rest.
Both the leader and the woman walked out of the room and shut the door on their way out, leaving only silence in their wake. My head felt heavy, and I decided to take my new friend's advice and rest my eyes. I awoke in what looked like early morning to see Lombard sitting at the desk at the edge of my room.
Morning, friend.
He said joyfully.
Come, sit. Have something to eat.
He stood up from the chair to reveal a platter of sausage and bread with a glass of juice next to it. I was able to pull myself up from the bed. My legs were sore and my knees locked up, but I hobbled my way to the desk and sat down. I began to sample the meal.
Gather your strength. You will need it for later. I have gotten it approved with the Circle. I shall give you a tour of the house and the grounds around 3 today. So, try and get those legs working by then.
Lombard gave a quick wave of his hand as he left the room, like wind blowing through the woods. I had finished my odd-tasting dish after a few minutes. I sat for the remainder of the time, stretching out my tired legs while looking out the window. The full day of bed rest and the struggle against whatever held me to the ground had left me aching and weakened. An expanse of farmland spread out in front of me, ending at a dense forest. The single dirt road lined with torches leading up to the house. I assumed that somewhere in the woods there was the picnic table and the altar, and beyond that, the cornfield where I had met my guide, and somewhere beyond that was Elizabeth, home. I sighed.
Ready?
I jumped with surprise as Lombard broke the silence in the room. Time had passed faster than I expected.
Come, follow me, friend.
I made uneasy strides out into the foyer, with a painting of another goat-headed man, a massive chandelier lighting the room below, and the rows of rooms lining the walls.
Here is the second floor, used for boarding our members. The room you are staying in is the guest room. It is not used very often. It overlooks the entrance room, which we will visit later.
Is that you in the painting?
No, that is the founder of the Circle. My great-grandfather, Ambrose Garrett Lombard. What a great man. I wish I could have known him in person.
So he started the whole goat head thing? I laughed rhetorically. We made our way downstairs, wandering through the entrance room and the living room and the sitting room, listening to Lombard's tales of him reading stories to the children by the fireside in the winter, and of the old man who was a master of the old grand piano sitting in the living room. I asked him about the double doors at the end of the entrance room, only to receive a response that I should not go in there, as I do not have high enough clearance to enter yet. We walked outside and we explored the grounds. From the outside, the house was massive. It was clearly some kind of old farmhouse. We made a left turn around the house to find 3 buildings off in the distance. I asked Lombard what they were. He said one of them was the chapel, now dilapidated and unused, a small building used for a school, and a smaller concrete building used for storage. I shrugged plainly and we moved on. I took that moment to ask, "Well, sir, what exactly is your job here?" Lombard stopped midway to contemplate my question.
I am the headmaster of the order, friend. I am many things. Judge, principal, a father, doctor, lots of things, friend.
We walked back up to my room, and Lombard instructed me that now that I know where I am, I can move about the property at will, but only during the day. At night, I was confined to my room. Seeing as the sun was descending below the horizon, I went to bed. I spent the next few days wandering the grounds while getting my bearings with the area and getting a sense of location. After speaking with some of the other followers of Lombard, I noticed a constant theme. They never broke eye contact, and they spoke in a very calm manner, regardless of age. They would find a clever way to avoid any of my questions, specifically ones involving Lombard, the concrete building, or what happens in the Grand Hall. Seeing that I would never find anything out from the members, I decided to go answer hunting myself. Making my way out of the structure, which was about a football field's length from the house, I decided to carefully inspect it. The building had no windows and a single iron door secured with a padlock. I was going to investigate it further, but before I could find a way to open the lock, the sun began to set and I reluctantly returned to the house. A couple of weeks of fruitless investigation passed until I finally returned to my full healthy state. Feeling my strength return, I began my morning with a quick workout. Lombard entered mid-push-up.
So, I see you are back on your feet again.
Yep, feeling pretty good, I returned. Lombard paced back and forth.
I imagine you will want to go home soon.
I stood up and looked at the tree-like figure. Yeah, I suppose. I miss Elizabeth quite a bit, and I want to make amends.
Good.
Lombard paused.
Robert, if you could stay just one more week. We feel like you have become a member of the family around here, and we wish to perform a departure ritual this Sunday, just to say goodbye. You have been one of the kindest outsiders we have encountered in a long time.
I walked up to the goat-headed giant, looked him in the eye like he had done to me so many times before, and smiled. I would be honored, friend. That night, just before sundown, Lombard drifted once more into my room. He spoke in a much more serious tone than before, and his posture created an imposing aura about him.
Robert, we are having a ritual in preparation for your departure. I require that you do not disrupt it. Please stay in this room until my return. It is just a kind of rehearsal. I don't want to ruin any surprises.
I quickly nodded in agreement, trying to ignore the sudden change in the headmaster's attitude as he sped out of the room. I had not been truly honest with my host during my stay in the house. For every act of hospitality he offered there was an event or element that would cause a pang of distrust in my mind. One moment, Lombard would provide me with food, and I would see him teaching the children like a loving relative, but the next, I would notice the concrete shack or remember what happened in the woods weeks ago. The loving kindness of the members juxtaposed with their unnervingly smooth speech and piercing stares. Every impulse in my mind told me to run, but I knew I would never make it far before I was captured, or worse. This mysterious decree had brought my curiosity to its breaking point, and that night I made my decision. As soon as the house fell silent, I removed my heavy work boots, slid the door open, and stepped into the dark abyss. I had been climbing trees in my neighborhood park since childhood, and the challenge of scaling the banquet hall's walls came easily to me. After making my way down the stairs, through the foyer, and out the door without so much as a sound, I was impressed with my sneaking abilities. I ran around to the side of the hall and began my ascension. The climb was easy enough. Several chunks were missing from the old bricks, creating excellent handholds. It wasn't long before I found myself on the roof. From the inside, I could hear the same droning sound that I heard my nights in the woods. I desperately searched for a way inside when I came upon a small hatch that led to a ladder that dropped off in a kind of storage attic. Hunkering in next to some old boxes, I was able to hear and see the events unfolding below me with startling clarity. A crooked grin grew across my face as I anticipated the truth. The droning of the hooded worshippers hushed, and the mammoth Lombard took the stage next to an eerily familiar altar. He raised his hands like the night we first met as he spoke with gusto.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Black Circle, I gather you once again to bring praise to Sacra and to celebrate the presence of the Pale, whose life shall meet its beautiful end on the eve of this coming Sunday.
The crowd roared with approval.
My friends, I sincerely apologize for the interruption. A few weeks ago,
The audience interrupted in a shower of boos and shouting.
Now, my children, I have planned a rehearsal of sorts to show you all how we shall deal with the wretched Pale and drive this scourge from our beautiful order. I present to you the man who is to blame for the delay, Brother Alabaster.
Each member howled with joy as they pulled a blindfolded man, naked save for a loincloth, with numerous strange tattoos adorning his chiseled torso, into the room and onto the altar. I felt my dinner rise in my throat. 3 men in red cloaks fastened the man's arms and legs to the altar as Lombard reached into a chest behind him. Alabaster was sobbing with fear as his pleas for help became incoherent screams as his limbs were restrained until one of the men in red wrapped a piece of cloth over his mouth to silence him. Lombard spun around at lightning speed and raised a shimmering dagger above his head.
Here and now, we give an offering to you, Almighty Sacra, an offering of flesh and blood.
Alabaster was writhing now, the altar glistening with sweat and the blood welling at the corners of his mouth as he struggled to cry out. The crowd lurched forward with anticipation, licking their lips with bloodlust in their eyes.
Now, for the glory of the Mother, he gives his life.
Lombard pulled away the cloth, and Alabaster let out a scream so loud that I could have heard it from my room. The gag was pulled back, and he was struck across the face. They pulled the cloth back again, and he cried,
For the glory of the Mother, I give my life.
Without hesitation, Lombard drove the blade into the man's abdomen as he resumed screaming with pain and fear. The headmaster made a long cut up his stomach. I could hear bones cracking and flesh ripping as the man groaned in agony. Liquid scarlet splattered the headmaster's hands as it spouted from the gaping wound. Lombard tossed the bloodied knife aside. He then plunged his hands into Alabaster's twitching body and wrenched his arms upwards several times until what appeared to be a liver was ripped away. I nearly vomited. Lombard held the dripping organ above his head and shouted,
For the glory of Sacra.
He plunged the hunk of flesh into his mouth like a wild beast. The crowd cheered with jubilation at the unholy sight. The corpse was unbound and dragged off into a side room. I was frozen, unblinking as my past feelings for my seemingly kind friend shattered. Before I could process what was going on, I heard Lombard address the members.
No one is to speak of this to our guest. And regarding the Pale, I'm going to see how our friend is doing,
he said with a chuckle as the cloaked men and women overflowed with laughter. I was back on the roof before Lombard could leave the stage. With my heart thundering, I bolted back to the roof as fast as lightning and hurled myself from it. Using my prior climbing skills, I tucked my legs and rolled across the grass. I only sustained a few minor bruises. I ran around the side of the house, up the stairs, and back into my room just as I heard the great hall open. I heard Lombard's thundering footsteps as he climbed the stairs and approached the door. The door opened and the giant's eyes met mine.
Good to see your evening was a relaxing one, friend.
I shrugged and said,
I've had better. I had a strange nightmare. It really messed with my head. How'd your ritual go?
Playing dumb with him as best I could. Lombard nodded.
All was well. The congregation is eagerly awaiting this Sunday celebration. Enjoy your rest, friend.
I could see little bits of hastily wiped away viscera clinging to his mask. Lombard shut the door as I heard the rest of the worshippers coming into the entrance hall. I sat and pondered my situation. I was trapped in this godforsaken place for one more week until they had decided to kill me. I had 1 week to discover what was really going on and 7 short days to plan my escape. The next morning, I woke up early and ran off to the library, thinking that would be a good place to learn some information. The place had a wealth of books, everything from War and Peace to Pat the Bunny. I wandered the endless shelves until I reached the back corner of the room. All that sat on the last dusty shelf was an old book with a leather cover. Nothing about it caught my eye, save for the title, the Book of Sekra. Remembering the mysterious name from the horror of last night, I snatched up the scripture and scurried out of the library unnoticed. I sat at the desk in my room and flung open the ancient volume. Before me sprawled mounds of text in Old English. Though it was in English, it was still difficult to understand as I trudged through chapters of sacrifice and lore. I found not much beyond useless gibberish about ceremonies, a few of which I recognized, the method in which one is to fasten a goat's head to their own, and a full-page print of a slender woman sitting on a throne with what looked like blood splattered around her mouth. Below it read Sekra, Her Holiness. I returned the book to the library and decided to scour the grounds. Seeing as there was no way I could budge the padlock on the concrete shack, I instead made my way to the chapel. The door slid open easy enough, and inside was what appeared to be a graveyard of old boxes and furniture. After searching for a few hours, I found nothing of interest among the stacks of rotting wood. The schoolhouse next door yielded similar results. A few desks sat in simple rows, with a teacher's desk with a plaque bearing the name Master Lombard and a chalkboard at the front of the room. Nothing else. Feeling defeated, I emerged from the building when something caught my eye. In the grass at the door of the concrete building sat a shining padlock. My heart leaped into my throat and I sprinted toward the shack. I reached for the iron handle of the door when it suddenly sprang open. A short, stubby man emerged quickly, shutting the door. He noticed me and pushed me back against the door and spoke. "Oh, no, boy, don't go in there. This place is not for the outsiders. Turn back around and go back to your room, lest I call for the headmaster." I sighed and grudgingly returned to my room. Though I was distraught over this defeat, I returned to my bed and met sleep with open arms. During the following days, I felt my sanity slipping away as I slowly came to grips with my fate. I stayed in bed most of the days, refusing to eat and trying to relive as many happy memories as I could before Sunday's inevitable bloodletting. Several times during my stay had I seen people running for the woods, but they were almost immediately apprehended by groups of men clad in red cloaks. I feared the same would happen to me and decided against making a run for it. Eventually pulling myself up on Sunday night, I thought about my situation once more. Clasping my hands together, I contemplated how I could possibly survive. By the time I shut my eyes, I had summoned my last shred of bravery and constructed a plan with a mental image of the house, so I knew my best route out of this place. Shutting my plans away in my head and taking a deep breath, I surrendered to my subconscious. I rose late on Sunday afternoon. Unfitting for one's final day on Earth, but the inevitability of death weighed on me and kept me in bed. Lombard entered the room around 6 o'clock.
Are you ready to leave us, friend? We are making preparations for the ceremony now. When you are ready, please approach the painting at the other side of the second floor. Slide the painting to the right, and it should reveal a staircase. The staircase leads to my chambers. I need to perform the finishing touches for the farewell.
I quietly nodded as the door closed. For a few moments, I sat and considered my plans. Sitting, sweating, and breathing heavily, I made my decision. I snatched one of the pencils from the desk drawer and slid it into my right boot. Following the giant's orders, I climbed the hidden staircase and entered a large circular room. The walls were lined with bookcases, with a massive desk resting in the center. On the desk sat piles of papers and a typewriter. Moonlight flooded in from the window above it all. Lombard greeted me with a hearty laugh. He told me to remove all my clothing except for my pants. I obliged and slowly inched towards him as I began unlacing my work boots. My left sock and boot sat on the floor next to me, and I began to work on my right. Glancing behind me, I saw Lombard looming in anticipation. I smirked and slowly slid the pencil from my boot. Without hesitation, I drove the pencil with all my might into the Titan's stomach. Lombard buckled from the strike and dropped to his knees. I heard blood gurgling in his throat. I snatched the typewriter from the desk, slid it across as hard as I could, and smashed it across Lombard's face. The headmaster collapsed to the ground in a puddle of his own blood. Turning, I was able to make my way out of the room when I heard quiet laughter emanating from behind me. I spun around to see a bloodied Lombard rising from the carpet. His mask was now distorted and blood-soaked.
You friend, are smarter than the average fool we drag off to this place.
He croaked. I gritted my teeth. I'm leaving this place. I know what happened a week ago. Now tell me what really goes on here. Lombard chuckled.
As you wish. What I told you about our history that morning was, in fact, true. Though there are a few things I left out to keep you under my thumb. Those two cousins who founded the town are closer to us than you think. One of them was my great-grandfather, and the other was yours. Medicine was no longer working to drive away the blight, and my ancestor, great visionary that he was, decided to turn to other means of treatment. He found an old book amongst what he had found sightseeing in the old country. You seem to be familiar with it. It outlined how to give praise to an ancient goddess, Sacra, in exchange for a human life. Sacra would save another. We soon began using her divine will to save the community. However, your great-grandfather, blinded to reality by his morals, left the village. Just before the birth of his child, he made a vow to Daedalus, the brother and polar opposite of the glorious Sacra, god of morality and justice, that his bloodline would be forever devoted to the eradication of our order. This whole ordeal has been our effort to destroy the one human that can destroy us and end the bloodline once and for all.
I shook my head at his story and asked, So all this was planned? How much of this is a plan? How long have you people been trying to do me in?
I shall get to that in a moment, but here is a secret that you will truly enjoy. Normally, one of your blood could cause a member of our order with an aura as dark as mine to drop dead at a single touch. I took this into account when dealing with you. I have been nullifying your power with the one thing that will weaken it: human flesh and blood.
I went white at Lombard's statement. He began to laugh even harder.
That's right, friend. I have personally slipped a little bit of human into each of your meals since you got here. You never even knew. Oh, your ancestors would be proud of you.
Little did he know I hadn't eaten in days. I flung my hand out and grasped Lombard's wrist. Wrenching down, I felt a texture similar to squeezing raw meat. The giant roared as droplets of liquefied flesh dropped onto the floor. I apparently still had some power. He roared with pain and anger. I continued to twist and yank with my vice-like grip. I felt the crunching and oozing of now gelatinous bone pulling away from muscle. Suddenly, I jerked with all my might and gripped onto Lombard's severed hand as the rest of him fell to the ground in a writhing heap. Lombard clutched his bloody stump.
I see you wizened up to my trickery, clever man that you are. No matter. You will not leave this place alive. I will see to that.
You will never kill me, you monster. As soon as I escape, I'm taking Elizabeth and getting as far from town as we can. You will never be able to find us. Lombard began his hoarse laughter again.
You will never be safe, friend. Even when you think you are the most protected, we will be there, watching you. We will never forget. Not even with that girl of yours are you safe. Wait till you hear that tale. Surely you noticed how your emotions distorted when you were close to her. You should know we took the liberty of turning her into a tool of sorts. We altered her mind to force you into awakening that ancient blood in your veins, to drive you apart and into the arms of the circle. She was one of the most instrumental tools in our plot. She was such a naive girl. What a fool. Pretty, too.
I lost it. I flung myself at my captor once again, and pressing my boot into his chest, I wrapped my hands around his horns and began to pull. Lombard screamed with pain as I pulled at the mask. I felt each stitch pop as I wrenched upward. The Titan began to flail his hand and stab at my body, but every contact with my skin resulted in a feeling akin to the man punching a slab of molten metal. With one last ferocious pull, I felt the final stitch tear, and I flung the headdress against a wall in a spatter of blood and teeth. Lombard's body flailed and I ran to the door. His disfigured face writhed as he cried out into the air.
I swear it, Robert Elm. You will never escape the hand of the Black Circle. You will die by my hand.
I smirked at my handiwork. We will see, friend. I promptly sprinted down the staircase and out of the silent house. My legs ached from the fight with the giant, but I shrugged off all the pain and ran across the grass as fast as I could. As I passed the great hall, I could hear shrieks of terror and sorrow. I chuckled at the reaction I'd caused. I'll never see that thing again, I muttered. I hurried myself to the concrete shack at the edge of the property. I figured now was a good enough time as any to see if I can get into that mysterious building. Halfway through the field, I turned to see hooded men with torches beginning their search for me. I quickened my pace. I was able to reach the unlocked door while the search party went off to investigate the barn and tool shed. Taking advantage of my moment of safety, I slowly slid the door open and saw a rather anticlimactic sight. The room was dimly lit by a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Several barrels stood around the corners and walls. A workbench was fastened to the wall next to another large metal door at the end of the room. Just as I got to investigating the room, I heard footsteps from behind the second door. My heart skipped a beat, and I had no choice but to conceal myself in one of the barrels. I slid back the lid and was met with the horrendous stench that caused me to gag uncontrollably. Reluctantly, I climbed into what felt like runny swamp sludge and held my breath. As soon as I did, the man I saw earlier pushed the door open and hobbled inside the room, holding what looked like a corpse slung over his shoulder. He approached the workbench and flung the body onto the table. To my horror, he began meticulously working at the body with an assortment of knives, cutting and slicing with surgical precision. The entrance to the room opened again, and a group of hooded searchers entered and asked the man if they had seen anyone matching my description anywhere. He insisted that he had not, and after scanning the room for a few seconds, the men left as quickly as they had come. I waited stiffly in the barrel, holding my breath as best I could, taking in brief sips of air and staying as quiet as possible as not to reveal my location. Suddenly, I heard the man mutter to himself, "Oh yes, you will cook up nicely, won't you?" He let out a quiet chuckle. I gagged again, half with sickness and half with shock. I had caught the man's attention. Deciding it was time for me to make a move, I slightly lifted the lid of the barrel and slid my soaked form onto the dark floor. Fear gripping tight, lid in hand, I raced towards the stunned butcher and struck him on the head with the hunk of wood. He dropped to the floor with a dull thud. I snatched the blade from his hand and made a dash for the door, but not before looking at myself under the dim light. My stomach turned as I saw an entire body soaked in a heavy coating of blood and chunks of meat. It drizzled and pooled on the floor. It sickened me. Holding back the urge to vomit, I nudged the door open, revealing a dark tunnel, far more organic than anything I had seen in a while. All was silent except for the drips of blood from my skin and clothes. I quickened my pace as I heard shouting from far behind me. I held my breath, ignored the looming claustrophobia, and soldiered on through the darkness. The near-endless tunnel finally opened into a small candle-lit room. It was only about 20 feet across, with an arching ceiling. I had little time to examine my surroundings, for when I entered the room, I saw a hooded worshiper with his back facing me, holding what appeared to be an old hunting rifle. Though at first my heart raced as I anticipated my own death, I was stunned to realize that he was unaware of my presence. Seizing the moment, I lashed out at the crown of his head with my stolen weapon. The man let out a quick yelp, fell to the ground and lay motionless as blood pooled around his hood. I let the knife rest in his skull and snatched up the firearm. "Here's something I can use," I mumbled to myself as I slung it over my shoulder. On the floor, I noticed a small metal hatch. Seeing somewhere else to go and remembering the search party on my tail, I opened it. Descending the ladder, it revealed. The ladder met the ground in an alcove on the shore of a small pond. Near the ladder, I found plastic tubs filled with things like shoes, backpacks, dog collars, among other things. Remembering the room with the old man and the cult's cannibalistic tendencies, the sight of these tattered belongings was bittersweet. Grabbing one of the largest packs, I saw a pile of metallic objects out of the corner of my eye. Bikes. Taking a deep sigh, I picked up the newest looking one and rode off through the woods as fast as the wheels would spin into the night. After trudging onward through the woods for most of the night and subsisting off some trail mix I found in the bag I took, I finally arrived in town. Needless to say, my friends and neighbors were amazed by my return. However, I knew I could not stay and chat. Walking up to my house, Elizabeth rushed out to meet me. I didn't even look at her. I continued inside, gathered my belongings, and climbed into my car with Elizabeth chasing me the whole way, asking me what was wrong and where I had been. I ignored her. She looked at me with a face of sorrow that I knew was just a mask, and when our eyes met, I could tell she knew the answers to her questions. I backed out of the driveway and made my way to the highway. I never saw that town or Elizabeth again. Many years passed. I traveled town to town, but every time they found me. They always found me. For years I have been running from them, but I doubt I will escape their grasp. I have found a safe haven in this place for 12 years, but I fear that they are now drawing near once again. I'm too old to run anymore, my friend. Just too old now. The bartender stared in astonishment.
So, that's why you've been so solitary?
Yes, I fooled myself into thinking that the more I kept to myself, the safer I would be. The bartender shuddered.
And you're drinking the sacrifice, the liver thing. Is that why?
The storyteller let out a hearty laugh. Yep, when they do find me and bite into my flesh, I want them to choke on it. The bartender laughed grimly, and the old man noticed that the moon was low. He stood and dusted off his pants. I'd best be leaving now. The sun will be here soon. It was a relief to finally share this story with someone. The bartender smiled.
It was a joy hearing it. Have a good rest of the night, Mr. Elm.
Robert nodded and started to the door. He took the subway home, like he had every night coming home from the bar, shaking his hands to keep the cold away. After a short ride, he made his way into his apartment building and climbed the stairs. He took a brief sigh and slowly opened his door. After hanging up his coat and scarf on the coat hanger and taking a seat in the armchair near the door, he looked off into the darkness and something caught his eye. It was a gargantuan figure with pale green eyes watching him from the shadow of the apartment. Slowly, the shape plodded forward to reveal a grotesque face and a wicked, mangled grin. Robert Elm sat motionless as he looked up at the being. The thing spoke to him in a labored, devilish groan.
Good evening, friend.